An elderly man lay in a hospital bed, instructing Sweetie to look after her sister and mother and support them. The boy himself walked into the room, brought his father his favorite omelet, and also told him that his mother had taken on another part-time job, so there was no need to worry about money. He should focus on his studies instead. His younger sister turned to him and asked him to try the candy she was holding, saying it was delicious, but what mattered most to him was that she was obeying their mother. The decision to go to school forced the main character to move forward, but suddenly one of the students walked in and asked how Sweetie dared to show up here after everything that had happened. On school grounds, the other students constantly teased the boy, not leaving him alone for a single moment. One of the students started yelling at his peer that he was a weakling who didn't need to act like a hero to win a girl's heart, since that was long outdated. For the girl the main character liked, the most important thing was that he not let others down and not worry about her, because now he needed to look out for himself. The conflict between the students continued on the street, and they didn't even notice a car approaching them at high speed. The car was moving at high speed, and the driver didn't even notice the pedestrian on the road right away, but it was already too late. It all happened so fast that everyone around didn't have time to comprehend what was happening and could only watch the events unfold in confusion and surprise, unable to believe their eyes. For Suida, it all ended in a horrific tragedy that changed his life forever and left him with a sense of fear, sadness, and helplessness. The most important thing for the protagonist was whether he could survive and stay alive, despite all the dangers that suddenly surrounded him on all sides. None of those present expected such a turn of events, for everything happened suddenly and radically changed the course of the situation. While everyone present was in a panic and didn't know how to act in this situation, the protagonist silently apologized to his mother and little sister for not being able to protect them. As the young man was about to lose consciousness, he immediately realized that if there was a next life, he would definitely protect those who were most precious to him. The events that followed unfolded on the magical continent of Arkanas, where a new story full of dangers and trials was beginning. There was a place on the continent where all kinds of events were held, and on this day the annual divine blessing was taking place there. According to the rules of this event, children under the age of 6 were to offer the gods the most precious thing they possessed, for this would determine their fate in the future. In the center of the blessing site stood a man who explained that after a child offered a gift, the gods would send a messenger who would sense the child's hidden power and grant them the chance to become a mage. Among the crowd of children eager to participate was a boy who asked his mother if his favorite candy would be suitable for the gods. But his mother didn't know, since the gift was supposed to resemble a precious stone, like those worn by nobles. One of the women noticed that Lady Blanca's stones looked very precious and was greatly surprised by their beauty and elegance. The lady herself explained that the more valuable one's status, the greater the chances of success. So the children tried to offer the gods the most valuable things they had in their hands. Among those present, there was also talk that the Ryan family had spent all their fortune on this blessing in an effort to ensure their children's success. Despite the fact that people would be talking about them, this family came to the event because it was important to them that their children gain knowledge they could use in the future. For some of those present, it came as a surprise when they heard this, as everyone understood that if their children did not receive the blessing, it would be a disaster. The head of the family, Holt Ryan, risked everything to ensure his loved ones had the best possible future and were given every opportunity for success. In his opinion, his 2 youngest children, Lucas and Julia, were the smartest of all in their family and would definitely receive a blessing from the gods. The tension grew as the host decided who to call next, and all the children watched his every move, waiting for their chance to be chosen. The next one called was Julia Ryan, who immediately stepped forward and prepared to offer her gift to the gods, closely watching the reaction of those present. When the girl approached the altar, she immediately placed a golden crown set with diamonds, closely watching to see how the gods would receive her gift. Something amazing happened around her that she couldn't explain, and she felt a mixture of fear, surprise, and awe. Not understanding what was happening, the young lady thought it might be a blessing and felt a mixture of joy, surprise, and excitement. Julia wasn't the only one surprised when she saw the 7th level for the first time in 20 years. She couldn't hide her admiration. For the Ryan family, it was a miracle, for the girl had finally been able to manifest her power and receive the gods' blessing for the future. Standing confidently on her feet, the young lady raised her head and took a deep breath, feeling the power filling her body and mind. At the same time, The youngest child of the family felt both joy and a slight dizziness from the unexpected events unfolding around her. Despite their excitement, the parents understood that the girl had presented the crown of the Way of Thunder, which, though not worth the family's entire fortune, possessed great power and could bring the gods' blessings. Some of those present did not share in the joyful news concerning the family's daughter, for another child was supposed to present a gift, and it was believed that the son, specifically, should receive the secret treasure. Lucas's father approached him, adjusted his tie, and offered a few words of encouragement to boost his confidence before the important moment. Having received his father's support, the young man realized that his time had come to step forward and present his gift to the gods without a moment's hesitation. Confidently taking the sword from the chest, the young man felt a surge of strength and determination, ready for all the trials that lay ahead of him. When everyone saw the object the protagonist was to offer as a gift to the gods, they were amazed by its magical power and the grandeur that emanated from it. The creator of fire was Vulcan, the god of fire, and Lucas knew this too, so he prepared himself carefully and with respect for the power that belonged to him. Despite his fear, the protagonist walked confidently toward the altar, while his little sister quietly wished him luck and supported him in spirit. Seeing that Ryan, the son of the family, wanted to make an offering, the host was quite surprised, for the sword turned out to be a very valuable object and a rare relic. Those who knew the family understood that the father had staked everything on his son to ensure his success in a future full of possibilities. When the sword was placed in the right spot, something strange and unusual began to happen, surprising everyone gathered around the altar. The event took place outdoors, and everyone noticed that after the young man placed his object, the sky changed color, creating an incredible spectacle. This sight amazed everyone, as no one had ever seen anything like it before, and Ryan, the head of the family, immediately wondered if this could be the 9th level of mastery. The fire burning around the altar was meant not only to illuminate the area, but also to radiate magical energy that could be felt by everyone present. Everything around them instantly turned bright red, as if the flames had engulfed the air and filled the space with magical energy that amazed everyone present. In the center of this spectacle stood Lucas, who couldn't understand what was happening and felt a mixture of fear, awe, and surprise. The young man was overcome with even greater wonder when the sword rose high above him and radiated a magical light that flooded everything around. With every passing minute, the boy grew more and more amazed by the magic surrounding the sword and the incredible changes taking place around the altar. Carefully observing everything that was happening, the young man tried to understand the nature of the magic and predict the events that might follow. The protagonist's body was filled with a wondrous energy that surged within him, granting him strength, resolve, and an incredible sense of power. Gradually, everything pointed to the spectacle coming to an end, and those present began to prepare for its conclusion, feeling awe and wonder. The sky, which just a few minutes ago had an unusual color, returned to normal as if nothing had happened, and everything reverted to its natural state. After it was all over, the boy's family was deeply worried about him, while the rest of the crowd couldn't understand why the messenger of the gods hadn't appeared. Suddenly, a little girl looked at the altar and asked everyone to turn their attention to it, watching closely what was happening. What they saw both shocked and frightened everyone, for Lucas was not holding on with his hands and was suspended in the air, radiating magical energy. A few minutes later, the young man was already lying on the floor, feeling exhausted after the incredible ordeal and the powerful magical energy. At the sight of this, Julia dropped her lollipop, and tears of surprise, fear, and awe at what was happening welled up in her eyes. At that moment, the Ryan family rushed to the boy, deeply worried about his safety and wanting to make sure he was all right. Not understanding what was happening, the boy's mother prayed that her son would just wake up and be safe amidst all this magical danger. While the parents tried to bring Lucas to his senses, the host standing near the family suggested that the gods had rejected this child, and that was why nothing had happened. The man's assumption turned out to be true, for it was indeed the family's son Ryan, who had been rejected by the ruler of magic and had not received the god's blessing. Despite the circumstances, the parents held their child tightly, trying to comfort and support him after the failed trial. The following events took place in the domain of the god of fire, where something unusual had already begun to happen, changing the atmosphere and filling the space with magical energy. After the Ryan family presented the sword that had nearly destroyed the Lord of the Element to the altar, he became enraged, for the blade still bore traces of the attempts to destroy it. Standing beside him was his young assistant, who tried to help calm his mentor and soften his anger. In the fire god's opinion, the Ryan family should have been grateful to him for simply destroying the boy's soul without resorting to a harsher punishment. When the assistant approached his master, he immediately noticed that a soul from another world had entered Lucas's body and asked if it should be destroyed again. Despite the messenger's explanation, the man added that it wasn't worth wasting his power on a parasite from the outside world. A certain object appeared before them, and they decided to examine it, as the item turned out to be quite decent and suitable for use. After the annual blessing was over, the boy was in a rather difficult state, feeling fatigue and the effects of the magical energy surrounding him. While surveying his domain, the god of fire came upon a celestial cave where the magic reached incredible power and filled the surrounding space with radiance and warmth. Suddenly, the man's eyes began to shine with a bright light, signaling the awakening of the power and inner energy filling his body. After that, the ruler began to descend cautiously, feeling the power filling his body and preparing to use it for his next actions. Every step the god of fire took was careful, precise, and confident, but his body continued to glow even as he moved, radiating power and majesty. Upon arriving at his destination, the man found the source of power that governed the entire world and radiated incredible energy. Despite such power and energy, the ruler decided to ask why this source did not allow him to move further into higher dimensions and was holding back his development. For this being, conversations with this man were of no consequence, and it immediately took action without wasting time on explanations. Gathering all the necessary strength and power, the creature directed them at the god of fire, preparing for a devastating blow in a decisive battle. After such a strike, which missed the man, the creature began to smile, feeling confident and preparing for the next attack. In the creature's eyes, it was clear that the ruler was beginning to approach it, but something made him freeze, sensing the rapidly growing danger. Despite all his fear, the man began to use all his strength, gathering energy and preparing for the decisive blow. Gathering all the energy of fire, he directed it at the creature, pouring all his strength and determination into this decisive blow that would determine the outcome of the battle. With a single powerful blow, the god of fire destroyed the monster, dispersing its energy and ending the dangerous clash once and for all. Despite the fact that the battle had just taken place, the man remained quite calm, feeling in control of the situation and his own power. After destroying his opponent, the ruler confidently moved forward, feeling his power and readiness for the next trials. After traveling some distance, the god of fire decided to test the strength of his energy, feeling it flow through his body and fill the space around him. After testing it, the man realized that the source was not as strong as he had imagined, and its energy was significantly inferior to the ruler's own power. Suddenly, he noticed a strange glow nearby that caught his attention and made him stop to take a closer look. As it turned out, it was an assistant shouting that the god of war himself was approaching, and his power could already be felt in the air around them. Stopping the divine messenger, the man decided to ask why he was disturbing him and what had caused his unexpected appearance. When the god of fire sensed something strange, he immediately asked if his former trainer, Ritsuku, had been destroyed. The man's main question was what was happening on the continent of Arcanas, and his little assistant tried to explain everything to him in detail. After the messenger's explanations, the man recalled that 1,000 years ago, martial arts were stronger than magic, but now the situation had changed drastically. Hearing the ruler's words, the little assistant said that if he hadn't been obsessed with martial arts, he wouldn't have let the little god escape. The man himself realized that it would be difficult for him to spread the martial arts on his own and find those who could carry on his legacy. As the young messenger watched the fire intently, he suddenly realized that he had no interest in developing this art form and chose a different path. It was important for the master to pass on his knowledge to the next generation and find a worthy student who could carry on his work and preserve the traditions. In the opinion of a creature as small as he was, there is always something to strive for and grow toward by overcoming one's own limitations. Unexpectedly, the protagonist began to hear voices and at the same time realized that everything was fine with him, although it alarmed him. Before his eyes, the young man saw many little men trying to tell him something through gestures and voices, drawing his attention. Trying to come to his senses, the boy did not yet fully realize everything happening around him and felt confused. As it turned out, standing before Lucas was a messenger of Mars, the god of war, who had come to bestow a blessing upon him and inform him of a new power. After the man spoke, the protagonist couldn't come to his senses for a long time, thinking he was hallucinating because he saw several small glowing rays in front of him. From the very beginning, the young man didn't quite understand what was happening, and the assistant to the god of war tried again to explain who he was and why he was standing by his bed. For Lucas, Mars's behavior was quite unusual and frightened him greatly, as he did not understand the messenger's motives. At that moment, the protagonist was knocked down by a blow to the head, feeling a sharp pain and temporarily losing his sense of direction. From this blessing, the young man attained the 9th level, in which there were no limitations on martial arts, and he was also filled with the special energy of autumn. Despite his weakness, the young man tried to stand up, gathering strength and resolve after the ordeal he had endured. When the protagonist sat up on the bed, he didn't understand what had happened or who this god of war really was, remaining confused and astonished. Another question that intrigued the young man was why these spirits were so powerful and impressive, possessing incredible magical power and authority. For a moment, Lucas pondered what was actually happening and tried to make sense of the strange events unfolding around him. When the young man remembered that he should have been dead, he had no idea what was happening to him and felt a mixture of surprise and fear. The boy's understanding gradually took shape, and he began to realize that what he had experienced was not a dream, but a real magical event that had changed his life. The only thing preventing him from getting the full picture were those memories in which he was just a child in the large Ryan family and didn't understand all the events around him. At that moment, the young man thought the gods were simply mocking him and deliberately preventing him from understanding what was happening and how to proceed. Suddenly, Lucas realized that he had been reborn as a young man whom the gods had turned their backs on, and if his family disowned him, this life would be far worse than the previous one. When the protagonist looked at his hands, he immediately thought of his mother and sister Azusa, who might depend on his support and protection. But when he thought again about the messenger's words, he immediately realized that he knew nothing about martial arts and was not ready for their power and complexity. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a candy falling to the floor, catching his attention and distracting him from his worries and the few moments he didn't understand. He was even more surprised when he looked at the front door and saw something completely unexpected that disturbed his peace. Standing before him was a little girl with eyes full of tears, and she spoke to him in a quiet, pleading voice. When Julia saw her brother in bed, her eyes filled with tears even more, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. Even though her brother was still weak, the young lady quickly ran to him, hugged him tightly, and was overjoyed that he had woken up. For the little girl, this was wonderful news because she immediately decided to tell her brother what she had heard, that Jeremy and others had said he would never wake up again. The boy immediately decided to calm the young lady down and realized that it was his sister, Lucas, who was very concerned about his condition and happy about his awakening. When the young man recalled the person closest to him from his past life, he could only guess that she was deeply saddened by his death and the hardships he had endured. Seeing how his younger sister treated him, he immediately realized that this time he would do everything to protect his loved ones and rely on the help of the god of war. The following events unfolded at the altar, where magic and atmosphere created a tense and unusual space for such occasions as a divine blessing. It all began quite unexpectedly, for all around was quiet and peaceful, as if nothing foreshadowed the changes and events that were approaching. Just a single drop on the statue's face changed everything instantly, triggering a chain of strange and dangerous events around the altar. Then blood began to flow down the sculpture, flooding its surface with a red glow and creating a chilling and ominous atmosphere around the altar. A creature began to emerge from beneath the ground, slowly breaking through to the surface and filling the space with fear and tension. This strange creature immediately sensed that there were no abominations nearby and that its space remained clear and calm for action. From the reflection the monster saw, it realized that the creature from which it had been hiding had either left this world or been destroyed. At the same time, the creature sensed that it had very little strength left and could barely withstand the events approaching. Despite her weakness, the woman decided to straighten her back and think through her next steps so she could act decisively and with focus. The most important thing for her was that soon the world would belong to them, and everything else was irrelevant and could wait without harming their plans. 9 years had passed since those strange events, and the following events unfolded at the Ryan family residence, where the atmosphere was filled with calm and anticipation. In the courtyard of the estate, the protagonist decided to take a walk, feeling at peace and enjoying the silence and atmosphere around him. The weather in their region had improved significantly, and the young man wondered if Julia's magic lessons were over and if she was already home. It was important for the young man to go meet Julia and spend time with her, enjoying her company and conversation after a long day. Unexpectedly, the young man heard unusual sounds behind him that caught his attention and made him turn around faster than he'd expected. In an instant, the vine grabbed Lucas's hands and lifted him up, forcing him to struggle against its strength and balance. Realizing it was the same person again, he couldn't believe she was capable of such nonsense and acted shocked and surprised. Behind the young man stood Jeremy, watching his actions and ready to intervene at any moment to protect or help him in a difficult situation. For the young man, this encounter was not unexpected, as arguments had arisen between the boys on more than one occasion. But it was Lucas, in his brother's opinion, who was the only one rejected by the gods. In Jeremy's opinion, only the family's mages could be in the backyard of the house. And it came as a shock to the maid that the boy hadn't yet been expelled from the estate. The vine tightened its grip on the protagonist's body even more. But he didn't let his brother know he was in pain and remained calm and focused on finding a way out of the situation. It was important to Jeremy that the boy learn the lesson his brother had taught him and understand the consequences of his actions and mistakes for his future development. Despite all the circumstances, the protagonist did everything he could to avoid being taken advantage of and to protect his dignity and standing. Jeremy looked at the boy with a surprised expression when he began to say that his sister could show up at any moment, since her class was about to end. Calmly explaining that he could be struck by lightning, he asked the fourth child of the Ryan family to let him go immediately without causing any harm. When Jeremy heard threats from the worthless brother, he immediately made it clear that he wasn't afraid of anything, not even a huge lightning bolt, and remained calm. At the same time, just as he refused to believe that this empty talk could be true, the boy was struck by a sudden, bright flash that made him flinch. A few minutes after the powerful discharge, the girl standing next to the young man began to scream and was very frightened, as she was worried about Mr. Jeremy, who was lying on the ground and not moving. Realizing who was behind it, the protagonist understood that his younger sister was standing behind him, watching everything that was happening. The closer the girl got, the more she wanted to strike another blow with her wand and unleash the full power of her magic. With confidence in her voice, Julia said that if he dared to insult her brother again, the consequences would be far worse than what had happened today, and he would feel the full force of her anger and her determination to protect her family. For the young lady herself, this was not just a warning, but something much more serious, a signal that she was ready to act decisively to protect her brother. After that, the sister decided to help Lucas free himself from the branches, carefully untangling them and supporting her brother so he wouldn't get hurt. All the shoots were already lying on the ground, and the young man was exhausted but happy that he had managed to free himself and remain unharmed. When the protagonist was able to move his arms, he hugged his sister tightly, feeling grateful for her help and support in a difficult situation. The first thing Julia asked was whether her brother had learned his lesson, because she didn't want him to get into similar, dangerous situations. Meanwhile, Jeremy, trying to get to his feet, felt tired and in pain, but he gathered his strength to stand up and not give up, since he still had some business to attend to. Although the maid helped the young man get up, he had no strength left, but she took matters into her own hands and they ran as fast as they could, as far away from danger as possible. After their lightning-fast escape, the protagonist wondered if his little sister had really spared him and why she hadn't used her full strength against him. The young girl wondered why her brother hadn't wanted to strike back, but the secret of his abilities was known only to the two of them and no one else. In the boy's opinion, Julia was not only protecting her closest relative, but also honing her skills and improving her mastery of magic. Watching the girl closely, he realized how deeply he loved her and how important it was for him to protect and support her. During a walk with Julia, the protagonist realized that 9 years had already passed since he was reborn and recalled his first conversation with his father. Recalling the moment when his father first entered the room, the boy was certain he would be kicked out of the house for failing to live up to his family's expectations. A few minutes later, the man's cane fell to the floor with a dull thud, and a tense silence fell over the room, a silence that seemed endless and heavy for everyone present. Hugging his son, the head of the family said that the most important thing was his awakening and return to life, and that everything else had lost all significance. After hearing his father's words, he realized that what mattered to his father was not just the status he held, but his own children and their well-being. Despite the fact that his father held a knighthood and was rarely at home, he remained a loving man and a caring father. Even when he learned that his son had begun training in martial arts, he immediately sent a letter advising him to make use of the books from the family archive. After carefully reading this information, the protagonist decided to take action and use the knowledge he had gained to improve his skills. Surprised that his father supported him, he was taken aback, as he had been certain the opposite would be true. If not for these letters, the boy would not have been able to carry out a bold plan he had long contemplated and prepared for, and the knowledge he gained allowed him to act with confidence and determination. At home, no one could ever figure out where the young master, Lucas, was running off to, since he was too young and his actions seemed incomprehensible and unpredictable to everyone present. According to one of the servants, there was no need to worry about the young man, since he didn't even know how to use magic and would most likely be expelled from the estate. During their conversation, the women sensed something strange, as the atmosphere around them suddenly changed and something invisible caught their attention. In their opinion, the protagonist might be practicing earth magic, since lately it seemed as though the ground beneath their feet was constantly shaking and shifting. Despite his fears, the boy continued to train in secret, improving his skills and honing his abilities away from prying eyes. For Lucas, working out and clearing the area was absolutely essential, as it helped him hone his skills and maintain control over his surroundings. After finishing digging the secret room, the boy realized that this area was more than enough for him, especially since it had taken a full 4 months to create the training ground, and he had put a lot of effort into it. The secret training ground consisted of 4 zones: a classroom, a training area, a storage room, and a bathroom for recovering after sessions. To set up all 4 training rooms, he spent all his savings. So for a while, a cheap bathroom for recovery would have to do. After construction was completed, Lucas began training daily, honing his skills and refining his combat and magical abilities, dedicating time to physical conditioning and developing control over his power. In the protagonist's opinion, taking therapeutic baths was the most effective way to relieve tension after martial arts training, restore his strength, and prepare his body for the next sessions. 3 years have passed since the young man found the book in the archives that he used to train by, and now 5th level magic and below leaves not a single scratch on his body. Realizing that his defenses were improving, Lucas didn't know how he would fare when stronger opponents began attacking him or how resilient his body would be. At that moment, the young man decided to try one method to test his abilities and find out how effective his defense had become. To carry out his plan, the young man would need a sword to help him hone his skills and confidently execute his plan. For some time, the protagonist trained daily, honing his skills and gradually improving his strength, endurance, and control over magic. His confident and determined gaze showed that he had no intention of stopping and was ready to face any trials for the sake of his goal. For his training, the protagonist used not only swords but also spears, honing his combat technique and improving his skill in various styles and at different ranges. With each passing day and every movement, the young man's skills improved, becoming more precise, powerful, and controlled, bringing him closer to true mastery. After one of his training sessions while using a spear, the young man destroyed his dummy with the force of his strike, demonstrating significant progress in his combat skills. Thanks to these sessions, Lucas had already mastered the 4th level of the Thunder Spear, which summons clouds, but despite his achievements, he sought to practice even more complex skills. Over the course of 9 years, the young man's skills continued to grow, but he was preoccupied with a single question that wouldn't leave him alone, even during training. While reading books, the boy learned that when a martial arts master reaches a certain level, they encounter the limits of their own abilities. The only way to transcend those limits is to achieve enlightenment, but those who attempt it often fall into despair, so almost no one chooses this path, even though it is no less powerful than magic. Armed with all this knowledge, the protagonist considered himself different and was convinced that he could achieve more than others despite all the difficulties. With a calm mind, the young man continued to train, focusing intently on honing his skills and moving confidently toward his goal. Assessing all his capabilities, the young man decided to train some more at the punching bag, honing the strength, speed, and accuracy of his strikes. Each of his strikes became stronger, more precise, and more controlled with every attempt, demonstrating gradual progress in his skill. During the session, dust swirled around the punching bag, creating a sense of motion and highlighting the power and intensity of each of the young man's strikes. The dust rose high from the power of the strikes, showing the strength and precision of each of the young man's movements, and his skills grew stronger with every strike. This time, Lucas reached the 5th level of the Exploding Fist of Frenzied War ability, demonstrating significant progress in his skill and combat strength. Realizing that the levels were constantly rising, the young man wondered if there was truly a limit to his potential and how far he could advance in his mastery. In the young man's own opinion, The assumption that wouldn't leave him alone might be true, for he had been awarded a divine blessing, and this gave him hope for great possibilities. The young man's musings on the limits of martial arts were interrupted by the chime of a clock, reminding him of the passage of time and bringing him back to reality. Thanks to the clock, the protagonist remembered that Holt was coming and that a family evening with his loved ones awaited him. After changing his clothes, Lucas headed to dinner, feeling a slight nervousness and, at the same time, joy at the prospect of seeing his family. When the young man opened the door, he immediately saw the people dearest to him who were already sitting at the table, waiting for him with smiles and warmth in their hearts. For the head of the family, Ryan, it was a pleasure to see his son, since it had been 6 months since their last meeting, so he immediately invited him to join them at the table. Delighted that his closest family members would be gathered around the same table, the young man accepted his father's invitation and walked over to the empty seat with a smile on his face. The head of the family's first announcement was that he had enrolled Lucas in the Allen Magic Academy, which was opening a special martial arts department, and Jeremy didn't like this news at all. Realizing that the path the boy had chosen was quite difficult, he knew his father believed in him and explained that the entrance exams would begin next week. After hearing the news, the protagonist expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to pursue what he loved and continue honing his skills. In the young man's opinion, it didn't matter what world he was in. The main thing for him was to be able to protect what was important, but to do so without standing out or causing major problems. The next thing that surprised Lucas was that his younger sister decided to tell Mr. Ryan something, sparking his curiosity and a slight sense of excitement. For the girl, the main thing was for the man to approve of her desire to attend classes at the Allen Academy and support her in developing her skills and abilities. It came as a big surprise to her father that his 11-year-old daughter also wanted to enroll in the school, despite her young age. But the girl explained that they might have an elite class where age didn't matter. When the young lady handed the letter to the head of the family, she immediately explained that she had already received an invitation from the academy to study there. Taking the letter in his hands and reading it, the head of the family was quite surprised by this turn of events. The girl's reputation was so remarkable that it had reached the level of the Allen Academy, and her parents were proud of this. They also noted that in the near future, they would witness the birth of a powerful mage in the family. After hearing their parents' words of support, the young people were very happy, but not everyone present shared in this joyful news and remained reserved. One of the young men didn't understand why Lucas was being given such privileges, since he didn't see him as a worthy student of the academy. He was only concerned about his own reputation, which could be ruined if his brother actually enrolled in the institution. Unexpectedly for the young man himself, someone grabbed him by the jacket and yanked him sharply toward them, forcing him to turn around and see who it was. Even though the boy was sitting at the table, he shouted loudly, but he was calmed down and asked to behave more politely. None of those present knew why the young man was behaving that way, as he was upset about something and was overwhelmed by his own thoughts and emotions. Sitting next to Jeremy was his mother, Jessica, who was the second wife of the Ryan family, and it was she who was trying to calm her son down. With a small smile on her face, the woman explained that it might happen that his brother wouldn't get into the Allen Academy, and there wouldn't be any problems. A week after the family dinner, it was time to head to the entrance exams for the martial arts department at Allen Academy, where they could demonstrate their skills and abilities. Before sending the children off to school, their mother wished them luck and added that once they had settled in, she would come to visit them to offer support and help them adjust. Almost forgetting, the young lady remembered the gold coins that the head of the family had given his children so they could use them during their stay at the academy. These coins belonged to the Boone dynasty, which declared peace about 10,000 years ago, and their father received them after subduing a magical beast. Before giving the coins to the children, the man explained that the coins depicted Mars, the first emperor, on the front and his weapon on the back. Upon seeing the image on the coin, Lucas recalled that it was the same mighty spirit he had seen before. When all the preparations were complete, the parents asked only one thing, that the children keep the coins as a talisman and remember the family's support. The main character felt lucky because he had been blessed to live in a loving and caring family. Despite their excitement, the children confidently set off on their journey, ready for new challenges and adventures with determination and faith in their own strength. A few hours after they set off, everyone realized they needed to set up camp to rest and regain their strength. During the break, Mr. Fondon explained that if they set out tomorrow morning, they would arrive in the city of Daku, where the academy is located, by nightfall. When she heard her husband say they would arrive in the city so quickly, Julia immediately asked what interesting sights there were to see there. The first thing the family's assistant thought of when he thought of Dhaka was the annual kickboxing tournament held in the spring, which attracts many participants and spectators. The next thing that can impress not only the city's residents but also visitors is the cuisine, which is famous even beyond its borders for the variety of dishes and unique flavors. As Fondant talked about the local food, Lucas noticed the first signs of interest and mild excitement appear on his sister's face. Unexpectedly, the young man sensed a strange noise near the camp, and this alerted him, forcing him to listen intently to every sound around him. Thanks to his unique abilities, the boy determined that about 2 kilometers away, 12 horses and 13 people were rapidly approaching the camp. Lucas decided to share his suspicions with his assistant, but the latter made it clear that an encounter with bandits was highly unlikely. The chaotic ambush technique gave the young man not only the ability to defend and attack, but also a strong intuition that never failed him, and he could not be wrong. For the protagonist, the main thing was to act cautiously, since there were only 5 of them, and among them was a child. At his own risk, the boy nevertheless reported that an unknown group was approaching their camp, and they needed to come up with a plan of action as quickly as possible. No one understood what he was talking about, since they couldn't even hear the birds chirping and sensed no threat around them. The first to raise his weapon was Fondant, who didn't quite understand what was happening himself and acted quickly on instinct. When the man stood up and saw that the guards were sitting there doing nothing, he immediately ordered them to prepare their defenses and be ready for an attack. In Fondant's opinion, it was better to play it safe, even if it wasn't clear where the man had gotten this information, to avoid unpredictable consequences. Unexpectedly for everyone, the group quickly arrived at the camp, causing surprise and tension among those present, as the group hadn't had time to come up with a plan on how to proceed. They couldn't believe that the young man's words had come true, and the threat was real, forcing everyone to quickly prepare to defend the camp. With great joy, the men discussed their new victims, for their boss had been right when he said there would be many nobles in the area due to the academy entrance exams. Before they even had a chance to do anything, the bandits had already started planning who they would sell and whether there would be a demand for the young man. First, Fondant decided to ask the people he disliked if they knew what would happen if they interfered with the nobles. No one cared about the rich people. For them, the main thing was how much they would get from selling the 2 children. The first to rush into battle were 2 guards, determined and without hesitation, ready to defend the camp and repel the bandits' attack, using all their skills and strength. Regardless of how the battle would end, the bandits strode confidently toward the nobles, ready for any confrontation and not hesitating to act decisively. The blades of the 2 knives clashed, sparks flying with every movement, revealing the tension and skill of both opponents. One of the guards confidently and decisively struck his opponent, leaving him no chance to escape or defend himself. What surprised the bandits most was that anyone who approached the small camp had absolutely no chance of survival and was instantly struck by the guards. The family's assistant also tried to repel the attack, resolutely joining the fight and supporting his colleagues in defending the camp. Using magic, Julia did everything she could to hasten victory, but Fondant asked the girl to leave it all to him and not to intervene directly in the battle. The battle between the 2 small groups was in full swing. Every move and strike determined the outcome of the confrontation. Taking a moment to breathe, the family's assistant Ryan asked Lucas and his sister to flee as far as possible from the battlefield to avoid danger and save their lives. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a strange sound that greatly alarmed him and made him alert and listen more closely. Suddenly, the young man noticed that flames had erupted all around him, instantly engulfing the area and creating a chaotic and dangerous situation. What surprised him most was the behavior of one bandit, who acted completely unpredictably and risked everything for his own gain. After what he saw, Fondant couldn't understand. Could there really be a mage among the group who possessed such power? Turning away from the unexpected blow, the man shouted at his men to run into the forest as fast as they could and save themselves from danger. The unexpected blow caught the family's assistant off guard, forcing him to react instantly and look for a way out of the dangerous situation. When the protagonist saw what had happened, he felt intense fear and at the same time began to worry deeply about Fondant's condition, trying to figure out if he was safe and how he could help him as quickly as possible. The wounded man was surrounded by the gang, who watched to see what would happen to him next, assessing his every move and waiting for a sign of weakness. Despite the fact that his opponent was already wounded, the ringleader tried to do everything to ensure nothing remained of him, for only in this way could he avenge his comrade's death. Although the wound didn't seem too serious, the man didn't give in to the criminal's threats and immediately made it clear that he would protect the children at the cost of his own life. Seeing that the man was ready to do anything for him and his sister, the young man immediately decided that, despite his reluctance to reveal his true power, the assistant was only at the second level of martial arts and would not be able to handle the mage. Everyone knew of Fondin's kindness toward him. Despite his own parents, he regarded him as a true member of his family. The life of his closest relative was at stake, so it was important for the young man to help and do everything possible to save her. On his own initiative, the protagonist decided to help his family. He asked his sister to hide, while he himself headed to the front lines to confront the threat. The young lady obediently followed her beloved brother's instructions, carefully heeding his guidance and staying away from danger. Unobtrusively but resolutely, Lucas tried to reach a secret hideout to avoid arousing suspicion and secure a favorable position for the start of the battle. Despite his wounds and exhaustion, Fondin continued to defend the camp, resolutely repelling attacks and giving the enemy no chance. His strength was fading with every passing moment, slowing his movements and hindering his ability to defend himself effectively. Suddenly, one of the bandits appeared behind him and tried to strike, but his movements were quickly spotted and repelled. When the man immediately realized that the end had come, he gathered his last strength to protect the children and prepare for the decisive moment. A complete silence suddenly fell around the assistant, and at the same time, he felt a strong shock from what was happening around him, as if time had frozen and everything had fallen silent, creating a sense of absolute tension. Everyone present was frightened because they didn't understand what was happening and felt the tension growing with every passing moment, enveloping everything around them. With each successive blow, the thugs completely lost their strength and suffered a crushing defeat, having no chance to resist. No one could even move from where they stood, as if paralyzed by fear and stunned by the power unfolding before their eyes. In the protagonist's hands was a hidden object that allowed him to harness his power and keep it under control. It was fitting for the young man that he had reached the 4th level of the Storm Strike and could now calmly destroy opponents who were weaker than him. No one understood what had happened or who had so skillfully wiped out the men, leaving behind only shock and complete bewilderment. One of the gangsters who had survived became furious and realized that they had been wiped out in a matter of seconds. Fear quickly turned to rage and despair, forcing him to act rashly and rush forward regardless of the danger. Enraged at everyone involved in this incident, the man decided to take Fondin with him and lead him to a safe place, or use him for his own purposes. A large red sphere formed around the family's assistant, capable of reducing the force of his opponent's attacks and creating a protective aura around him. Fondin had no strength to evade the attack, but he was grateful to himself for having done everything possible to keep the children alive and unharmed. A slight smile appeared on the man's face, and he immediately gave thanks for the help provided to him by higher powers. The main character arrived just in time to assist his aide, aiming to destroy the power directed by the opponent, while Fondin remained quite surprised by the situation. Lucas directed all his power toward destroying the force that threatened everyone around him, concentrating his energy with maximum precision and determination to neutralize the enemy. With tears on his face, Fondin felt joy that it was all over. His heart was filled with relief and gratitude that the children and the assistant had remained alive and unharmed. When the thug saw the young man in front of him, he was surprised that his fireball had been blocked, and this enraged him even more, causing him to act rashly and aggressively. But despite these circumstances, the mage was able to attack with an ice ball, using his abilities to control the situation and maintain his advantage in battle. Seeing that the man would not give up, the protagonist made it clear to him that it was all over for him and that there would be no more resistance. With all the strength Lucas possessed, he struck his opponent, applying all his accumulated power and precision of movement. All that remained where the bandit had stood was his horse, which was frightened and frantically trying to flee the chaos that had erupted around them. After it was all over, the young man slowly got to his feet, while Fondin stood there in astonishment, with many questions for him about the power and actions he had just witnessed. Amazed by the boy's talent, the man found it incredible that Lucas had been able to defeat a high-level mage by displaying such incredible strength and skill. But despite this, Fondin remained in shock at what he had seen, unable to believe his own eyes and trying to grasp the extent of the young man's power. The events that had befallen the group were not yet over when the men again heard something strange behind them and sensed tension in the air. Something strange began to emerge from the ground, something none of them had ever seen before, and it immediately captured their full attention, evoking fear and astonishment. Lucas and Fondin had only one question: what had suddenly appeared before them and what danger it might pose. As soon as it appeared before them, the monster began to let out loud screams that terrified everyone present and pushed the tension to the limit. Even though those present didn't know if this monster posed a threat, the protagonist immediately became alert and tried to do everything possible to protect the wounded man. With every step, the creature continued to scream, and the sense of fear among those present only intensified, forcing everyone to watch it warily. Carefully watching the monster, the young man tried to figure out what kind of creature it was and what danger it might pose to him and everyone around. When the creature came quite close to Lucas, he realized he didn't want his sister to see the terrifying creature, so his mission became to destroy it before it could harm or frighten his family. The monster tried to grab the protagonist with its claws, but he managed to dodge in time and avoid danger, maintaining control of the situation. After the young man had avoided the danger, he struck a blow aimed at neutralizing the monster and protecting everyone around him. Despite the blow, Lucas was quite surprised by the monster's strength and reaction, as it proved to be more resilient than expected. Suddenly, the monster launched a fierce assault, and its attack became swift and dangerous, forcing everyone to defend themselves with the utmost caution. To the protagonist's surprise, the creature began using its paws to lift the remains of the slain bandits and examine them, creating a chilling atmosphere among those present. The next thing that struck everyone present was that the beast had become more powerful and stronger, but no one understood what to expect from it. Near one of the monster's eyes was a strange mark that gave it an even more eerie and mysterious appearance. The young man had only one theory, that this mark might be a symbol of control over the dead and indicate the monster's incredible power. No one understood what the monster was about to do or what threat it might pose to everyone present. Despite the fact that the creature had already caused harm, it sought to destroy the living as well, stopping at nothing to claim new victims. Deciding that ordinary attacks were ineffective, the protagonist resorted to more radical methods to neutralize the threat. Refusing to give up, the monster continued to attack, increasing the speed and power of its strikes to overcome its opponent's resistance. When the creature came closer, the young man landed several blows aimed at weakening it and protecting himself and those around him. The closer the young man got to the monster, the stronger its influence and the danger emanating from the creature became. To destroy the monster, Lucas decided to use a power called an aura explosion, which could neutralize the creature and protect everyone around him. From a single such powerful strike, the creature was sent flying far from the battlefield and lost its balance under the force of the attack. But even then, the monster retained a wicked smile, demonstrating its resilience and the danger it still posed. After the battle, Lucas tried to return to his camp and rest a bit from the exhausting struggle and tension. Finding a comfortable spot to rest, the protagonist decided to sit down and catch his breath after everything that had happened. With a calm heart, the boy exhaled, and at that moment, his younger sister approached him with words of concern and curiosity. Julia ran up to Lucas, and he felt incredible joy seeing her alive and well after all the dangers. His heart filled with warmth and gratitude for her safety. Hugging her brother, the girl immediately said that he was really cool because he had managed to defeat all the bad guys and protect everyone around them. After everything was over, Fawnin approached the children and asked what had happened to understand the events and make sure they were safe. It wasn't long before the group heard strange sounds again coming from the dark corners around them, causing everyone to be on guard and prepare for a new danger. A horse appeared on the horizon that no one recognized, and it immediately caught everyone's attention with its unusual appearance. A girl sat on the horse in an unusual way. At first, she didn't notice anyone and seemed completely lost in her own thoughts, as if she were in another world. Once the animal had fully emerged from the bushes, everyone present could make out the young lady, who was bound and looked frightened and helpless. Opening her eyes, the stranger was surprised to see a group of people in front of her who were watching her with curiosity and wariness. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the dungeon, something strange was happening that filled the air with tension and mystery, as if the place itself were coming to life under an invisible force. A young creature sat on the throne and said that number 44 had already been eliminated, smiling enigmatically as if taking pleasure in the events unfolding around it. At that moment, the monster's priority was to regain its strength and once again become a threat to anyone who dared to oppose it. Despite the late hour and her fatigue, Julia decided to ask her companion if her name was really Mayarasta. The girl's name sounded familiar to Lucas, but he couldn't figure out where or when he'd heard it before, feeling a strange sense of familiarity that seemed to touch his memory and his past. When Julia heard her brother's guess, the name seemed familiar to her as well, and she felt a strange sensation, as if she had already encountered it in her memory or heard it somewhere before. The protagonist recalled that the Rasta and Ryan families lived near the city of Daku, and this brought back memories of past events and familiar people from that region. Another thing was bothering Julia, and she immediately decided to ask how it had happened that she'd been attacked by thugs and why events had unfolded so unexpectedly for her. After the young people began talking about this, tears welled up in Maya's eyes and she felt a wave of emotions she couldn't contain, leaving her stunned and bewildered. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl recounted how, a few hours earlier, bandits had attacked their carriage and how she had barely managed to survive, left in fear and helplessness amid the chaos of events. What the young lady said next was truly horrifying, for the scoundrels had killed her guards one by one, leaving her alone amidst the chaos and danger. Even more chilling was the story of the maid who tried to protect her mistress, but failed and fell victim to the bandits, leaving the girl completely alone in the midst of danger. Despite the fact that Maya said she was a noblewoman, they didn't care and continued their violence regardless of her status or pleas for mercy. For the bandits, the main thing was to carry out the order regardless of the consequences and the fact that their actions harmed innocent people. In the girl's opinion, it was important for them to kidnap noble children specifically to carry out the order or receive a reward, regardless of the danger and suffering of the victims. Seeing how her new acquaintance was suffering from the ordeal, Julia tried to calm her down, explaining that the bandits could no longer harm anyone because they had already been eliminated. After hearing this, Lucas reflected on what had happened and tried to grasp the magnitude of the events, as well as figure out how to avoid such danger in the future. Late at night, after the exhausting events, Fondon and the protagonist sat down to have dinner, and the man immediately mentioned that the girls had already gone to rest, leaving the place quiet and peaceful. It was important for the young man to hear the man's opinion after Mrs. Mai's story in order to grasp the true scale of the events and receive advice on what to do next. Despite everything he had been through, the family's assistant thought clearly and sensibly, realizing that this was not just a coincidence, but something monumental that could have major consequences for everyone around them. Agreeing with Fonon's words, the protagonist realized that these bandits could use magic and possessed incredible abilities to control the dead, making them extremely dangerous. The boy's words surprised the man and forced him to reconsider his own attitude toward the situation and assess the true level of danger. In the boy's opinion, everything was being controlled by a terrible demon that was pulling events toward a dark and dangerous path and directing the actions of the bandits and other forces around them. Immediately after the young man spoke, Fonon said he would definitely tell the master about the events, and also noted that if they informed Mai's parents about the situation, they could begin cooperating with the Rasta family for further protection and coordination of actions. Lucas really liked the man's suggestion and immediately decided to propose his own idea that could help get rid of the problems and turn the tide of events in their favor. The next day, the group reached the Carmina Empire, located in the Carmina region of Baku, and immediately suggestions began to surface to change all their plans so they could explore the city and rest a bit after the journey. For their own safety, the protagonist suggested heading straight to the academy, since the bandits might still be roaming the city, but Julia wasn't too keen on the idea. Although very upset, the little girl still listened to the young man as he tried to explain that it was for their safety. After hearing the young man's words, Maya agreed with him, realizing that safety had to come first right now and that any rash actions could lead to even greater danger for all of them. Despite the events that had taken place that night, Julia was still very upset that she wouldn't be able to see the city and experience its atmosphere as she had dreamed of before. Suddenly, Lucas had an idea that could change the situation without putting everyone in unnecessary danger, allowing them to balance caution with Julia's wishes. Hearing the children's conversation, Fonon immediately announced that they had already entered the city and could now open the window to breathe in the fresh air and look at the surrounding buildings. Julia's eyes lit up immediately because these were new experiences for her, and she and her brother agreed that they would buy some food at the next stop to keep their energy up during the trip. This trip made a tremendous impression on them and left a deep mark on their memories, filling their hearts with wonder and curiosity. The city impressed with its grandeur and beauty. The narrow streets and majestic buildings created an unforgettable impression for everyone present. The sheer size of the area was impressive, as it was considered the largest after the capital, and its scale and the scope of its development immediately caught the eye. Even to Maya, it seemed fantastic and filled her with awe at the city's scale and beauty, which exceeded all her expectations. For an 11-year-old girl, looking out the window was a real adventure and an opportunity to experience for the first time the grandeur and beauty of the landscape unfolding before her eyes. Although the young man was already a teenager, he too was amazed by the scale and beauty revealed from the window. When the boy saw the city from the window, he immediately realized that its atmosphere resembled the one he had felt where he had lived in his past life, evoking a wave of familiar emotions and memories. On the way to Allen Academy, they stopped at specific spots, as Lucas had promised, to rest and have a snack, taking their time and enjoying the journey. Even when Julia caught the scent of pastries, she couldn't hide her delight and eagerly awaited the chance to try them. They stopped at a pastry stand to browse the selection and grab a bite to eat before continuing on their way. Despite the short time they had spent together, the girls had already become friends and were now tasting the local food together, enjoying new flavors and shared moments. During the trip, Lucas kept a close eye on his sister to make sure she was comfortable and safe, noticing her emotions and mood throughout the journey. Although Fondant couldn't continue guiding his charges, they happily set off on their journey, and Lucas promised to protect his sister and watch over her during the trip. In her own style, the girl began shouting that she would protect her brother and not let anyone harm him, demonstrating determination and courage despite her age. With a smile on his face, Lucas immediately replied that he would count on his little genius, appreciating her determination and willingness to help even in difficult situations. Watching the two closely, Fondant was deeply impressed by their interaction and how the brother and sister supported each other even in the smallest details. What surprised Maya the most was that the young man was being defended by his younger sister, who was demonstrating courage and determination despite her young age. Setting off on their journey, the young people eagerly anticipated the adventures ahead, opening up new horizons and hoping for exciting experiences along the way. It was fascinating for her new friend to watch the brother and sister, observing their interactions, jokes, and care for one another, which filled her with admiration and brought a smile to her face. Putting recent events aside, Maya Rasta was very happy to have met new friends and to be able to spend time with people who made her feel safe and supported. Eagerly looking forward to further interaction, the young woman dreamed of exciting adventures and moments she could experience together with her new acquaintances. That evening, after their walk, Forden remembered something important and decided to share it with Lucas, hoping the information would help him better understand the situation and the events unfolding around them. Back when Lady Maya and the young man were younger, they were quite a sight to behold as they grew up together, and she was also his fiancée, which created a special bond between them. Unexpectedly for the Ryan family, the engagement was called off because the gods had turned away and did not bestow magical talent upon the boy, leaving him without gifts despite the family's expectations. The day came when Julia and Lucas arrived for the entrance exam at the Allen Magic Academy in the southern part of the city of Daku, one of the most renowned schools known for its high standards and traditions. According to the Academy's rules, first-year students must take an entrance exam to prove their abilities and earn the right to study within the school's walls. Based on the exam results, applicants are assigned to different faculties, including the faculties of Earth, Fire, Water, and Air, and those who complete all 6 years and graduate successfully will receive the title of Mage. An announcement over the loudspeaker also stated that there is a special exception for certain students who are granted unique opportunities or special study conditions due to their outstanding abilities. The exception was that any student who passed the Mage certification exam during their studies could graduate early without completing the full 6 years of study. While walking across the square after the entrance exam rules were announced, the protagonist noticed that his sister was upset and decided to find out the reason for her sadness. Julia was curious to see if she could take the entrance exams alongside Maya, as it was important for her to compare her abilities and feel the support of her new friend during the trials. In the end, her new friend went to the entrance exams accompanied by her parents. And that was the most important thing, since they ensured her safety and support during the exams. To cheer his sister up, Lucas said that if they passed all the exams, they would become classmates and be able to see each other every day. But first, they needed to focus on the test. The girl didn't want to give up, so she confidently went with her brother to find the registration desk for the entrance exam, determined to succeed and start a new chapter in her life. After Julia and the main character found the admissions office, everyone started talking about her because no one believed she had come to apply to the academy due to her young age. There was also talk about Lucas himself, because as soon as they appeared, everyone's attention immediately focused on them, sparking surprise and curiosity. Before they had a chance to take in their surroundings and figure out where to go, The young people were suddenly stopped. While the brother and sister were looking for where to register, Mina, the vice president of the Magic Academy Student Council, unexpectedly approached them. The most important thing for the girl was to find out whether Julia and Lucas were strangers on the school grounds. Looking at Mina in surprise, the young lady explained that they had come to take the entrance exams together and were not strangers on the academy's grounds. After hearing Julia's words, the student was very surprised, as she couldn't believe that she had been invited to take the entrance exams for the academy's elite class. Without hesitation, the vice premier smiled, hiding her surprise, and politely continued the conversation with the guests. The next question Mina asked was whether the young lady was indeed the daughter of the Ryan family and whether she had official confirmation of this status. Julia's surprise knew no bounds, as she hadn't expected that there would be students among them who knew her name and would address her directly. Mina didn't answer the question and immediately said she would take them to the registration desk to speed up the process and avoid unnecessary questions and delays. Realizing that the girl had forgotten about Lucas, they immediately decided to remind her of the young man and continue on without delay. The student herself had forgotten about this, so she asked whether Lucas Ryan was really enrolling in the combat arts department and whether he would be able to pass the trial successfully. It was surprising to everyone present that there were still people who were passionate about martial arts and traveled such a long way just to study this discipline. All the students who come to study at the academy in various departments related to magic believe they are superior to martial arts masters. In reality, the mages consider such students to be a bunch of weaklings, underestimating their abilities and deeming their skills insufficient for serious trials. In the eyes of others, Jeremy was considered a weakling because his abilities and skills seemed insufficient compared to the talent and strength of the other students. According to others, defeating monsters is impossible without magic, yet they are in no way inferior to martial arts masters in strength and agility. In the protagonist's view, all mages seemed like insects to him, but if it weren't for his parents' kindness, he wouldn't have wasted his time on any of this. After Julia reminded her that they had come to the exam together, Mina was at a loss and didn't know what to say. Sighing heavily, the student thought that everything had happened because she had said it out loud, and now she didn't know how to fix the situation. Without hesitation, the girl immediately called Lucas to tell him all the details of the registration and make sure they hadn't missed anything. Despite the misunderstanding, the Deputy Prime Minister added that she would escort the young man to the exam hall as soon as he completed all the preparatory steps. In the young man's opinion, this girl was different. She didn't look down on him, and he also thanked her for her help. After filling out the registration forms, Mina told them where to submit them and provided student badges. Following all the instructions, Lucas and his sister took the badges and will be sure to wear them before entering the exam hall, since they have a serial number on them. According to the rules, all applicants go through 3 stages. The first is a measurement of energy potential, and the second is a test of compatibility with the spirits of various elements. The final test was designed to check whether the applicants could control the destructive power of their magic by using a mannequin as a practice object. Another rule of the entrance exams was that all applicants undergo the same test regardless of their chosen faculty, ensuring equal conditions for every candidate. To the protagonist, this seemed strange, as it did nothing to ensure fairness, and it appeared that the organizers were indifferent to creating separate exams for the martial arts faculty. After thinking it over, the young man pretended to understand everything and stopped asking questions, deciding to focus on the upcoming tests. Thinking it over, he decided to show off his skills a bit to avoid the strange attitude toward this field and prove its value among the other students. At the location where magical potential was being measured, the students were told that they needed to place their hands on the magical light one by one to determine their level of power. After the rules for the first test were announced, the man who had come down from where the magical light stood looked at the protagonist strangely, as if trying to understand or sense something in him. Unable to hide his surprise, the man was shocked, for he had never seen anything like this before. Such an occurrence happened only once in 1,000 years and went beyond the bounds of ordinary experience. When Lucas approached his first exam, everyone present was surprised, for his magical potential was 0, and this contradicted all the Academy's expectations and standards. The young man wasn't surprised by what he heard, since he'd faced similar impressions before and had already grown accustomed to others treating him this way. After the boy, his sister approached the magical light, ready to take the test and demonstrate her own magical potential. When they placed their hands on the sphere, the applicants were surprised, as they hadn't expected to see a purple light, which immediately caught their attention and left them in awe. One of the organizers was surprised by the girl's result, as the purple color indicated a potential of 7 out of 10, and she turned out to be one of the strongest candidates. Realizing that everyone was surprised, the young man decided to continue observing their reactions to gauge the audience's impressions. When Julia heard her brother explain that she didn't need to hold back today, she immediately began to act decisively and confidently. After hearing those words, the girl immediately focused on passing the test and set her mind on demonstrating her abilities to the fullest. When the young lady brought her hands even closer to the sphere, it immediately shone much brighter, as if responding to her touch. Throughout the hall, the bright light dazzled everyone present, creating an atmosphere of magical grandeur and thrilling anticipation before the exam began. None of those present even suspected that such a young lady could possess such immense power, capable of astonishing everyone around her. One of the organizers was shocked, for Julia had proven herself completely, displaying a golden light that was only one level below the 10th. The staff at Allen Academy recalled that a similar incident had occurred 2 years ago, but back then the girl was older, whereas this girl was younger and possessed incredible talent. After passing this stage, the young lady exhaled and felt a sense of relief, taking her first success as confirmation of her abilities. As she descended, Julia immediately began calling out to her brother, which surprised the applicants even more and drew their attention to the pair. Among everyone present, the young man was the only one who knew about his sister's unmatched talent and immediately decided to support her, because in time she could become a great magician. The two boys began discussing the brother and sister. One of them couldn't understand how she could have such talent while he remained a failure, but the other asked him to keep quiet because no one knew what would happen if they found out. No one wanted to stop the discussion, but one of those present explained that it wasn't worth making an enemy of a genius because of some loser. But despite this, the main character didn't care about their opinion. They didn't realize that Julia was standing behind them and had overheard their conversation. She politely explained that anyone who dared to mock her brother would feel the full force of her power. Recalling all his efforts in training, aimed at fulfilling a single dream, the boy felt a sense of determination and a desire not to stop on the path to his goal. The efforts to develop his sister's talent were not in vain, for she is only 11 years old and already possesses unmatched abilities. The loudspeaker once again announced the start of the second stage of the exam, which would take place in the spirit hut. After the next tasks were announced, the young people confidently moved on, paying no attention to those present and calmly prepared for the new stage of the exam. The next task takes place in the ability testing hall, where students have already gathered and are preparing to demonstrate their skills and talents. The spirits who would assist in conducting the exam were already present on the grounds, and the applicants were preparing to demonstrate their abilities and control their magic. The presence of the spirits immediately caught the attention of everyone on the grounds and sparked interest and awe at their magical power. To the youngest student, these creatures seemed beyond the realm of fantasy and evoked in her both sincere admiration and anxious wonder at the same time. With a smile on her face, the young lady watched these beings intently, marveling at their magical beauty and extraordinary abilities. What was shocking was that all the elemental spirits approached Julia, which testified to her exceptionally high level of compatibility with all the magical beings in the hall. Even to her own brother, the girl proved to be the most talented among all those present and exceeded expectations regarding the student's abilities. The skills the boy had created, known as the Magic Meridian technique, safely boosted his sister's potential. Though she was still at the second level, it was enough to pass the exam. Julia had the highest match at 9.6, which was the best result among all the applicants present. Unexpectedly, the girl felt invisible among everyone present, even though her abilities had always attracted attention before. All eyes were on the young lady, and everyone wanted to befriend her, admiring her abilities and charming demeanor. Seeing the looks from the future students, Julia immediately ran to her brother and began hugging him, rejoicing in the support and closeness of a loved one. It was important to the boy that his sister felt confident and remained safe, and he tried to support her and create a calm atmosphere around her. In reality, Julia felt uncomfortable when people looked at her that way, as she felt fear and awkwardness in front of everyone present. Trying to calm his sister down, the young man explained to her that she was a genius and that she would see such looks from others more and more often with each passing day. In Lucas's opinion, she shouldn't pay attention to other people's opinions, but should simply do what she truly enjoys. In the end, the young lady agreed with her brother's opinion because she wanted to gain experience so she could defend him in the future. It came as a surprise to the young man that his sister cared so much about what others thought, so he decided to help her become more confident and courageous. When the boy walked past, people were talking about him again, but it seemed like he didn't care what others thought and wasn't paying any attention to it. No one understood why Lucas had come to apply to the academy, since his skills were at a very low level and didn't meet the academic requirements. The protagonist hadn't checked his compatibility level yet, so he could only guess what his result would be in the next stage. In the second stage, the spirits tried to flee from the young man as soon as he entered, and some students believed that the creatures found it repulsive to be near him. As they continued discussing the second test, one of the students felt that something strange and incomprehensible to everyone present had happened. According to the young man, when Lucas left, the fire spirit almost vanished, and it seemed that his presence had a strong effect on the creature. One of the applicants explained that since the creatures were quite small, their actions might have gone unnoticed by those around them, and no one had noticed what had happened to the spirit of fire. The conversation piqued the protagonist's interest and made him reflect on what was happening around him and what consequences it might have. Without even realizing it, the young man had no idea that during the stage, there might have been witnesses to certain events, observing everything that was happening. During the first test, the main character noticed something unusual that caught his attention and made him think about the events around him. The boy thought that the spirit of fire might hate him, but he couldn't figure out why, and this made him anxious during the test. Constantly acting restless, the creature displayed disruptive behavior that made it difficult to complete the test. After the test was over, and just as he was about to leave the room, the spirit spat fire in Lucas's direction. The only thing that could have provoked such behavior from the spirit was an insult to the boy himself, which caused the spirit to display aggression during the test. During the exam, he was holding a small, almost imperceptible stone that did not attract the attention of those around him. The fire spirit noticed the small stone in Lucas's hands and took offense at him because of it, displaying aggression during the exam in front of everyone present. It was offensive to the protagonist that a servant of God behaved so unacceptably in front of everyone present. Taking his sister by the hand, they set off together for the final stage of the exam, preparing to pass the last test and demonstrate their abilities. Despite all the trials, the young man decided to ask if Julia could take first place again in the final test and repeat her success. The most important thing for the young lady was that her brother be safe, and the young man himself tried to protect his sister from all misfortunes. The final test will take place in the Hall of Destructive Magic, where participants must demonstrate all their abilities and control over their power. Metal mannequins were placed throughout the hall to serve as training targets and to test the participants' magical abilities. As Lucas and Julia walked to the exam, they again heard people talking about them, which caught their attention and made them pause to think. As it turned out, some of the exam participants didn't like that a little girl was taking the top spots, so they decided to take out their anger on the mannequins. What surprised the young lady most was that the boys were more worried about the exam device than the tasks themselves. This mannequin is made of a special metal hardened by defensive knowledge, so it can withstand any attack below the curse class. In the boys' opinion, the equipment seemed sturdy and reliable, ready to withstand serious stress during the exam and the participants' trials. For the protagonist, this was his only chance to test his 6th level skills and demonstrate his mastery during the exam. What Lucas liked most was attending the academy and using such cool tools that made learning interesting and exciting. Unexpectedly, for the applicants who were already in the final exam hall, someone started shouting not to enter without waiting in line. A rude girl started ordering people around, telling them where to stand and how long to wait in line, creating chaos among the applicants in the exam hall. Trying to figure out what was going on, the prospective student assessed her rival and her behavior before the exam began. At first, she could only scan the situation, assessing her surroundings and her rival's possible actions. Upon seeing a silhouette from inside, the young lady instantly realized what was happening, and her heart skipped a beat from unexpected anxiety. Despite the shouts of those around her, the student stood calmly, waiting for her turn and observing what was happening around her. At one point, Iva Marinda noticed Julia and watched her actions and behavior with interest as she prepared for the exam. Deciding to move closer to her, the girl tried to strike up a conversation to get to know her better. The question about the highest level of compatibility surprised and frightened the little girl, making her anxious and unsure of what to do next. Not only the question, but also the girl's gaze was very menacing, making the little girl feel fear and uncertainty about her actions. Julia immediately said that this student was very scary and that she was afraid of her, not hiding her emotions and seeking support from her brother. Hiding behind her brother, the 11-year-old girl was too scared to say a word and waited for the incident to end. It was important for Lucas to assess the entire situation before taking any action, so as to avoid mistakes and proceed cautiously. With great disrespect for the other exam participants, the girl introduced herself as the granddaughter of Emperor Iva Mirinda to emphasize her status. This girl's family lives in one of the 3 houses in the northern part of the empire and wields influence that underscores their high status among others. A legendary mage once appeared in this family, further cementing the family's fame and influence among the empire's other inhabitants. The girl's mother, Kyria Ketrin, came from this family, which underscored her high status and influence in society. Realizing that Iva was the daughter of his mother's younger brother, Sina Miranda, he decided to ask how old she was. Although the protagonist wanted to have a calm conversation, the girl continued to answer his questions hostilely, but still said she was 15. In a calm voice, Lucas asked the young lady not to look at him so angrily, since they were cousins. Even when the young man told her they were related, she didn't believe him and decided to humiliate him in front of everyone present. Iva's eyes filled not only with anger, but also with surprise mixed with undisguised curiosity about Lucas and what he had said about their family connection. Using magic, the girl tried to force the protagonist to dance in front of everyone and humiliate him in front of the others. With a smile on his face, the young man didn't understand what the young lady wanted to do, since neither he nor his sister had done anything wrong to her. It came as a great surprise to Ivy that her magic didn't work and nothing came of it, which made her even angrier and caused her to lose control of her emotions. What amused him most was that the girl decided to use mind control magic on the family they had just met, and Lucas immediately asked what kind of upbringing she could have received in the Miranda family. Using her best spell, the girl believed she could control the martial arts master's will and bend him to her will. The next person called to take the final exam was Lucas Ryan, who immediately hurried to the testing hall, preparing to demonstrate all his abilities and skills. After the protagonist left to take the test, Ava approached Julia again, trying to get her attention and make her nervous. She demanded that the 11-year-old girl not act so boldly, since it was the Emperor's granddaughter who was supposed to take first place on this test. When the young man saw the list of top applicants, he noticed that Iva was in second place and Julia in first, and realized that it was his cousin who had come to declare war on his sister. For the sake of his peaceful life, the young man will do everything possible to ensure his sister tops the Academy's rankings and takes first place. The boy was holding a special piece of candy, which he offered to Julia because he knew she loved sweets. The young lady was curious about what exactly her brother was giving her, and especially whether the treat he had prepared for her during recess was delicious. With the help of the candy, Lucas managed to boost his sister's self-confidence a little and make her feel more relaxed and at ease. Realizing that it was a super bitter medicine her brother had given her after lying to her, the young lady started coughing and felt an unexpected bitterness in her mouth. Leaning in, the young man quietly explained that it was a special potion made from rare ingredients, the effects of which Julia would soon see for herself. Despite the promise the boy had made last time, the girl decided not to believe him anymore and began to cry. The main character confidently headed to the exam, firmly believing that he would be able to showcase all his skills and abilities and demonstrate his true level of mastery. One of the organizers, who was explaining what to do, ordered Lucas to strike the mannequin with all his might, and then they would calculate the force of the blow and determine the final score. In a calm voice, the man told the participant to begin, but in response heard that he couldn't use magic. This answer greatly puzzled the organizer, but he tried to figure out what the young man meant. The next thing the protagonist asked was whether he could simply hit the dummy to complete the task and test his skills without using magic. To the applicants waiting for the results, it came as a surprise that Lucas had to destroy the mannequin by hand, and they also believed that martial arts were barbaric to him. Julia overheard the conversation between the boys again and became so angry that her heart began to beat faster, and she could barely contain her anger in front of everyone. Remembering that her brother had asked her to behave well, the girl stuck to this as her only rule and tried to keep her emotions in check. With curiosity but without aggression, Iva asked if Julia's brother really didn't use magic, since her spell hadn't worked on him. To her, her brother remained a good person regardless of whether he used magic or not, because his actions and behavior always showed his sincerity and kindness. The power of a martial arts master cannot exceed the power of magic, so the girl believed that the protagonist would easily switch between them and handle any challenge. When everyone present looked at the screen, she was very surprised and couldn't understand what exactly was happening before her eyes. Even those who practiced magic couldn't make out what was happening on the screen and were left completely astonished by what they saw. On the screen, the boys who had passed the test began to appear one by one, demonstrating their results to everyone present. But just 2 minutes ago, the most interesting part began when Lucas asked if it was possible to simply strike the mannequin without using magic. According to the rules of the final stage of the exam, no one restricts the method of attack, so everyone can act as they see fit. Having understood the rules announced by one of the organizers, the young man prepared to take the test, focusing on his strengths and abilities. Knowing that with every 3-level increase, his flash skills significantly increased in speed, he was confident in his advantage. Having now reached the 6th skill level, Lucas felt a significant increase in power and was confident he could handle this trial. Therefore, in this trial, the protagonist will be able to fully prove himself and demonstrate all his capabilities. Using all his strength and skills, the boy impressed everyone with his abilities during the exam, demonstrating a high level of mastery. Concentrating all his strength into a single strike, he struck so hard that the dummy flew to the side, demonstrating the power and precision of his technique. As the exam tool lay on the ground, a current emanated from it, indicating its activation and dangerous energy. Without even noticing that the test was already over for him, he continued to watch the mannequin intently and assess his own strength. The speed Lucas used was on par with high-level wind magic, and the dummy glowed gold, meaning the attack had reached the level of a curse and was quite noticeable to everyone. Surprised by what she saw, Iva was the only one among those present who could discern the protagonist's true power and understand what he was capable of. Watching Lucas closely, the girl realized from certain actions of his that the boy was trying to hide his skills. For the first time in 1,000 years, someone had managed to break the mannequin and receive a high score. But even under these circumstances, the young man did not remove the remnants of the tool that could be eliminated with magic. On the screen, along with the results, the boy sent greetings to his sister and showed his joy at successfully passing the test. When Julia heard her brother's result, she was immediately happy for him, but Lucas himself managed to avoid unnecessary attention and conceal his powers discreetly. During the exam, fewer and fewer students focused on the protagonist's destructive power, but there was one moment that kept them on edge. At the moment Julia was taking the exam, everyone present was amazed by her extraordinary talent and skill. The girl herself was focused on what was most important to her at that moment and on what she wanted to concentrate all her energy. Something amazing was happening around the young lady that caught everyone's attention and aroused admiration. During the exam, Julia used a lightning strike, demonstrating her power and precision in controlling magic. Julia directed all her power at the mannequin to show the power and precision of her strike, impressing everyone present and highlighting her level of mastery. The red strike the girl used was second in power only to the highest level gold strike, so it's no wonder that lightning magic is considered the most effective for attacks. What amazed those present was that with skills like Julia's, students could earn scholarships and achieve high academic results. What surprised the girl standing nearby the most was that during the exam, the young lady's legs gave way, and she was able to perform a complex maneuver effortlessly. This situation also surprised Julia, who was sitting on the ground and watching the young lady's actions. As it turned out, the girl scored 9.5 points, which was the highest score among all participants. Julia immediately shared her fears with her brother, as she had been very frightened while using the red weapon. Previously, the girl had been able to generate only purple lightning at full power, and this greatly unsettled her, causing her to doubt her own abilities. Wondering whether she should tell her sister, she hesitated for a long time, trying to figure out how it would affect her and whether it would harm their relationship before making a final decision. Thanks to the candy the main character gave the girl, she received a temporary boost in power and was able to feel much stronger. In this world, mages and martial arts masters possess alchemical abilities that allow them to create potions and enhance their powers. The difference between mages and martial arts masters is that the former create magical potions, while the latter create alchemical elixirs. Magical potions require special items to use, whereas alchemical elixirs can be taken directly. In the past, many medicines were created, but after a certain incident, the popularity of martial arts grew, and practicing alchemy became much more difficult. Many modern martial arts masters can create potions to store mana, such as those that enhance Julia. To create such elixirs, one must reach the 6th level of alchemy, for only then does access to complex recipes and stable formulas become available. In this era, there is one other person besides Lucas who can create this, and that is the Imperial Minister and the only 9th level martial arts master, Duke Retsuzan, before whom even powerful mages bow their heads to obtain potions for storing mana. In the boy's opinion, if everyone found out that he could create elixirs, it would cause serious problems, so he decided to keep this ability a secret. After completing all the exam stages, Julia and Lucas decided to sit down, relax, and wait for the results to be announced so they could be assigned to their respective faculties and head to the dorms to get some proper rest. Unexpectedly for the brother and sister, they were called over by one of the students who was supposed to announce the results and inform them of their further assignments. With the results in hand, Mrs. Minna was ready to announce them to everyone present so the students could learn their faculty assignments. This encounter came as a complete surprise to Lucas and made him feel surprised and slightly nervous. Explaining that she had come to announce the results by class, the girl informed them that they had earned the top spots in the elite class in the martial arts department. Overjoyed, Julia felt proud of herself for securing first place in the elite class and delighted by her achievements. Even though the brother and sister would be studying in different departments, they were happy that they had achieved what they wanted and realized their goals. When students begin their second year, they must choose the faculty they wish to transfer to and continue their specialization. At Allen Academy, there are 5 faculties: fire, water, earth, wind, and one special one. But after the first year of study, each student is assigned based on their exam results. After reflecting on Mina's words, Julia chose the faculty that suited her best, the faculty of wind. The student from the parliament was the happiest. She had been waiting for the start of classes and was delighted to see her classmates' results and achievements. After the results were announced, the girls headed to the women's dormitory to settle in and rest after a stressful day. The only thing Lucas asked was that they keep an eye on his sister while he went to the martial arts faculty. The rest of the students also decided to review the lists of those who would be studying at Allen Academy, and it came as no surprise to them that Julia Ryan had taken first place. This year's freshmen were considered just a diligent group compared to the little genius who stood out for her abilities. The battle turned out to be a loss for Ivy, but she promised herself she would do everything to become number 1. When the protagonist approached the martial arts department's dormitory, he realized once again that Allen Academy didn't care about students in this field. After a long search for a place to live, the young man finally found one and was able to settle into the dormitory. The building was in an absolutely terrible condition. Its walls were cracked, the floors were rickety, and the roof could collapse at any moment, posing a danger to everyone inside. Despite the living conditions, Lucas realized that he had a place of his own where he could live in peace and no one would bother him. One of the students from the department approached the main character and asked if he was really the one who had taken first place in the rankings. As it turned out, the young man's name was Kai DeRoy, and he would be studying and living alongside Lucas, which would allow them to support each other and adapt more quickly to life at the academy. They got to know each other quickly and immediately began sorting out all the necessary details to arrange their dorm room and settle in. For his new acquaintance, it was incredibly cool when his conversation partner sent the mannequin flying, but the young man himself thought he was just lucky. The dorm supervisor interrupted their conversation to inform them that their room was on the 2nd floor and immediately handed them the keys. Taking the keys, the students set off to find their room and were happy that they would be able to live together and support each other. Lost in conversation, the guys didn't notice when they came upon room number 205 and immediately realized that this was their new home. Upon opening the door, the young men noticed that 2 other people would be living in the room with them and realized they would have to share the space and set up their shared living quarters. Their neighbors turned out to be Kalina and Sharp, who were happy to meet new people and start living together in the room. For Kai, it was important to know what kind of conditions he would be living in and how convenient and comfortable their room was. Their first impression of the room was terrible and left the guys surprised and a little disappointed. None of them understood what had happened to the room or why it was in such a terrible state. As it turned out, it was unacceptable for Kai to live in such conditions, since he was used to much better comfort and amenities in his previous home. Frightened by the spider, the young man couldn't understand how his neighbors could continue to live here under such conditions and not react to the danger. It became clear to the rest of the students that the guy was a rich kid and the kind of thorn in the side who could annoy those around him with his habits and behavior. Suddenly, Kai pulled some coins out of his pocket and showed them to the others to grab their attention and spark their curiosity. Immediately, the young man decided to explain that he would give the coins to whoever cleaned the room, encouraging others to keep things tidy and work together. Witnessing how his new neighbor carelessly offered a sum far exceeding the monthly salary of an ordinary worker just for cleaning, The protagonist immediately realized that he was indeed the son of the Teroi family, one of the three noble houses in the north. It came as a great surprise to the young man from a noble family to see such conditions, since he had enrolled at the Allen Academy, which was supposed to provide a decent education and living arrangements. Convinced that he could still manage without it, Kai had no idea that a spider had appeared before him again. Even after cleaning, there were still many arachnids in the room, which one of them really disliked and found extremely uncomfortable. After a while, the boys entered the room and saw the cleanliness that literally shone and pleasantly impressed them with its appearance. As promised, Kai held out his hand with the coins and explained that this was their reward and that he would protect them from now on. Delighted with the reward they received, the young men beamed with joy, feeling the satisfaction of a job well done and the pleasant tiredness that comes after cleaning. The only thing the protagonist understood about one of his neighbors was that, although he was not a priest, he was the true god of wealth on the continent of Arcus. The commandant entered the room and brought each of them a uniform so they could prepare for the start of classes. The next thing the man announced while the students were examining their uniforms was that the opening ceremony would take place in the hall, so they needed to change and proceed to the designated location. When Kai saw his uniform, he immediately thought it was a rag and that wearing it would make him look unattractive and sloppy. In Lucas's opinion, the Academy's administration would be able to explain this during the opening ceremony, but it seemed the school had a system for reviewing student requests and complaints, so they could try asking to improve the conditions. One of the guys added that perhaps they could at least get the uniform changed so it would look more presentable and comfortable. Once everyone had gathered, the students headed to the hall to take part in the orientation ceremony and meet the Academy's administration and their classmates. When the students arrived in the hall, they gradually found their seats while taking in the size of the room and its decor. The hall looked very spacious and was impressive in its size and grandeur. To some students, the room looked luxurious, while to others it felt just like home, evoking a sense of comfort and coziness. For the first time, the main character wanted to find his sister among the students to make sure she was okay and hadn't gotten lost. The girl was fine. She was sitting among the elite class students in the front rows, watching the ceremony intently. One of the Academy students, Alan, noticed that the elite class uniform differed from the martial arts faculty uniform and immediately explained to his neighbor that if he wanted to talk to Julia, he needed to go now. Seeing that his sister was fine and looked great in her uniform, the boy immediately suggested they take their seats. The martial arts class seats were quite far from the stage, and the attitude towards students in that department also left much to be desired. Once everyone had taken their seats, the protagonist noticed a girl from his program and was quite surprised by her appearance. The opening ceremony began with the spectacular entrance of one of the Academy's representatives, which immediately caught the attention of everyone present. A man appeared on stage amidst a bonfire, which immediately captured the attention of everyone present and lent the ceremony a sense of solemnity. The welcome for the students was truly spectacular and created a festive and solemn atmosphere in the hall. On this day, the president of the student council, future mage Theo Folomitz, will familiarize the freshmen with the Academy's grading system. As the young man appeared, everyone present felt his aura, which made a simply amazing impression on everyone in the hall. Hearing those present say that Theo was a genius and had already reached the 6th level before finishing his studies, Lucas began to ponder the extent of his abilities. At the Allen Magic Academy, almost everything is based on a point system for evaluating student performance. Each student can use their points to acquire magical skills, rare books, magical beasts, rare materials, and even the mentorship of the great master who teaches them. There are many ways to earn points on campus, but the grades for completed work are quite low, ranging from 1 to 5 per assignment. The most effective way to earn extra points is by participating in each faculty's events rather than just doing assignments. The young man also added that mentoring new students provides a great opportunity for current students to earn the necessary number of points. After hearing this, Lucas understood why Mina had been so kind to his sister and how she had looked after her during her studies. Another interesting point for freshmen is the opportunity to become a member of the student council and thus earn a steady income. The students also learned about risky ways to earn credits that can simultaneously help or hinder their academic progress. Speaking of risky methods, one of the suggested options was hunting monsters that inhabit the school grounds. In simple terms, Theo explained that behind the school lies a mountain known for being home to magical beasts, and if someone hunts monsters and brings back materials, they can earn a corresponding number of credits. After pondering the boy's words, the protagonist immediately devised a plan of action and decided how to proceed. In Lucas's opinion, the area the student council president had mentioned turned out to be the best place for training and honing the students' skills. A few hours later, when all the students returned to their rooms, they lay down to rest after a busy day. In the room where the main character lived, there was a candle that gave off a soft, warm light and created a cozy atmosphere. Since the young man had lit a candle scented with silence, his roommates would sleep soundly, and he would be able to go hunting in the very spot they had told him about. Knowing that the martial arts department was located behind the academy, it was clear to the young man where to go to begin his training and the hunt. To get to the mountain with the monsters, Lucas had to climb over the high wall behind the dormitory. Using a method he had never tried before, the protagonist managed to climb over the wall. With great speed, the young man made his way to the other side of the school grounds and felt the thrill and satisfaction of a successfully executed maneuver. Skillfully applying the technique, the boy continued moving toward the mountain, feeling in control of the situation and getting closer to his goal. Once on the other side, Lucas kept running at full speed, wasting no time as he approached the mountain with the monsters. It wasn't long before the protagonist came across the first magical beast inhabiting the mountain slopes. When the young man noticed a strange horn on the animal, he immediately decided to grab it and take the chance to earn materials and points. As soon as the boy grabbed the horn with his hands, the creature fell to the ground at great speed and didn't move anymore. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that the animal was missing a body part and wondered what could have caused such a loss and posed a danger to others. The first creature the protagonist encountered was a large horned toad, which became his first challenge during the hunt on the mountain. Realizing he had obtained the beast's poisonous horn, he immediately recalled that it was used to brew potions and could earn him a lot of points. Rumor has it that the Allen Academy houses a legendary collection on martial arts, so the young man wants to earn enough points to acquire the skill of the so-called god of this art. Lucas had very little time, but first he decided to locate the magical beasts in order to plan the hunt effectively. Using another skill, the protagonist focused entirely on his task and didn't let himself get distracted by extraneous things. To do this, the boy used the starry eye skill, which allowed him to determine the distance between himself and the nearest beast. The next creature Lucas encountered after tracking was a first-level shelled rat. Unexpectedly for the animal, the young man decided to attack it to obtain the desired materials and points, while carefully watching its movements and avoiding danger. It was important for the protagonist to eliminate as many creatures as possible to obtain more materials and points for developing his skills. To his surprise, the boy spotted a second-level one-eyed flying mouse and destroyed it in a matter of minutes, earning materials and points. The fourth magical creature was a third-level fire leopard, which demanded maximum concentration and skill from Lucas. Delighted that he had managed to gather a lot of materials, the protagonist knew that he could exchange some for points and use the rest for alchemy. After a short rest, Lucas noticed that it had become unexpectedly quiet around him, which made him wary. For his own peace of mind, the young man decided to check if there were any magical beasts nearby, but their presence was barely detectable, which only heightened his anxiety. The only thing the young man could surmise was that a powerful beast might be nearby, and that its presence was scaring away other creatures. To test his guesses, Lucas decided to focus on searching for the beast using another technique. The first thing the young man sensed was that there was a cave nearby, and it was likely from there that the threat originated, forcing the other creatures to flee the area. The most important thing he managed to figure out was that there was a magical beast inside the cave, and it was the source of the danger. If the protagonist's senses were correct, the distance between them was 1 kilometer, but there was one caveat. If the beast had also sensed him, it could become dangerous. Arriving at the spot where he sensed the animal might be, the young man confidently stepped inside and saw a wolf staring intently at him, ready to attack. Standing before the young man was a 6th-level ice flame wolf, defending its lair from unwanted guests and ready to attack. Realizing how the animal was defending its territory, Lucas immediately understood how to proceed to avoid danger and achieve his goal. Each of them studied the other closely, assessing his intentions and strength, listening to his movements and behavior to anticipate the opponent's possible actions. With a smile on his face, the young man declared himself ready to begin the fight and was determined to use all his skills and strategy. Lucas was the first to strike, carefully choosing the moment to attack in order to test his opponent's strength. From the very beginning, the wolf understood that he would do anything to protect his den, so at the first opportunity, he fired a blast of ice at his opponent. Not expecting such a turn of events, the boy didn't have time to strike, and his hand instantly turned to ice. Not only intelligent but also cunning, She always anticipated others' actions, using the situation to her advantage and controlling the course of events. Even though his hand was covered in a layer of ice, the protagonist still managed to land a blow. At that moment, the young man landed a follow-up blow, trying to capitalize on his advantage and prevent his opponent from recovering. From the impact, the wolf flew to the side, demonstrating the strength and precision of the protagonist's attack and forcing him to assess his opponent's next moves more carefully. Regretting that he hadn't devoted enough time to training, he was unable at this stage to ensure the beast was completely destroyed. Even though the wolf had fallen from the powerful blow, Lucas knew it was capable of more, so he asked it to get back up. With great effort, the animal got to its feet, but weakness and pain were evident in its movements. It staggered but did not look away and was ready to continue fighting. Exhausted but determined, the beast filled its jaws with fire and waited for the right moment to deliver the decisive blow. With a single powerful lunge, the wolf delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. The enemy's body shook from the force of the impact, and his eyes, burning with fury, never looked away. Everything around them burst into flames and the fire rose high above the ground, illuminating the night with yellow and red tongues of fire. Amid the flames stood the enraged beast, ready for the next strike. His eyes, burning with fury, did not look away. After that powerful blow, the wolf howled in pain and fury. His body trembled and his eyes burned with the bright fire of determination. Having dodged the unexpected explosion, the protagonist turned and found himself behind the beast, ready for the next move. At his own risk, the young man decided to deliver a mighty blow, full of strength and determination. Just as the young man launched his attack, the animal turned to face him, ready to meet his resolve. In intense pain, the wolf began to howl. Its body trembled, and a voice burst from its chest, piercing the night with a loud cry full of rage and despair. But despite this, he managed to attack his opponent with fury. His body trembled with the effort, and his eyes, burning with rage, never looked away. To completely destroy his opponent, Lucas quickly launched a follow-up attack with all his might, the fire in his eyes never wavering. From such a powerful attack, the wolf was sent flying to the side. His body rose into the air, and his eyes widened in shock and pain. The beast remained lying on the ground, its eyes burning with rage and hatred, its body trembling with tension, but it remained ready for battle. As he approached the animal, the boy noticed that the wolf belonged to a rather rare species, and its appearance differed from that of ordinary wolves. When the protagonist stood too close to the beast, its anger grew. Its body trembled with tension, and its eyes, burning with fury, did not look away. Overflowing with rage, the wolf focused, and two elements, fire and ice, began to gather in its jaws, ready to explode. Watching the beast closely, Lucas waited for the right moment to make his next move. At that moment, the animal launched an attack with both fire and ice, and the air around them filled with incredible energy. The biggest surprise for the young man was that during the strike, steam rose around him, rising from the ground and mixing with the air. Trying to protect himself, the protagonist simultaneously didn't understand what was happening and was preparing for the enemy's next attack. With frenzied aggression, the wolf stood in place, its eyes burning with rage, its body tense and ready to pounce on the enemy at any moment. Unexpectedly for the boy, the beast lunged forward at great speed, its muscles taut and its eyes burning with rage, never taking their gaze off him. To the protagonist, it looked like an escape, which he tried to stop with all his determination and quick reflexes. At the last moment, Lucas grabbed the wolf by the tail and tried to hold it back with all his strength. With a single movement, the young man threw the beast aside to prevent its escape and maintain control of the fight. Reflecting on how much he enjoyed fighting a strong opponent and earning lots of points for it, he was unaware of the danger. The boy didn't realize the unexpected danger right away and only began to understand the seriousness of the situation as he watched his opponent's movements. With great effort, the wolf managed to deliver a powerful blow, after which the boy was sent flying to the side. His body rose into the air and his eyes widened in shock. Even after such events, Lucas was able to gather his strength and finish this battle with determination and an unbreakable spirit. Without wasting a moment, the beast delivered a powerful blow of fire. Its flames rose high and enveloped everything around them in intense heat. After delivering the blow, the wolf noticed his opponent was gone, and his eyes filled with surprise and tension. Noticing this, the beast, which was much higher than where it had aimed the previous time, repeated the attack with all its might. At the same time, the protagonist also wanted to make an impression, so he ordered him to stand still and prepared for the next move. From the powerful lunge, the wolf fell to the ground, Its body trembled, and its eyes reflected shock and pain. Without wasting a moment, the young man tried to deliver a second blow as quickly as possible to prevent his opponent from retreating and recovering. Of course, the animal hadn't expected such a turn of events, and its eyes widened in surprise and shock. To save itself, the wolf decided to resort to radical measures and act as decisively as possible. As it tried to get up, the beast staggered and shuddered with pain, but its eyes, burning with rage, never looked away. The protagonist closely watched everything happening with his opponent, analyzing his movements and preparing for the next step. To his surprise, Lucas couldn't understand what was happening to the wolf. Its behavior had become unpredictable and its movements chaotic. Two spheres appeared near the protagonist, one red and the other blue, slowly spinning around him and radiating energy. The first thing the boy thought when he saw the two spheres was that they might be the beast's cores and that they carried dangerous power. Sometimes magical beasts in this world are born with magical cores inside their bodies, a rare substance containing the beast's life energy. If even a single drop of blood touches a beast's core, it will recognize the person as its master. So the protagonist decided to ask if the wolf would become his familiar. With a smile on his face, Lucas decided this was his chance to gain such a powerful ally and loyal friend. At that moment, the young man realized this was an unexpected windfall, for few mages possess 6th level familiars. In the boy's opinion, a wolf isn't a very intelligent animal, for not every truly powerful magical beast would submit to a human willingly. Without hesitation, the protagonist did everything necessary for the animal to recognize him as its master and accept his power without resistance. The next step was to give these 2 orbs to the creature he wanted to tame in order to complete the establishment of the bond and subdue its power. The final stage of taming the animal was returning the spheres to the center of its body, which completed the process of establishing a connection and subduing its power. Suddenly, Lucas heard someone calling him and addressing him as master. The voice sounded close by and made him listen more closely. After scanning the area several times, the young man still couldn't figure out who could be calling him or where the voice was coming from. When the beast spoke again, the boy realized that he was able to understand the wolf's words and grasp their meaning. To improve their mutual understanding, Lucas decided to name his charge Yule, so they could communicate more easily and feel a connection between them. What interested the protagonist most was whether the land guarded by the beast would belong to him and whether he would receive anything from his hunts. The wolf himself watched his master closely, listening to his every movement and action, trying to understand the man's intentions and emotions. At that moment, Yule tried to establish a trusting bond between them and show that he was ready to obey and cooperate. The next thing the wolf did was decide to show his treasures and thus prove that he was clever and intelligent. Descending deep into the cave, the beast led his master to his secret hiding place, where he kept his most valuable possessions. With every passing minute, they went further and further, delving deeper into the darkness of the cave and drawing closer to the secret hiding place. The closer they got to the mysterious place, the stranger the sensations the young man felt, and an unknown excitement gripped his body. After the boy saw what Yule had hidden, he was greatly surprised. He was most struck by the bones of a mighty monster, the hide of a 6th-level beast, and even precious stones. For the protagonist, it was astonishing, but he had to find everything necessary to earn extra points. What surprised the beast the most was that the boy started looking for something, but immediately explained that these weren't his treasures. So captivated by the find, Lucas didn't even notice what his assistant was pointing at. For lying before him were cores, almost all at least 3rd level and 2 6th level. Stepping closer to the young man, the wolf explained that he had eaten the water and fire element cores to raise his level. To level up, one must eat the core of a magical beast of the same level or higher, which meant that Yule had defeated at least 2 opponents of the same strength, and that was quite impressive. At that moment, the boy decided that his familiar deserved a reward and gave him a few more orbs. The beast was pleased with Lucas's decision, and its eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude. Later, the boy explained that he had given him medicine that affects magical beasts, so he needed to rest and guard the treasures. Delighted with his first mission, the beast showed that his master could rely on him, trust his strength, and count on his help at any moment. Thinking about what to do next, Lucas considered his next steps and planned his actions, carefully analyzing the situation. Since the protagonist didn't have time to look for other beasts, he decided to return to the dormitory. The young man's morning began with a trip to class, where new lessons and introductions to his classmates awaited him. Gradually, students began arriving at the martial arts department's classroom for their first class. After a whole night of adventures on the mountain, the boy felt tired, but thanks to the soothing scent of incense, he felt rested. While Lucas was in the cave, he tried to count the number of treasures, but Yule wouldn't leave him alone. In the building where classes were held, the first bell rang for the students, and they waited for their instructor. The students didn't understand why there was still no teacher in their classroom, since he was supposed to be waiting for the freshmen to get to know them. Kaya was the most dissatisfied. He believed that everyone had forgotten about the martial arts department and the appointment of a teacher for it. Alan, the teacher, was walking down the academy hallway, barely able to stay on his feet. His steps were heavy, and every movement required great effort. When the teacher finally reached the classroom door with great effort, the students were sitting there, not understanding what was happening or why everything was taking so long. Although something strange was happening to their teacher, no one dared to ask what was going on, and everyone sat silently watching him. Holding his head, the man explained that his name was Sigurd and that he was the department head of the martial arts faculty. When Lucas noticed the teacher, he pondered his condition and tried to understand the reason for his strange behavior. The first thing the man did in class was write his last name on the board so the students could remember it and know who their teacher was. The next step was to take attendance and make sure no student was missing from the class. When Kai saw his teacher, he immediately felt a dislike for him and realized he wouldn't like him. Considering his homeroom teacher a slob, the young man vented all his dissatisfaction to his neighbor during class. Unexpectedly, just as the boy was talking about Sigurd, he was struck, and he barely managed to dodge the blow without losing his balance. But what worried the student most was why the man suddenly shouted and at the same time clutched his head, not understanding the reason for such behavior. Assessing the speed of the object flying toward his neighbor, the protagonist immediately realized that something was wrong with the teacher. After the strange incident, the man immediately realized that talking during class without his permission was not allowed, and promptly began checking attendance. The man called out the name of the first student, a girl named Tasha, who was in class, and everyone present listened attentively to his words, watching the class's reaction. Next, the man called out the name Lucas, and he was also present in class. After his response, the protagonist immediately recognized his classmate, having seen her at the ceremony. The protagonist noticed that during the concert, everyone was thrilled by what they saw, while the girl sat quietly, which made her stand out from the rest. Closing his notebook, the teacher took attendance and decided to get straight to the point. Trying to recall the topic of the class, Sigurd realized he had forgotten his textbooks, so he immediately decided to appoint Taishi as class representative and instructed her to bring the materials from his lab. Taken by surprise, the girl was flustered and couldn't figure out what was happening. Her gaze wandered around the classroom, and her heart was beating faster than usual. When the girl asked if she would really be the class representative, the teacher confirmed her words, and all the students watched the class's reaction closely. Kai didn't like this decision, and he explained that the class representative should be chosen through a fair election among the candidates. In the boy's opinion, he could have been the first candidate, since he had the right background and abilities. After the boy spoke, an object was thrown at him again, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall. Pointing at Kai, the man decided to remind everyone once more of the rules for his classes. With a serious expression on his face, Sigurd repeated that students were not allowed to talk to each other in class without his permission. Before leaving the classroom, the teacher informed the class monitor that after the textbooks were distributed, all students were to study the given topic on their own. Delighted that she had not only passed the entrance exams but also become class president, the girl decided to seize this opportunity and change her life. To the students, their teacher seemed strange, and to some even cruel. His manner of behavior caused surprise and anxiety in the classroom. When Lucas looked closely at the man's gait, he could only guess that he had suffered a serious injury. One can only guess how strong Sigurd had been before his injury and what abilities allowed him to control the martial arts class. A disagreement arose between Lucas and Kai over whether they should report the teacher for his actions or not. A few hours later, the boys decided to take a walk near the cafeteria, but during class, the protagonist realized that with a teacher like this, things would be much more interesting than he had imagined. Despite what happened in class, Kai still didn't understand why they had to work on their own all morning. As the boy was explaining that what he disliked most was the teacher's decision to appoint a class representative based on his own criteria, Lucas's sister approached him at that moment. The most important thing for the main character was how Julia was feeling and how her first day of school had gone. As she recounted her day, the young lady noted that her homeroom teacher, Miss Linda, was a very pleasant woman and had encouraged her to become class president for the coming school year. Suddenly, Julia asked if the martial arts department had already chosen a class representative and if her brother would be it. With a smile on his face, the young man said he wouldn't be in charge of the class since they'd chosen another student, and immediately suggested they go to lunch because everything at the cafeteria was delicious. As it turned out, at the academy, even meals are subject to strict evaluation, and this policy meant that freshmen could exchange funds for credits only once, with the amount depending on the department. Despite the information about the credit system, the protagonist decided to treat his sister to a delicious meal. The girl's eyes lit up when she tasted the food and immediately offered her brother a taste as well. Not understanding what the two were talking about, Kai watched their actions closely, trying to make sense of their conversation and figure out why they were behaving that way. Another source of the boys' outrage was that everyone had paid the same fee, yet the elite class received 100 points while the martial arts department got only 10. One of the martial arts students approached to complain about why so few points had been awarded, but he was told to go outside the building and vent his anger there. According to a staff member, status didn't matter, but the dismissive attitude towards students who were supposed to be earning points was quite obvious. Realizing that their field was being treated with neglect, Kai began to feel that after entering the academy, he had lost his rights. When the young lady noticed the new acquaintance's gaze, she immediately offered him a taste of the food. The young man's reaction was very emotional because he saw that the girl was exceptionally kind. During lunch, the group had no idea about future encounters and continued to enjoy the food, conversation, and friendly atmosphere. The main character sensed someone approaching them and tensed up, preparing for a possible interaction or conversation. Maya approached their table. She was very happy about the new meeting, and her face beamed with delight and joy. The meeting turned out to be very unexpected, as Julia wanted them to study together and immediately suggested having lunch together. After thanking her for the invitation, Maya declined and mentioned that, as a token of gratitude for being saved, she had baked cookies that the little girl really liked. Lucas tried one too and immediately sensed the incredible taste of the cookies. His face lit up with delight, and the aroma lingered in his memory for a long time. The girl was very embarrassed by the unexpected praise and didn't know how to react to such warm words. Kai joined the tasting and immediately said that the cookies were incredibly delicious. Without hesitation, he decided to get to know the charming lady. The conversation between the two didn't last long, but it stayed with them for a long time and left a pleasant impression on both of them. In Lucas's opinion, you can run into many acquaintances in the cafeteria, and chance encounters always pleasantly surprised him. What alarmed him most was why Mrs. Minna was taking such close care of his sister. The young lady had no connection to the young man from the martial arts department, and she wasn't interested in anything about his studies. On more than one occasion, Theo had used his good looks to attract the girl's attention and try to get to know her better. Realizing that even in such a situation, his neighbor was flying with the help of fire magic, he understood that to everyone else, the young man remained extraordinary. To get the upperclassmen to notice him, the young man decided to use 6th level magic. Until the protagonist heard a strange muttering from one of the students, he too considered himself very cool. Suddenly, a man walked past the group, tripped over a rock, and it rolled forward, nearly hitting someone nearby, causing surprise. The sound caught Lucas's attention. He had been completely lost in his thoughts and instantly looked up to see what was happening around him. Seeing Professor Sigurd, the young man wondered where he was heading in such a state and what could have caused his strange behavior. The man was in poor condition, but he walked confidently toward his destination, ignoring the difficulties and fatigue. When the teacher left the cafeteria, he headed outside the building, barely able to stand, and intently watched the path ahead of him. Opening the door in front of him, the man tried to stay on his feet, but it was difficult for him. The academy teachers, Alan, were already in the office, and they immediately realized that Sigurd had arrived last again, slightly late for the start of class. One of those present believed that the martial arts department administration could have replaced the man, but after what had happened, there was nothing that could be done. After taking a vacant seat, the professor's behavior improved slightly in the director's presence, and he became more restrained and attentive to everyone present. The woman watched the teacher closely and could do nothing, feeling powerless in the face of his actions. After all the teachers had arrived, the director proposed to begin the meeting, and everyone present took their seats, ready to discuss important matters. As the Academy's president, Alan, reported, today's event was a training tournament, and all participants were preparing for it with great excitement. As it turned out, in the territory of the Carmina Empire, which is frequently subjected to attacks by magical hordes and magical beasts, the ability to train such creatures is in high demand, and all first-year students will participate in the tournament. 200 first-level magical beasts have been allocated for the tournament's preparation, and the tournament itself will last 6 days. One of those present asked why waste time if the martial arts department couldn't handle the task at hand, since they wouldn't be able to deal with the magical beasts anyway. Not expecting such a reaction from Sigurd, the man who had just voiced his opinion was startled and felt a sudden wave of fear. The teachers strongly disapproved of the unfair treatment of their department, so they wanted everyone to be on equal footing. In a calm voice, Mrs. Linda expressed her support for the head of the martial arts department and emphasized the importance of equal conditions for all students. Even though everyone is against this department, they are first-year students at Allen Academy and therefore must participate in the tournament. Some teachers supported Mrs. Linda because it is necessary to treat all students equally. In Herge's opinion, were there really any teachers left who could agree with the head of the martial arts department? To the professor's surprise, it turned out that Sigurd was indeed at the 8th level, and his abilities far exceeded expectations. Despite their doubts, everyone agreed, but some believed that the martial arts students would run away out of fear at the first opportunity. The final decision rested with the academy's director, Alan, and he announced that all faculties would participate in the tournament. After the meeting, some of the professors left the conference room and headed to their offices or other areas of the academy. 2 teachers approached Mrs. Linda to make sure her decision was the right one. In the opinion of these 2 teachers, although martial arts involve a lot of training, the conditions of the tournament remain quite harsh. But despite all their persuasion and arguments, the woman remained steadfast and did not change her decision regarding the participation of all faculties in the tournament. Many years ago, someone said that a coward who lacks the spirit to overcome setbacks has no right to call himself a martial arts master. And a student who refuses to participate in the tournament will definitely be expelled from the department. In the next class following the meeting, Professor Sigurd informed the class that the tournament would begin in 6 days and that after class they would go outside to train so that the students would become strong enough to defeat the magical beasts. Deciding to ask, Kai inquired whether the tournament for training magical beasts was an event for electing a class representative, since they already had someone appointed to that position. The teacher didn't answer that question, so the class started pretty quickly, and some students felt that the rich kid often annoyed everyone present. During practice, the main character decided to be as careful as possible so as not to knock his sparring partner out of the ring. After class, the students headed to practice as the teacher had promised, preparing to hone their skills and build strength for the tournament. Teishi was standing in one of the training pairs. After a blow, she flew to the side, nearly losing her balance. Despite the blow, she quickly regained her composure and without hesitation, continued training, demonstrating determination, endurance, and willpower. In the protagonist's opinion, the martial arts students had shown fairly good results after the entrance exams, though he considered them weak. Recognizing Teishi as one of the best, Lucas placed her second in his rankings and praised her skills and endurance. With a single blow, the young man knocked out his sparring partner, but he understood that Sigurd had a well-trained eye for such talents. During training, everyone present heard the teacher's voice announcing that they needed to rest and that the session would continue the next day. As always, Kai began to annoy everyone around him with his behavior and restlessness during training. As promised, Collins would bring food for his neighbors since they were heading to the cafeteria, and it came as a surprise to Carl that the boys had struck a deal again. Kai turned out to be the craftiest, as he used his neighbor to avoid spending his own points and asked him to bring food for 2 points, promising coins in return. To the main character, his neighbor's behavior seemed quite strange, since this rich kid was willing to do anything to stick to his own opinion. In the boys' opinion, Collins was quite smart, since he would both make money and keep his relationships on good terms. Lucas's thoughts were interrupted by Kai, who decided to ask if he considered him smart and waited curiously for the answer, closely watching his reaction. At that moment, the young man added that his neighbor should watch and learn from his experience, carefully observing every action and decision. With a casual gesture, the protagonist tried to push his classmate away so that he would stop imposing himself and leave him alone. For Lucas, this way of keeping his grades wasn't appealing because he didn't see any benefit in it for himself. In Kai's opinion, his neighbor shouldn't worry about grades since his sister is in an elite class and can help if needed. During a hike up the mountain behind the dormitory grounds, the main character realized that his friend mistakenly believed he depended on Julia, but even without her, he wasn't worried about food. Thanks to nature's bounty, Lucas can provide for himself not only with points, but also with food, and feel confident even without outside help. This night was no exception, and the boy managed to find a way to get a nutritious dinner using his knowledge and observation skills. It was important for the young man to accompany his sister, since she was still too young to act on her own, and if not for that, he could have trained during dinner. The only thing that alarmed the protagonist was that Deputy Prime Minister Mina was again trying to get close to Julia, and on this day he couldn't afford to let his guard down. If the girl showed even a hint of malice, the young man would certainly make her regret it and show her the consequences of such an act. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by his tamed beast, which walked past, forcing him to pay attention to the world around him and shift his train of thought. When the wolf saw the meat roasting over the fire, he immediately took an interest and approached, never taking his eyes off the appetizing prey. Despite his desire to eat dinner himself, he offered Yulia some, and to the boy, the beast seemed quite cute. The wolf ate what he was given with great appetite and realized that being a familiar wasn't so bad as long as his master shared free food with him. When the beast heard about help with training, he was very surprised, for he knew well how strong his master was and saw no need for it. Meanwhile, events were unfolding at the Ryan family estate, where a tense atmosphere reigned and everyone sensed that important changes were approaching. The head of the family's wife was sitting on the terrace, calmly breathing in the fresh air as she gazed at the surrounding landscape. Looking sad, she seemed deeply troubled, though she tried to hide it and quietly gazed at the surrounding landscape from the terrace of the Ryan family estate. Her husband approached Catherine and stood beside her, observing her behavior and trying to understand her mood. Realizing she couldn't hide anything from her husband, she admitted that she was indeed thinking about her children. Her husband tried to comfort Catherine, explaining that their classes had already begun. When the woman heard that they could go and visit the people dearest to them, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She immediately thanked him for his support, since he would be taking her along on his business trip. Overjoyed, Catherine realized that she would see her children again very soon, and thoughts of them filled her heart with warmth and happiness. At that moment, strange events were unfolding at the Grind family estate, causing unease and forcing everyone present to watch their surroundings intently. A woman in a black cloak entered one of the rooms and cautiously surveyed the space around her. Upon seeing her, everyone present began to smile, unable to hide their surprise and slight admiration at her appearance. Jessica also arrived at the estate, and her presence greatly delighted the hostess, who warmly welcomed her and embraced her with joy. Being a hospitable woman, she offered her guest a comfortable seat and invited her to make herself at home in the cozy room. Gladly accepting the invitation, the guest settled in comfortably and began to observe her surroundings. Next, Mrs. Grind offered a glass of wine, after which everything around seemed to begin to glow with bright colors. Jessica didn't refuse such a gesture, as she enjoyed spending time with this person and relishing the conversation. Before everyone present began celebrating, the hostess needed to add the finishing touches to make everything look perfect. Once all the necessary preparations were complete, everyone present enjoyed a pleasant evening in the cozy, festive atmosphere. The guests eagerly awaited the opening of the main reception and the start of the official part of the celebration, watching the hostess's preparations. When all preparations were complete, the hostess announced the start of the most exciting part and drew everyone's attention to the event. After the official part began, Mrs. Grind announced today's games as a miracle of alchemy and a bloody dream, capturing the attention of everyone present. Listening attentively to the rules of the game, the evening's guests tried to understand all the nuances and specifics of the event. Jessica was particularly attentive, listening intently to the rules and trying to memorize every detail of the game. The next day, Taishi thought they would have training again that morning and began preparing in advance. Some of the boys considered Mr. Sigurd a slave driver, simply because after the last training session, their bodies ached so much that they couldn't even sleep. Understanding her classmates' condition, the class representative tried to reassure them, explaining that it was necessary to become stronger. Noticing the girl, the boys immediately began to assure her that they were fine, which greatly surprised her. In agreement with Kai's words, everyone present unanimously declared that he was the strongest in their class and deserved recognition and respect from his classmates. Only the protagonist knew why his classmate had actually become stronger, for every evening he inhales a soothing essence that enhances his strength. In Tisha's opinion, everything was going well with these four boys, and at this pace they would be able to withstand more intense training and become strong martial arts masters in the future. At that moment, Kai and Lucas began their training with maximum concentration and energy. With every movement, the boys' skills improved, and their confidence in their own abilities grew noticeably. During the next training session, the protagonist decided to take a break from one of the techniques, observing the other's form and regaining his strength. Using one of the moves, the young man aimed it with maximum precision at his opponent, who barely managed to stay on his feet. At that moment, while Kai stood waiting for the next strike, Lucas confidently directed another move straight at his opponent. Each of them tried to refine their strike and improve their accuracy and reaction speed during training. As the training continued, the student noted that his opponent had quite good technique and demonstrated quick reflexes. The protagonist also noticed that his classmate was trying hard and doing his best to improve his skills. Watching the students train, the academy director, Alan, closely observed their movements and technique. At that moment, Lucas sensed that someone was watching them and instantly tensed up, ready for an unexpected turn of events. It was important for the young man to find out who was watching them, and he focused all his attention on his surroundings. An old man was sitting on a hill near a tree, never taking his eyes off the young men as he closely watched their every move. Realizing that he was the one being watched, the protagonist sensed that the man was closely tracking his every move and not letting him out of his sight. Noticing Lucas's strange behavior, Kai instantly decided to attack, but the protagonist managed to dodge. Suddenly, the young man fell face first to the floor, feeling as if the world around him had instantly turned upside down. When the student got up, he immediately asked the young man not to dodge the blow, and now they would fight until one of them won. Agreeing to his classmate's words, the young man waited for the next blow, preparing to block it with his whole body. After briefly observing the martial arts department, the man got up and headed to his workplace. Mina approached Director Austin, offering to help him get to the library, but he decided to take a short walk. Noticing the main character, the man carefully assessed his efforts in training and felt respect for his perseverance. He also noticed that the young man was hiding his true strength and not showing his full potential during training. Without even suspecting how strong the boy was, the academy director, Alan himself, was unable to discern the true strength of the talented student. A few hours later, the students finished their training and went their separate ways. In today's class, Mr. Shigert taught massage techniques and explained that they are very important and must be learned. During the lesson, he not only explained, but also demonstrated all the nuances of massage, and afterward, no one in the class had sore muscles. Thus, the whole group forgot that only the four of them had been energetic from the very morning, and the main character decided to build a new training area. From the very beginning, the young man decided to go buy everything necessary for it so that it could use everything it needed without any problems. The Academy's magical shop, Alan, was one of the 3 great schools of the Empire and had many rare items that were in short supply in society. And when the main character entered it, he was immediately surprised by its enormous size. Even in this shop, you had to pay with credits. Despite the wide selection, everything was quite expensive, and Lucas realized he would spend over 100 credits. Immediately thinking of his sister, the young man realized he couldn't count on her since she didn't have that many credits. To start with, the boy wants to buy some magic potions to use in the bathroom, and next time he might trade the materials from Yulia's cave for money. Approaching the cash register, the protagonist noticed that the saleswoman was asleep and decided to wait quietly until she woke up. When the woman opened her eyes, she noticed the customer standing before her, looking a bit confused. In a calm voice, the young man explained that he would take only this and handed her his card to pay. When the saleswoman sat up, she looked at everything carefully and said that the total was 5 points. To pay for the item, he had to hold the card up to the magic sphere and wait for the transaction to complete. After the woman noticed Lucas's uniform, she realized he was a martial arts student who initially received only 10 credits. As soon as the payment went through, the saleswoman handed back the card and gave a brief nod before returning to her work. Thinking about it, she still wondered if the young man would regret spending his earnings so freely. Confidently replying that he would be back, the young man calmly headed for the exit without looking back. Hearing the young man's words, she grew wary, for in her opinion, a student who knew nothing of potions didn't need that much. Recalling these strange habits, the woman became even more convinced of why she disliked the nobility. When evening came, the protagonist decided to restore his strength and prepare for new trials. In Lucas's opinion, it was wrong to throw away the potion just because its medicinal effect didn't disappear immediately after the bath. There was another option. The children could drink this water, but the boy couldn't force anyone to drink it. After Lucas took a bath, he immediately felt relief and decided to trade the ingredients for points. In the boy's opinion, the best way not to stand out is to take only standard second-level tools. Suddenly, Lucas heard strange sounds that alarmed him, and he tensed up, preparing for the unexpected. Noticing that Yule had come to him, the main character decided to ask what exactly he was doing. Suddenly, the boy realized that the wolf had drunk all the water from the tubs, and he would have to act quickly. Feeling guilty for his actions, the animal felt ashamed and lowered his head as a sign that he regretted what he had done. Approaching Yule, the main character said in a calm voice that the water had strengthened his body. Without hesitation, the young man decided to exchange materials 6 times a day every 3 days, and then carry everything he bought at the store to the cave. The first thing the young man was able to buy at the store was a training dummy, which the saleswoman considered heavy and offered to help with using magic. According to the shop owner, the boy is quite talented, and his family helps provide him with all the materials he needs for training. A magical creature training competition is coming up very soon, and Mr. Shigert was dissatisfied with his students' preparation. The teacher believed that his students were not taking the competition seriously enough and did not realize the importance of this test. First of all, during the final preparation for the tournament, he noted that Sharp was leaving himself open when lifting his leg, after which he turned to Kai. Despite the victory over his friends, the curator believes that his techniques remain imperfect and require further refinement. Noticing that Sigurd had struck a student between the eyes, the protagonist heard him continue to explain the mistakes made to everyone. First of all, the man said that Lucas strives to avoid problems, while Sharp and Collins are afraid of upsetting the god of wealth. In the man's opinion, the noble boys are a constant source of trouble, as their pride and stubbornness hinder discipline and learning. At that moment, the curator announced that Teishi must step forward to duel against Kai and prepare for a serious test. The other students watched closely what was happening on the field, awaiting the start of the duel and the unfolding of events. Although the young man has to fight a girl, he immediately warned that he would not give in and intends to prove right away who deserves to be the group leader. Teishi also has no intention of giving up. She is determined to fight to the end and showcase all her skills in the match. Each of them launched an attack simultaneously, demonstrating determination and speed, ready to use all their skills to gain the upper hand in the match. Despite his confidence, the boy couldn't figure out what was happening around him or how to react to the situation. Setting a fast pace, the group leader instantly struck, trying to outmaneuver her opponent and control the fight. Responding to the girl's attack, the young man stood his ground, demonstrating resilience and determination in the fight. At that moment, Teishi paid no attention to the fact that she was considered fragile and fought resolutely, demonstrating strength and confidence in the fight. The girl's next attack took Kai by surprise, forcing him to quickly assess the situation and find a way to parry the blow. From the force of the collision, the young man barely kept his balance and struggled to stay on his feet so as not to fall under the impact of the blow. With a smile on his face, the young man did everything he could to show that he was fine and fully in control of the situation in the fight. But at the same time, the student tried to show that he shouldn't be underestimated and that he was ready to withstand any blow. With her final attack, the group leader sought to demonstrate all her abilities and strength to show what she was capable of in combat. Unexpectedly, Kai was knocked aside by the powerful force of the strike, losing his balance for a moment and forced to quickly regain control of himself. It was surprising to the rest of the students and the instructor himself that their classmate, who had all the physical advantages, had lost since no one would give in to an opponent during the tournament. At that moment, Sigurd was doing everything possible to ensure his students won and could demonstrate their skills to the fullest. Although the girl had won, she still approached to see if the young man was all right and to check on his condition after the fight. Finally, the instructor asked them to make an effort at tomorrow's tournament and try to tame at least one magical beast. It came as a shock to Kai to learn that he could be expelled from the martial arts department if he failed to complete the task. This was the man's final warning, as he wanted all his students to arrive at the tournament in full force. Suddenly, Lucas's friend approached him and began sharing important information that he felt needed to be conveyed immediately, without delay. At that moment, the protagonist explained that the young man's defense was significantly weak and needed to be corrected so he could win. But first, he had to identify his opponent's weaknesses. Kei's confession that he had fallen in love with Teishi greatly surprised Lucas and forced him to rethink his attitude toward his friend. For the first time in his life, the young man had been beaten by a girl, and while he continued to speak, his friend couldn't understand what was happening. The next day, the students arrived at the tournament, where they were immediately told that they would have to enter one at a time as soon as the gates opened. Seeing the huge stadium, the students were very surprised because they couldn't even imagine how many magical beasts were hiding beneath it. At that moment, students from another department began discussing their opponent's arrogant behavior, though they were certain that martial arts wouldn't stand a chance. To the surprise of these students, Sigurd immediately spoke up because he was convinced that his discipline was the best and deserved respect. No one could have imagined that their mentor would come to the student's defense, so Lucas even began to respect him more. At that moment, the young man sensed something strange around him, as if the air had changed and filled with an unknown energy that unsettled him. Seeing how Kai was struggling, the boy suggested imagining magical beasts as their mentor, to make it easier to focus and not worry. Accepting the boy's words with satisfaction, the student immediately felt a slight sense of relief, and it was as if the tension around him had eased a bit before the tournament. When the man overheard their conversation, he was greatly surprised that the students could speak so openly about him without fear of consequences. In the protagonist's opinion, low-level beasts wouldn't be able to break through the defenses, and if they focused on defense, they would definitely win. A crane appeared before the students, where they saw the tournament organizer announcing additional rules of the game. According to the rules of this competition, whoever tames 10 magical beasts will receive the maximum points, and if they destroy them, they will lose all their points. 10 minutes are allotted for the entire event. Additionally, if injured, one must call a teacher from outside. The tournament began, and the first pair entered the competition area. The students watched closely, preparing for their own turn. The first contestant was Julia, who was trying to get a sense of the layout of the area behind the barrier. Realizing that 50 animals were in a small space, the girl continued to look for a way to successfully pass the test. Among the animals present were magical beavers that moved nimbly through the water and tried to hinder the participants. Seeing an animal in front of her, the girl remembered that she had caught one like this before, so she decided to use her power right away to quickly finish the challenge. Moving closer to the animals, Julia directed a bolt of lightning at them, trying to quickly subdue the beasts and not waste precious time during the trial. All the magical creatures were struck by the lightning the student had directed at them, and in an instant, they were defeated. Meanwhile, one of the organizers explained that all the beasts were coated with a special potion, and when an animal was subdued, bright smoke would rise from its body. During the trials, the teachers monitor each student's condition through magical circles outside the barrier, as well as tally the results and assign scores. Suddenly, the man was surprised to see that the little girl in Group 5 had already finished her task, and the tournament was over for her. Julia easily exited the tournament and was glad that everything had ended well, while the next participant was already being called. After the test, the girl approached her homeroom teacher, who praised her for completing the test in 3 minutes, which was amazing. Overjoyed, the young lady asked where the martial arts area was, as she wanted to see how her brother was doing. After explaining the situation, Mrs. Linda said that Lucas's group was in Hall 10 and they were performing last, so Julia would have time to grab something to eat. While the girl was talking to the teacher, another girl was watching her and hated both her and her brother. For this student, the main question was whether Lucas Ryan would be able to show the same outstanding results as he did on the entrance exams. 2 hours later, the two young men who had been mocking the martial arts department each received 1 point and were worried that students in lower grades might outscore them. It was noted that, in addition to the elite class students, even the master students received 1 point each. After this information was announced, Kai became even more anxious because he really wanted to stay in the martial arts department. As he began to explain, the protagonist said that their field was in no way inferior to that of mages and deserved respect. Confirming Lucas's words, Mr. Shigert explained that no one should underestimate their abilities, since there were no injuries and first-level beasts wouldn't harm them. In terms of physical endurance and technical skills, the martial arts department even surpasses low-level mages, so they must believe in themselves. When the students heard that their advisor supported them, it seemed strange, since they had never heard words of encouragement from him before. The class representative returned to her group and reported that she had just confirmed there were no injuries. Continuing her explanation, Teishi noted that many students were exhausted because they had used up all their mana, and added that she had important information. For safety reasons, the barrier restricts the animal's movement, making it impossible for them to surround a student. Therefore, if students are worried they won't be able to win, they can run away and look for a weaker animal. She also explained that they shouldn't overexert themselves and should take it seriously. That way, they could earn points. Immediately thanking her for the information, the martial arts students showed their respect. But for Taisha, it was simply part of her duties as class representative. With a smile on his face, the man thought he noticed imitators from their class, who had begun to copy their mannerisms and confidence. In Herg's opinion, the martial arts department lacked talent and could therefore only resort to underhanded methods to secure grades. When asked what he wanted, the man replied that he had come to warn them that their program's turn would soon come. As the instructor was leaving, he said with a laugh that the students in the department should try their best. Otherwise, their program might disappear altogether. Pondering the man's words, Shigert said nothing, but his expression grew more serious, and even the students nearby noticed it. Hireg doesn't care about the future of the department, but he believes it would be better if it didn't exist at all. Having witnessed the conversation, the protagonist was deeply impressed by the man's behavior. His words and tone left a deep impression on the young man's mind. After this conversation, Lucas recalled that Garega behaved just like the people from his past life. Realizing he needed to prove that the martial arts department was one of the best, the protagonist decided to be the first to participate in the entrance ceremony. With a sad expression, the group supervisor informed him that if he was worried, he could switch places with any of the other students. When the teacher heard that it was a matter of principle for the boy to go first, he was surprised, but he understood that this would give him a chance to show his skills and prove that the martial arts department deserved respect. While planning his performance, Lucas decided to go first to demonstrate his skills and prove that the martial arts department deserved respect. Confidently and decisively, the young man said he would definitely get high scores and show everyone who looked down on them that their program was worth it. The whole group supported the young man's words, and this gave him even more confidence because he felt that like-minded people were nearby and ready to support any decision he made. After Lucas spoke, the atmosphere changed dramatically, and even Shigert was surprised by his students' determination and confidence. Watching his students, the man didn't understand what was happening, for they were acting as a single team and supporting one another. 10 minutes later, the main character was the first to enter the space. He was determined and ready for the trial. When the young man entered the trial, he first tried to figure out how to proceed, assessing the situation and the behavior of the magical beasts around him. The first thing the boy saw was a magical detection circle, through which the teachers could see what was happening inside the barrier. According to Lucas, if he avoided these circles, he wouldn't have to worry about being watched during the tournament. When a magical beast recognizes a person as its master, their souls merge, allowing them to communicate and briefly borrow the animal's power. At that moment, as the protagonist was undergoing the trial, Yule sensed his master's presence. Not understanding why Lucas was using his power, since he was much stronger than the wolf, he felt surprise and dissatisfaction with his master's actions. At first, the boy decided to explain that this made it easier for him to defeat a low-level magical beast and achieve results faster. The first thing he saw during the tournament was a bird approaching the protagonist. Deciding to help his master, Yule immediately explained that they were facing a high-level magical beast and needed to proceed with caution. Noticing that it was being watched, the bird immediately stopped and began looking around nervously. At that moment, the beast realized it was trapped in a magic circle from which it couldn't escape, and its movements were completely restricted. Next, Lucas decided to strike to test the opponent's strength and determine if he could defeat it. To create a situation where it would be easier for the other students to subdue the animals, they needed to capture their souls so that they would lose the will to fight. Suddenly, the bird plummeted to the ground, catching everyone off guard, and a tense silence hung in the air as everyone waited for what would happen next. Immediately after the tournament began, the young man realized that the aura of a high-level beast frightened a low-level one, and that's when Yulia's power came in handy. The first beast was subdued, and the boy pondered what to do next while observing the rest of the magical beasts in the arena. Thanking the bird for submitting so easily, the protagonist continued to tame the other magical beasts in the arena. To continue the tournament, Lucas took measures to ensure the smoke from the beast didn't escape and didn't interfere with the other students during the battle. Slowly coming to her senses, the owl tried to understand what had happened and what was going on around her. Looking at itself, the bird couldn't figure out what would happen next, while the young man went off to tame other magical creatures. It was time for the protagonist to say goodbye, and even though he had done everything to make things easier for the other students, he felt sad. Although Lucas was strong, Kai was still worried because half the time had passed and his friends still had 0 points. One of the teachers was walking by and decided to check out the tournament to see how the students were handling the magical beasts. In the man's opinion, for a martial arts master, a 0 score meant he was incapable of defeating even the weakest beast. Even students from different departments confirmed that there was a big difference between the mages and Lucas's field of study at the tournament. Despite all the chatter between Herg and the students, Curator Shigart listened to what was going on. Julia interrupted the conversation and asked that no one dare mock her brother, because even if he cannot use magic, he remains extremely talented. The girl's words greatly annoyed the man, and he began to consider everyone around him out of their minds and incapable of serious action. Despite her convincing arguments, the teacher explained that the young man's score proved the opposite and did not justify his actions. Just as the students were arguing with the professor, an announcement came over the loudspeaker that Lucas Ryan had received only 1 point, which surprised everyone present. This news stunned Herg, while his classmates, on the contrary, were delighted that the young man would still remain in the department. Although the young people were happy with this result, the man still compared him to his students, whose highest score was a 5. One of the observers was deeply shocked that the protagonist's scores began to pile up one after another, and the situation at the tournament was rapidly changing. Despite Gariga, the students rejoiced at every score the main character earned and supported him throughout the competition. After hearing about the number of points, the man became even more furious because in his class, that was the highest score, and he couldn't accept it. When the young man managed to intimidate all the beasts, he immediately sighed with relief, knowing that his classmates would be able to pass the test and earn points. The only thing left to do was to get the highest score and prove his skills at the tournament so that all his classmates could see his mastery. The more points the young man wanted to earn, the harder he tried to tame the magical beasts and prove his abilities. With every passing minute, the boy received 1 additional point, and his score gradually rose. There was still time left before the end of the trial, and Lucas already had 9 points and was working hard to achieve the best possible result. Not expecting such a turn of events, the boy noticed that the bird had suddenly returned to the ground and was intently watching his movements. The final point was awarded, and in the end, the protagonist achieved the highest score, surprising everyone present. After the results were announced, Lucas Gehrig was not only surprised, but also alarmed, as he hadn't expected the young man to earn the highest score. Once again, the tournament organizers announced the rankings of those who had passed the test, and the protagonist found himself among the best. Despite her nervousness, Julia was overjoyed to see her brother, as she had been very worried about him and could now calmly watch his successes. After the tournament ended, one of the observers was surprised because the martial arts department had received a perfect score. When the young man met his sister again, she immediately told him that she had believed in him and was confident that he would be able to demonstrate his abilities at the tournament. Upon seeing the protagonist, Gehrig began shouting that he couldn't imagine a first-year martial arts student defeating 10 magical beasts. Then the man turned to Shigart to ask if he had substituted someone for his student. Hearing this, the brother and sister looked at the teacher in surprise, as if he were crazy, and couldn't believe he actually thought that. With a calm voice and demeanor, the dean of the martial arts faculty stated that he had done nothing and had not interfered with the tournament's results. One of the commission members interrupted the conversation, asking if Gehrig truly believed that, as an examiner, he accepted bribes and could tolerate cheating. At that moment, the man completely forgot about the people overseeing the entire exam process, and he didn't want to make enemies of them. Although the teacher confidently defended his opinion while speaking with the examiner, he began to make excuses and recalled that during the entrance exam, the mannequin had unexpectedly broken, and because of this, he decided that the situation was quite strange. When the students heard that an investigation was being launched because one of the students had received a high grade, they were shocked. Despite all the warnings about the martial arts department, Lucas had nothing to hide. 10 minutes later, the bird noticed a beam of light cutting through the darkness, which caught its attention and prompted it to move cautiously toward it. When the animals saw that the barrier had opened, they were both shocked and delighted, causing them to react cautiously to the new situation around them. The first to realize they were seeing the outside world was the bird, who cautiously looked around and assessed everything happening around him. After the barrier opened, all the animals began to scatter in different directions, trying to quickly leave the danger zone. It was important for the organizers to catch the animals, so they decided to use magic to control their movements. First, the examiner pointed his staff at the bird, which was to be bound by a tiny chain. Soon the animal was chained up, and they began to control its movements using magic. According to the examiners, the animals were usually frantic, but in this case, they were so weakened that they could not move around. One of the men asked the other whether the student had truly earned a perfect score honestly, and whether there was anything suspicious going on. There was no answer to the question, but the only thing that alarmed everyone was that the animals were behaving strangely. Perhaps something unusual had happened to them. The only solution the men could see was to send the animals for inspection, and only then could they continue working. After hearing that the inspection had found no violations, Lucas couldn't understand why no one trusted him. In the protagonist's opinion, there would be more surprises ahead, but at the same time, he observed Shigart's instructions regarding actions during the tournament and the old man's advice. The time had come for the exam, and Tasha strode confidently toward the barrier, closely observing everything happening around her. The girl tried to psych herself up to get the same score as Lucas and show off her skills during the exam. The first thing the young lady saw was a magical wolf that was watching her closely and moving cautiously around the arena, preparing for action. Unexpectedly for the animal, Taishi began striking at it, forcing the wolf to retreat and react to her rapid movements. From the very beginning, the girl understood that if she couldn't handle it in 30 seconds, she would stick to the plan she had discussed with the team the day before. As she approached the animal, the young lady couldn't make sense of what was happening, since this was her first time dealing with such a situation. The wolf, upon seeing the group leader, began talking about the monster that was her companion and asked if it was still within the barrier's territory. Just as Taishi was about to strike, she suddenly saw that the beast had submitted to her and stood still before her, as if acknowledging her strength and superiority. This came as a surprise to the girl, since a third-level beast had surrendered so easily and offered no resistance to her actions. At that moment, the class representative couldn't tell whether it was just a coincidence or if there was something much more serious behind it. Realizing that the martial arts department might be stronger than the mages, the student felt a surge of strength and confidence in her own abilities. With each subsequent beast, Taishi's score rose, and she moved with increasing confidence in the arena, closing in on a high score. Even higher-level beasts could not stand against her and gradually succumbed to her strength and confident actions in the arena. When her classmates and mentors saw the girl's results, they were once again convinced that they were doing the right thing and that the path they had chosen was yielding results. Meanwhile, the young lady moved confidently toward her goal, undeterred by difficulties, and with every step she drew closer to the desired result. There was very little time left until the end of the test, and Taishi already had 9 points, with the final beast standing before her, the one that would determine her result. After the final strike, the beast submitted, and the examiner announced that Taishi Himmel had received a perfect score. Rejoicing for their classmate, all the students in the martial arts department realized that things weren't as bad as they had seemed earlier. When the girl returned to her group, the examiners were surprised that a perfect score had been achieved in this discipline once again. On the way back from the tournament, the young lady recalled Lucas's words that the beasts weren't as scary as they seemed, and that the martial arts department was in no way inferior to the others. Sharp participated in the third match, skillfully striking his opponent and demonstrating speed and precision in every movement in the arena. It came as a great surprise to the young man when he too received the maximum number of points for his performance in the trial. The next to take the test was Collins, who prepared for the fight by closely observing the beast and carefully planning each of his moves. The boy's efforts in training were not in vain, as he was able to excel in the tournament, demonstrating skill and confidence in his actions. The last of the 4 friends to compete in the match was Kai, who had already shown good results and confidence in his actions during training. When the young man subdued the first beast, he realized that he had worried needlessly before the tournament began and that his anxiety had been unfounded. Despite all his fears, the martial arts student also received a perfect score. When the first results were announced, everyone who had performed well was very happy to have completed the task. In the cafeteria, it was announced that during the competition, the students of the martial arts department had risen to the top of the rankings and achieved a perfect score. This news pleasantly surprised Shigart and gave him even more confidence in his students' abilities and the correctness of his chosen teaching approach. Despite this, he decided to celebrate the occasion with his students and honor their achievements in the competition. After the tournament concluded, the organizers conducted a re-examination of the beasts, which revealed no unusual phenomena in either the animals or the barrier. The only thing that concerned everyone present was why the results of the martial arts faculty turned out to be so unexpectedly high. One of the examiners thought that the animals had been frightened by the mages who had participated earlier and their stands during the tournament. During the conversation, the man heard them talking about this competition, which was held every year, but nothing like this had ever happened before. This tournament was the first of its kind since the Faculty of International Relations was established. Upon hearing this conversation, Director Austin realized that next year the martial arts department would come in first, and the results of this test would remain unchanged. When Herg spoke these words, he was annoyed because, if everything remained as it was, the program that had earned the highest scores would surprise the class of mages from the very first month and rival the elite. The other teachers strongly disapproved of the man's behavior and did not understand what he was trying to achieve. Alan, the head of the academy, confirmed Gehrig's words and decided to ask if there were any objections. The teacher himself had no objections, but doubts remained, since the martial arts department had likely won thanks to luck. Director Austin's words that luck is part of victory surprised Garega quite a bit and forced him to reconsider his own attitude toward the tournament results. In this situation, the students were not at fault, and therefore it was impossible to annul their results regardless of any doubts regarding the circumstances of the tournament. Despite his pride and desire to prove that something was wrong, the instructor agreed to announce the students' tournament results. When everyone present had gone about their business, the man still could not come to terms with the fact that it was not his students who had received high scores. Realizing that he would not see justice done, the man decided to focus on his own teaching methods and the further development of his students. After all the checks were completed, the two most experienced members of the academy, Alan, continued the conversation, carefully discussing the tournament results and the students' behavior. This situation remained serious and concerned the very existence of the martial arts department, so one of them decided to ask the 9th-level expert in this field if he knew the real reason. His colleague's words were true, for Director Austin knew the main reason, but did not want to reveal it to avoid trouble. Not much time had passed since the end of the competition, and Kai couldn't calm down because he was so happy and wanted to tell his family about his achievements. On their way back to the dorm, the young people discussed how taming magical beasts wasn't as difficult as they'd been told, perhaps because they'd become significantly stronger since the entrance exams. In Lucas's opinion, it was all thanks to Mr. Shigert and his special training, but he calmed down anyway because he knew no one suspected him of helping his classmates. When the young men returned to their room, Kai decided to ask what they would spend the 20 bonus points they'd earned for winning the tournament on. At the table, Sharp explained that he wouldn't spend the points but would save them for something more necessary, carefully considering the future use of the reward. Hearing these words, Kai decided that the points should be used to purchase high-level materials to prepare for next month's close combat training. When the protagonist heard about the tournament, he immediately became interested in it and wanted to learn more details about the conditions and participants. The competition will take place on the grounds of the Manhwa Tower, as it serves as a unique testing ground for the Allen Academy of Magic. Inside the building, a virtual world has been created, filled with various creatures such as magical beasts, chimera humans, and giants. But they are not real, so a person will not die but will be able to learn how to fight them. Deciding to ask right away, Sharp clarified whether 100 students could actually enter and whether they would get in if all 12 from the elite class were definitely participating. After hearing this, Kai explained that participants are usually selected based on their rankings in training competitions, but given their perfect scores, they would definitely be accepted. Unexpectedly, Sharp and Colin stood up and said they were going to the store to buy training gear. As expected, all martial arts masters strove to become stronger by training constantly and honing their skills in every match. In the protagonist's opinion, it was the right thing to do to ensure that all students in their program received perfect scores. In his excitement, Kai tried to persuade Lucas to go to the store with him, but his roommate refused, deciding to stay in the room and rest after the tournament. At one point, the protagonist decided to show his neighbor a pendant that held a special power and could influence future events. After explaining why he didn't want to go to the store, the young man added that he wanted to take a closer look at the item Mr. Shigert had given him. When Kai saw the pendant, he realized it was the very item awarded to the top 3 finishers in the competition. For Lucas, the pendant was his greatest achievement and a symbol of good luck, but his neighbor also wanted to get a similar item. Feeling a little disappointed, the student decided to join Sharp and Collins to go to the store and buy the necessary training equipment. After a while, the overall rankings for the Magical Beast Tournament were announced, and all the students closely watched their faculty's results. Some students were shocked that the entire martial arts faculty had received perfect scores and exceeded everyone's expectations. A student of Mr. Garriga entered the room where the list was posted to check her faculty's results. In Lila's opinion, their class was supposed to outperform the elite for the 3rd year in a row and achieve the best results among all faculties. No one knew how long the girl's father had been preparing her for this important moment or what efforts he had made to ensure her success. At that moment, one of the students' knives ended up near the scoreboard and accidentally brushed against the list, causing everyone present to watch the situation with alarm. Another of Garriga's students added that the martial arts faculty had received an additional 26 points for the Aaron Tower. In his opinion, these spots belonged specifically to them, the mages, and no one else had the right to take them, so all decisions regarding the distribution of points should remain with them. After that, the young man added that the teachers who had inspected the beast confirmed that the martial arts department had not cheated and had done everything fairly. Upon hearing that their rivals had bought up the last supplies at the store for Lila, it came as a shock. So the girl decided to suggest adjusting their path to success in order to outpace their rivals and ensure the best results for her class in the future. Unexpectedly, a group of students from the Faculty of Magic attacked two other people, creating chaos and a tense situation around them. Among these students was Sharp, who had to endure the most terrifying moments and trials during the clash. When Colin saw the state his friend was in, he wanted to help him immediately and heal him. At that moment, the young man decided to do everything he could to buy more time to save his classmate and offered the points he had earned for winning the tournament. But in response, the young man received only an unexpected blow, which forced him to retreat and reconsider his plan to save his classmate. After such a blow, the martial arts student was injured and needed immediate help to avoid serious consequences. Those who inflicted these injuries didn't even try to do anything to save the victims, leaving them helpless and in danger. According to Lila, they were quite loud, but she explained that they didn't need their points and could keep them to themselves without disturbing the other students. Despite the pain, Sharp decided to ask why Herg's students had treated them that way and tried to understand the motives behind their actions. For the girl, the demands were quite simple and easy to fulfill, so she could handle them without extra effort or unnecessary stress. The young lady's first demand was that the wounded boys crawl to the martial arts department and receive the necessary care to recover from the battle. With a smile on her face, Lila said that once they arrived at their department building, they were told that their lives were worth less than those of insects. A few hours later, Lucas and Kai began searching for their friends throughout the academy, carefully examining every corner to find them and help them. In the young man's opinion, there was nothing wrong with them returning from their part-time job later than usual, and it wouldn't affect their duties or success. When the protagonist heard these words, he immediately explained that today was not like any other day and was different from ordinary events. Unexpectedly, Lucas sensed a strong smell of blood on the street and immediately became alert, searching for the source of the scent. Then the young man tried to figure out where to go next to find the source of the smell and avoid danger. Realizing where the scent was coming from, the protagonist ran as fast as he could toward the source, trying to find out what had happened and who needed help. When his friend ran off, Kai tried to catch up with him to figure out what was going on and why this situation had arisen. The closer the boys got to the source of the scent, the clearer it became to them what was going on and what was causing the smell. Lying before him were his injured friends who needed immediate help and support. Kai tried to quickly assess their condition and figure out what to do next. Seeing this scene, the boys tried to figure out who had done this and why their friends were in such a state. First and foremost, Lucas decided to examine the boys' condition and figure out how quickly they needed to be taken to the doctors. With all his might, Collins tried to say that it was Lila from Gariga's class and attempted to explain why she might have been involved in the incident and what had happened. After hearing that they had severed his friend's meridians, the protagonist became furious and couldn't contain his anger. Kai approached Lucas and immediately tried to figure out what had happened to them, but the young man reported that their friends were unconscious. The first thing to do was to stop the bleeding, and for his friend, he needed to bring a potion to stabilize his condition. As quickly as possible, the student tried to find everything necessary to help his wounded friends and ensure their safe transport to doctors for treatment. Next, the protagonist checked to see if the rest of his friends' bodies were okay, but it turned out there was a possibility of a curse. Realizing that Lila had used a bone-breaking technique employed by black market assassins, the young man couldn't understand why she had used it against the martial arts students. In the young man's opinion, it was an attempted murder, and he couldn't understand why Lila from Herga's class had decided to use such a deadly technique against the martial arts students. Unexpectedly, Sharp came to his senses and said he was in pain, trying to inform his friends of his condition. When Lucas heard these words, he immediately became determined, for leaving this unpunished was impossible, and demanded an immediate response. Promising right away that he would punish those responsible for this situation, the protagonist intended to do everything to save his friends and restore justice. Kai returned to the scene, and with him was Teishi, who upon learning of this, immediately ran to help save her wounded friends. Returning to Lucas, the young man explained that he had met the girl on his way back, and she had immediately agreed to help the wounded without a moment's hesitation. The young man immediately reported that their friends' lives were not in danger, but they needed a few days of rest to fully recover. Thanks to the protagonist's first aid, the students will be able to continue their studies at the academy and do everything to ensure that justice prevails. When Teishi found out about this, she decided to go to the student council. But the young men tried to dissuade her because some teachers were ignoring the events and the student parliament wouldn't listen. But unexpectedly, Lucas was very angry and could barely contain his rage, deciding to act decisively and not let this go unanswered. After the protagonist spoke, the class president was surprised as she had never seen her friend so angry and determined. Despite the young lady's surprise, the boy decided that everything must be done to ensure the perpetrators were punished. With a fierce look in his eyes, the young man said again that he would definitely take revenge. He would not stop until he had recovered everything that had been taken from him and left this place. The next day, following the night's events, students from the martial arts department came to the student council to discuss what had happened. After listening to his friend's explanations, Theo calmly reflected on what everyone had said and tried to understand what each person meant. The first thing the student council president asked was whether Lucas really wanted to hold a duel with Master Gehrig's students and what his specific demands were. The specific terms of the duel were as follows. If the martial arts team wins, the opponents must apologize, and if they win, they will receive an S-class bonus. In Theo's opinion, the martial arts department had no evidence against Master Gehrig's students, and he was curious about what exactly the S-class bonus entailed. Unexpectedly, the pendant that Lucas's advisor had given him ended up in the hands of the student council president, and he was examining it closely under the lamp in the office. Not expecting this, Kai watched in surprise as the boy threw the pendant at their feet. After the pendant fell, Theo began mocking the students and claiming it had happened by accident. By putting on such a show and risking a cheap piece of jewelry, the student council president felt that this was too much and went beyond what was acceptable. After the boy's words, Lucas held back his anger, especially when his gaze fell on the pendant lying at their feet, and his heart tightened with surprise. Not everyone could control themselves, for such fury was evident in Kai's eyes that even the calmest felt the tension. When the young man was about to lunge at Theo, the protagonist stopped him, for now the conflict needed to be resolved by other means. In a calm voice, Lucas asked what he thought would be a fair bet so that everything would be equitable for the show's participants. Carefully considering this complex question, Theo sought the best course of action to maintain his authority in the eyes of those around him. The first thing that came to mind was that it had to be something unique and different from anything he had seen before. Calmly and confidently, Theo replied that it could be the right to enter the Aaron Tower, which immediately caught the attention of the student council president. The students were utterly astonished, for they now faced a choice. It was crucial for them to do everything possible to get into the tournament and also to ensure that the guilty parties were punished. After hearing all the conditions, the protagonist, after consulting with his friends, agreed to them and decided to devote himself entirely to preparing for the upcoming duel. After this conversation, the duel was scheduled for 2 days later, and this caught the attention of the entire academy, as all the freshmen were unhappy that the martial arts department had taken up so many spots near the entrance to the tower. Many supported Mr. Gehrig's class, and the man himself rewarded the 3 students who had attacked Sharp and Collins. Despite all the recent events, Shigert said nothing and simply increased the workload on the field. He understood the situation unfolding because he knew his colleague, who would stop at nothing. The day of the duel arrived, and a large crowd gathered at the scene to watch the showdown between the martial arts department and Mr. Gehrig's class. Among those present were those who wanted to support the 3 friends, and thanks to them, the event was successfully organized. Despite the fact that it was their fault, Lila declared that the rivals could ask for forgiveness loudly, and perhaps she would forgive them. According to Lucas, they still don't know how this duel will turn out for them or what consequences their confidence in their own victory will have. An announcement came over the loudspeaker for both sides to begin preparing for battle, and Kai was the first to step forward, ready to put an end to this. Ready for battle, the opponent stood confidently in place, closely watching Kai's movements and waiting for the moment to attack. The start of the battle was announced, and the participants immediately rushed into the fray, moving quickly and tracking every move of their opponent with the utmost attention. At the start of the battle, Andre decided to use an ice storm to immediately gain the upper hand over his opponent. Despite the ice storm, Kai confidently parried the attacks and gradually gained the upper hand over his opponent. When Andre saw that his opponent had parried the blow, he was very surprised and tried to understand how such a powerful strike had failed to affect him at all. Surprised that the mage had failed to harm him, Mr. Shigert's apprentice asked if that was all he was capable of. After the young man had destroyed everything in his path, he slowly approached his opponent, closely watching his movements and preparing for the next strike. At that moment, the boy didn't understand why everyone was so enthusiastic about mages, since in his opinion, they were incapable of anything. Listening closely to everything his opponent said, Mr. Garega's student tried to anticipate his actions to find a weak spot to attack. Not understanding why Kai was showing off so much, and had fallen into a trap from which he wouldn't be able to escape, Andre was devising his entire plan for victory. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shigert's student felt something unusual happening to his legs, which forced him to slow down and move forward more cautiously. At that moment, the young man immediately looked down at his feet and was very surprised to find that they were frozen to the ground. The ice continued to restrict the boy's movements, and his opponent coldly informed him that there was no escape, and he was completely at his mercy. Having confidently bid farewell to the noble student, the mage prepared to deliver another powerful blow. Even though he couldn't move his legs, Kai remained on guard for any turn of events, closely watching his opponent's movements. Using his weapon, and attempted to cast a spell to destroy his opponent and gain the upper hand in the battle. Trying to see if his opponent had realized where he was, Mr. Gehrig's student inflicted even greater damage on his opponent. When he saw the state Kai was in, he added that this happens to anyone who dares to provoke a mage. Despite his condition, the student tried everything he could to free himself and avenge the attack on his friends. While Kai was trying to figure out how to free himself as quickly as possible, Andre began to taunt him, saying that if he was going to give up, he should say so louder. As the rest of the tournament participants watched the first round, Lila remarked that if a person is a loser, they will never change. The next thing the girl added was that by admitting defeat, the opponent would be able to forgive her and get a chance to make things right in a future battle. For the protagonist, these words were just empty talk that didn't change the situation or influence his actions. Despite being frozen to the ground by ice, Kai decided to ask if ice magic could freeze the lava in the mountains of magical beasts. When everyone present saw what Mr. Shigert's student was trying to do, Lila immediately tried to prevent such a turn of events. Before the explosion, Andy managed to shout for his classmate to run, and in the next moment, a powerful flash erupted at the scene. Despite these events, Kai tried to stay on his feet and make out his opponent through the thick smoke. When Mr. Gehrig's student saw the lava jelly in his hands, he realized that this young man was ready to do anything just to get revenge. While the boy was trying to figure out why they had set off this explosion, his opponent crept up from behind and prepared to strike. At that moment, Andre tried to strike as quickly as possible, but his opponent managed to dodge and wounded him. The student hadn't expected such a turn of events and paused for a moment, stunned by his opponent's speed and agility. The sorcerer was knocked aside by the blow, and everyone present was shocked to see that the martial arts master had wounded the sorcerer. What surprised the students most was that Mr. Shigert's legs were covered in burns, yet he continued to stand and prepare for the next strike despite the pain. It was impressive that the young man decided to cause an explosion to escape the ice prison, and he succeeded, earning the admiration of those present for his courage. When the smoke cleared, Kai recalled Lucas's words that when an enemy casts a spell and is confident of victory, weaknesses immediately appear. It also came as a surprise to Andre when he was wounded by the martial arts student. He hadn't expected his opponent to be able to attack him so quickly and accurately. Despite feeling unwell, Mr. Gehrig's student decided not to waste time and launch an attack, believing his opponent would be unable to withstand his strength. The most unexpected thing for everyone present was that they once again saw a mysterious object in Kai's hands. With the help of this tool, Kai tried to end the battle as quickly as possible and gain the upper hand over his opponent. Despite the fact that the object had exploded and an ice mage stood opposite him, Mr. Shigert's student had a plan that allowed him to continue the fight. The boy's hands began to turn to ice again, but despite this, he continued to fight for victory, and because of this, everyone thought he was crazy. During the fight, Kai explained that he disliked ice mages simply because they never saw things through to the end. After the young man spoke, Andre began shouting for his opponent to back off and tried to hold back his next attack, carefully assessing the situation on the battlefield. The blow was powerful and sent the opponent flying backward, leaving everyone present stunned by the force of the attack. As he flew through the air, Mr. Gehrig's student tried to say something, but the force of the blow prevented him from speaking clearly. Once he landed, the boy realized that his opponent had shattered his shield with brute force and was confident he would defeat the martial arts student. The winner of the first match was Kai, who demonstrated courage and agility and secured a decisive victory over his opponent, impressing everyone present. After the victory, the young man was glad that he had managed to prove the strength of his discipline, and no one could say that their department was weak. Realizing that Teishi was next to enter the fight, the young man wondered if she would be able to handle her opponent, if she would need help, and if everything would go well during the match. After making sure the girl was okay, the protagonist noticed that the second round was already beginning, and the participants were preparing for a new clash. The first thing the student heard was that her friend had won because he was from the noble Taro family, so it was clear to Tara that this wasn't a fair victory. Tisha's words struck a chord with her, because in her opinion, no one wanted to admit that the boy had won fairly. The young lady's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected blow, which she managed to dodge with confidence. Seeing a strange object on the wall, the martial arts student immediately realized that if she hadn't reacted in time, its force could have destroyed her completely. In Lila's opinion, Mr. Shigart's students are deeply attached to their principles and because of this, rarely change their decisions, even when circumstances force them to act otherwise. The next thing the girl said was that, for mages, the result is what matters, and she struck her opponent again. Despite the vines appearing before her, Teishi confidently overcame the obstacle and calmly approached the mage's student. Once the girl had made her way through the plants, she tried to close the distance as quickly as possible to force her opponent into close combat. Lila was surprised that the martial arts student was so fast and had launched an attack, even though she was only at the first level. After the attack, Mr. Garega's student tried to use her strength, but her opponent beat her to it and grabbed her arm. Closing in, Teishi decided to recite the motto of their school to demonstrate her confidence and moral superiority over her opponent. Before launching a powerful attack, the girl said that scientists consider human life to be the highest value and that it must be protected under any circumstances. After these words, Lila began to scream and use plant magic, directing vines at her opponent to restrain her movements and seize the initiative. But the magic hadn't even had time to take effect when Mr. Shigart's student launched a series of attacks, successfully deflecting all of her opponent's magical streams. A few minutes later, the girl stopped with a calm demeanor and surveyed the battlefield, assessing the results of the clash. Surprised, Kai couldn't understand how the young lady had managed to end the battle so quickly, while his friend was impressed by her result and skill. After landing her strikes, Teishi, returning to her group, remarked that one should not provoke the pride of the martial arts faculty. The second round ended with a victory for Mr. Shigart's student, who secured a decisive win over her opponent. A few minutes later, members of the student council noticed through an open window that the girl had used poisonous needles which might be prohibited. In Theo's opinion, his interlocutors were exaggerating the situation, since nothing serious had happened, and he believed that everything had gone without consequences for the combatants. When Garrig heard that Teishi was a very talented person and that it was no surprise her advisor had appointed her as group leader, and that she was now asking for help because of the insults to their department, he became very angry. Looking closely at the last participant in the fight, the man believed that they were the ones who should have taken the spots near the Aaron Tower, and now they had lost their dignity. For Mr. Garrig's student, this was his last chance to use a certain technique again during the fight to turn the tide in his favor. As he prepared for the final round, the protagonist had no idea of his opponent's true intentions and didn't know what moves the opponent might use to surprise him during the fight. For Break, this was the last chance to prove they were ready to go all the way and earn a spot in the next tournament by demonstrating all their strength and agility. On high alert, everyone present immediately heard the announcement of the start of the third round and watched the events in the arena with bated breath. As soon as the trial began, the protagonist started closely observing his opponent's movements and looking for weak spots to attack. Some mages, like Break, have mastered effective close combat techniques to combine magic and physical strength during battles. In the young man's opinion, his opponent would be helpless against his high-speed cloning technique and unable to react in time to dodge the blows or defend against the attacks. Worried about Lucas's fate, his friends couldn't understand why he wasn't attacking, but instead kept his distance, focusing on defense and assessing his opponent's moves. The young man himself no longer wanted to show off his skills and concentrated on precise movements, assessing his opponent and using every opportunity to gain an advantage in the fight. The most important thing for the young man was to teach his enemy a lesson, so he managed to catch him at high speed and seize the moment to deliver a precise and powerful attack. Once the opponents were face to face, the tension between them grew, and they cautiously sized each other up before the next attack. What surprised Break the most was that Lucas missed and failed to hit his opponent during such a crucial attack. This situation was unexpected because the young man considered his rival a strong opponent and did not expect such a miss. Stepping away from the protagonist, the young man thought that he was starting to lose his mind from the tension and his opponent's unpredictable actions. At that moment, as he moved away from his opponent, Break noticed a very terrifying aura emanating from him and sensed the danger in every subsequent move. Mr. Herg's student felt very sorry for him, but he still decided to deliver a powerful blow without even hesitating in the face of a moral dilemma. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was wounded and felt a sharp pain that forced him to instantly reassess the situation on the battlefield. At that moment, the young man realized he needed to change something to take control of the fight and turn the situation to his advantage. In Break's opinion, no one could withstand his bone-breaking technique or withstand the power and speed of his attacks. As the boy struck again, the protagonist tried to dodge as quickly as possible and find an opening for a counterattack. Unexpectedly, Mr. Herg's student froze in place and lost his concentration for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. Trying to explain, the protagonist added that the boy wouldn't be able to win without taking any damage and would have to account for all of his opponent's attacks during the fight. Kai was worried about his friend's fate, as he could see that this round was proving to be more difficult than it seemed at first glance. The most interesting thing for Break was the trick Lucas used, but as it turned out, it was a fake. When the guy tried to land another powerful blow with his weapon, the protagonist managed to grab it and said it was time to end the fight. The next thing the protagonist did was grab his opponent's hand and realize that he'd had enough of playing games and it was time to end the fight. At that moment, the protagonist explained that it was time to show what he was capable of and use all his skills and strength to end the fight with a victory. Even though he was just a freshman, Lucas decided to create a powerful shockwave to stun his opponent and demonstrate his strength. When Break saw what the young man had done, he was surprised, because he knew his opponent was only at the first level and had created the shockwave with just one foot. Thanks to the powerful gust of air, the protagonist didn't have to worry that anyone might notice them, and he asked if his opponent was ready for a real fight. Despite his previous results, Break decided to use his magic sword to try to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Just as Mr. Herg's student was trying to find his weapon, Lucas had already landed a powerful blow, causing his opponent to fall to the ground, losing his balance. After such an attack, the student suffered a serious injury and felt intense pain, which forced him to retreat and rethink his battle strategy. The young man screamed in pain, but this did not stop his opponent, who was ready to do anything to take revenge. Despite the injury he had already sustained, the student had no time to recover before the protagonist continued to deliver powerful blows without pause. Regardless of his opponent's condition, Lucas decided to take drastic action, leaving no chance for retreat or the opportunity to stop. With just a single attack, the young man struck his opponent, who was already wounded. From such a powerful blow, the boy instantly lost his balance. He was thrown to the side and barely managed to stay on his feet, struggling against the force of the blow. As Lucas moved closer to his opponent, he recalled his friend's words that they didn't know how to use magic, but this attack had damaged their meridia. Having witnessed the entire fight, Mr. Herg was shocked, as he hadn't expected his student to lose to the martial arts department. With every blow, Brain begged for mercy because he didn't want to suffer any more damage. In front of everyone present, the boy bowed his head and admitted defeat, feeling sadness and disappointment, but he was forced to accept the loss. After listening carefully to his opponent's pleas, Lucas accepted his decision and chose not to resist, allowing him to leave. The faculty advisor did not approve of the student's decision, as he believed that, given his abilities, he could have easily won the round. His colleagues' reaction greatly surprised Shigart, as everyone could see how badly his student was injured. Feeling disheartened, the man realized that if the student continued to fight while injured, it would cause problems for the martial arts department as well. The entire department rejoiced at the tournament victory. They felt proud of themselves and proved to everyone who had looked down on them what they were capable of and that they should not be underestimated. In his excitement, Kai immediately asked if they could defeat the mages in a duel, not noticing that something strange was happening around them. Despite the fact that Brain himself admitted defeat, he still decided to attack his opponent and continue the fight. At that moment, the protagonist was warned of the danger. He instantly dodged the blow, while his opponent tried to get closer. Moving with great speed, Lucas positioned himself behind Mr. Gehrig's student, ready for his next move. Even though this technique was forbidden, the protagonist decided to use it so that his rival could feel firsthand just how powerful it was. When it was all over, Brain felt as if he had been broken from the inside and didn't understand what had happened to him. With tears in his eyes, the boy fell to the ground, feeling the pain and despair that overwhelmed his heart. The final blow came from Lucas, who said that when his opponent used a similar technique, he didn't think the same thing would be done to him. On the big screen, the examiner explained that Break had unexpectedly attacked the young man after his defeat, but the protagonist handled it perfectly and emerged victorious. This news came as an unpleasant surprise to Iva because she didn't like that her cousin had achieved such high results in his studies. When Julia saw the angry girl, she wanted to ask if everything was okay, but then she remembered that this technique looked like the destruction of the meridian described in ancient books. She recalled that no martial arts master in the Empire had been able to master this technique in 100 years. The conclusion of the tournament gave the faculty a boost of joy and pride in themselves and their achievements. In Tasha's opinion, if anyone looked at her, she would immediately challenge them to a duel without hesitation and without regard for the consequences. Next, the girl explained that she felt stronger than usual, and this gave her confidence in her own abilities. In her excitement, the student wasn't watching where she was going and accidentally bumped into Shigert without noticing him in time. The first thing the man asked was why they had gotten so cocky and let their guard down after the tournament without thinking about the consequences. Starting to make excuses, the group leader explained that they had won the magical beast taming competition and that everything was fine with this tournament. The supervisor immediately made it clear that the only reason for the faculty's victory was that the beasts had been stressed out by constant attacks over a long period of time. Simply put, the students had just gotten lucky and had taken advantage of circumstances that had worked in their favor. When explaining the situation, the students insisted that they had won the duel on their own merits, but Shigert calmly pointed out that only 3 of them had actually won. The man then asked the students if they wanted to rely on the higher powers of this world instead of developing their own skills. In the curator's opinion, even if the students were nearly destroyed like Sharp and Collins, they are ready to give not only revenge, but also their lives for others. Believing this to be a good life, they will never become stronger because they do not dare to step outside their comfort zone. If the students think the way Shigert said, they should leave the department immediately to understand that true strength demands more. The man's words deeply affected Tasha. She was ready to prove that she could become stronger no matter what. Hearing the curator's words, the protagonist realized he was right. A martial arts master must be confident and train constantly. Unexpectedly, the woman waiting for the martial arts curator asked him to pull himself together and calm down. In response, the man explained that he didn't want his students to end up the same way he had and asked what was expected of him. Without explaining anything, Mrs. Linda handed the man a letter. He took it in surprise, not understanding what was inside or what to expect. Returning to the room, Break felt terrible because something resembling a meridian destruction technique had been used against him. The carriage arrived at the academy library. Alan had brought a teacher who had important business and caught the attention of everyone present. Among those present at the meeting was a man who was extremely angry and struggling to contain his rage. Brain's father arrived at the academy director's office, furious that his son's meridians had been severed and he would no longer be able to use magic. In the man's opinion, the criminal must be punished and the martial arts department disbanded to prevent such incidents in the future. Suddenly, Shigert entered the office and asked if they truly intended to severely punish the criminal and disband the department. The man immediately stated that this technique matched the one that had harmed his students, Sharp and Collins, and that 3 of Herge's students were involved in the incident. At that moment, the dean of the martial arts department requested that one instructor and his students be punished according to academy regulations. Even during his conversation with the director and the student's father, Herge tried to avoid punishment, believing that his colleague would prove his student's innocence. The only thing that bothered the man was why this information had surfaced now and why he was only finding out about it at this moment. He immediately told Shigart not to distract attention, since the issue at hand was that a prohibited technique had been used during the tournament, injuring a student. At that moment, the faculty dean explained that the information was unconfirmed, but the technique itself was definitely beyond the capabilities of a freshman. The student's father agreed with the man's words because he knew the protagonist and understood that the boy could not have mastered this technique without magic. In the director's opinion, even a high-level martial arts master would have struggled greatly to perform this technique. At that moment, Garrick added that the only person capable of such a feat was Shigert himself, and no one else possessed his level of skill or ability to influence a fight so effectively. The man immediately had the idea that the curator himself might have used this move on the student, and he shared this with everyone present. With a touch of irony, the martial arts faculty instructor remarked that if forbidden techniques were allowed, he would have used them on his colleague right away. After hearing all the instructor's speculations, the director turned to Shigert and asked if Break's condition wasn't related to the prohibited use of techniques then what was the cause? No one knows the exact reason, as the man himself believed he got what he deserved, but the director decided to question his student anyway. When the curator asked about the incident, Lucas confidently asserted that he hadn't used any techniques that weren't his own, but then unexpectedly shared a theory. According to the young man, Brake paid large sums to black market assassins to learn how to injure people, and because of this, he was quite well known in certain circles as a troubled aristocrat. The protagonist also mentioned that perhaps someone was concerned that information from the black market might become known to the outside world. One possible scenario was that an influential figure had used the duel as a cover to launch their own actions. Hearing Shigert's words, Academy Director Allen fell deep in thought and began analyzing what he had heard to understand the true causes of the events and the possible consequences for the Academy. At that moment, the father of the wounded student began shouting that no one should be misled by rumors and demanded the truth about what had actually happened. Trying to calm the man down, Herg explained immediately that this was only a hypothesis and urged him not to jump to conclusions until all the circumstances of the incident had been clarified. Another teacher confirmed his colleague's words, as this version seemed more plausible than the one suggesting the freshman had used forbidden techniques. In any case, there was someone at the duel who could have done so. They also warned that it was best not to provoke this person's wrath, as it could lead to serious problems. After the meeting ended, the principal decided to go to the library to find answers to the questions that were troubling him. After spending some time among the books, the man found what he was looking for and realized that this information could change his perspective on the events. Seeing the condition of the book, the professor realized that someone had recently borrowed it, and this only confirmed his suspicions regarding the events that had taken place during the duel. The man immediately decided to open the book and review the information he needed to get the answers he was looking for. The pages of the book described the very technique that had previously been banned and had caused much controversy among mages. When the director saw that the hand position resembled that of the person who had used the forbidden technique at the tournament, he immediately began comparing the technique with the description in the book. He spent a long time studying the information he had discovered, trying to understand all the details and consequences of using the forbidden technique. Meanwhile, on the Mountain of Magical Beasts, specifically near the hot springs, the protagonist was finishing treating his friends and monitoring their condition after the battle. To start with, Lucas decided to pour a special potion where his classmates were sitting to help them recover after the grueling battle. The water around the young men began to glow even brighter, enveloping them in energy and accelerating their recovery after the battle, helping to restore their strength and overall physical condition. Collins felt quite unwell during this procedure, and it caused him discomfort as he regained his strength. Sharp felt the same way as his friend and experienced the same discomfort during the recovery process. Realizing that the boys were in pain, the protagonist asked them to bear with it a little longer, since there was very little left. At that moment, the young man explained that martial arts masters can heal on par with mages and possess recovery techniques no less effective than magical abilities. A few days after those events, a carriage carrying Julia and Lucas's parents arrived in the city of Daku to check on their children and discuss what had happened at the tournament. When the woman stepped out of the carriage, she realized that a great deal of time had passed since their last meeting, and that the events had drastically changed the circumstances around them. She then looked around the place where they had stopped and immediately realized that nothing in the town had changed. Unexpectedly, her husband approached Catherine and began talking about the events that had taken place during their long absence. She assured him that she was fine, as she had recalled some past events and managed to recover some of her memories, which helped her feel more confident. While talking to her husband, the woman was so engrossed that she didn't even notice another person approaching them unnoticed. With tears in her eyes, Catherine couldn't believe that this was really true, and that the events she had only dreamed of were actually happening. She then stood before the couple, silently observing their reaction and waiting for a word or action from them. First and foremost, the man was the woman's younger brother and Ivy's father, who hadn't seen his sister in a very long time and now had the chance to meet her again after so many years. It all began 17 years ago, when events from the past influenced the lives of the main characters and determined their future relationships and fates. At that time, all the monsters unexpectedly attacked the Empire's territory at once, causing chaos and panic among the inhabitants and the state's defenders. Uniting, the people fought against the army of creatures for 3 days and 3 nights, but both sides suffered enormous losses and destruction. During this war, there were not only losses among their own fighters, but love also blossomed between some of the participants. Catherine took part in these horrific events as a brilliant mage, demonstrating her abilities and helping her allies in the fight against the enemy. At one unexpected moment, when the girl needed help, she met the young commander of the Knights, Holt Ryan, who appeared just in time to save her. He couldn't ignore the gaze of the young lady he had saved and felt his heart fill with warmth from her gratitude and trust. With tears in her eyes, Catherine looked intently at her savior and felt gratitude and relief that his help had come just in time. Even in the face of death, they vowed to spend their lives together as one and support each other through all trials. But her father, Duke Marinade, was opposed to this marriage and disowned his daughter, while Catherine, in turn, severed all ties with her family. Despite the severed family ties, the girl's brother did not understand what was happening and could not grasp the reasons for the conflict between his father and sister. It was only many years later that their children were able to meet at the Allen Academy and continue their family ties despite their parents' past disagreements. She was surprised by her brother's words about their children, since their father had once mentioned that Julia was a very talented mage with great potential in both academics and martial arts. At one point, Sen suggested visiting their home, since deep down their father wanted to meet his daughter, but for the woman herself, this evoked mixed feelings. Unexpectedly, the man sighed, and a shadow of doubt and reflection about the past and the future that awaited their family after the meeting appeared on his face. When Catherine saw the strange expression on her brother's face, he immediately warned her that only she would be allowed to enter the family home at first. Hearing this, tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and she immediately realized that her husband would not be able to go with her and that she would have to face the coming events on her own. Another shock came when Holt unexpectedly explained that it was time for him to return to the front and he would not be able to stay with Catherine any longer. For the woman, this was yet another blow, intensifying her feelings of loneliness and anxiety as Holt's departure forced her to be left alone again with her memories and emotions. Despite his own feelings, the man was glad that his beloved would be able to join her family and explained that he would return to her as soon as the campaign ended. No matter how much it hurt Holt, he walked away resolutely and couldn't even turn back to say goodbye to his wife, leaving her alone with her emotions and feelings. After her husband left, Sen recalled that despite his pride, the head of the family had facilitated the reunion between father and daughter, but the Duke had not forgiven her for marrying a martial arts master. With sadness, the brother hoped that someday a person would appear who would lift the ban on martial arts and help change attitudes toward their masters. Meanwhile, events were unfolding at the Allen Academy, where Lucas and his sister were heading to lunch and discussing past events and plans for the future. Even though the boy had been training hard, he still caught a cold, but his thoughts were interrupted by Julia, who said that Kai was buying food for someone. In the boy's opinion, once Sharp and the others recovered, he would make them buy something for him and use their help in the future. To Lucas, this seemed like a good idea, and he smiled a little, imagining his friends fulfilling his request and helping him. Upon seeing the protagonist, some students thought he was just lucky because an assassin had attacked Break before the duel, giving him an unexpected advantage. When Julia heard someone say that he might have gotten lucky 3 times, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and couldn't hide her astonishment. At that moment, the girl approached the young men and asked whom they were humiliating and why they were treating the other students that way. After the young lady walked away, Kai decided to suggest that he take the bento with him and his friend have lunch with his sister. After Julia spoke with the boys, she returned to her brother, smiling sweetly with satisfaction and in a good mood. Watching his sister closely, the protagonist noticed that she was wearing a new hair clip, and it turned out to be a gift from Ivy. Surprised by what he heard, the young man realized that she was a brilliant magician, so it was no wonder that everyone admired her abilities and behaved cautiously around her. The most important thing for Lucas was for Julia to be able to get along with her for their mother's sake and feel the warmth of family support. Unexpectedly, the boy heard his sister shouting to someone that she congratulated them on being appointed class president, and he was delighted by her enthusiasm and sincerity. At that moment, Mina approached their table and announced that the girl would soon become the star of the academy, and everyone would admire her talents. Despite her brother's support, the vice president assured her that she would always be there for her and support her through all her endeavors and difficulties. The next thing the young people noticed was the attitude of those around them and how they behaved in their presence. The strangest thing was that Iva was furious and didn't notice anyone in front of her, focusing only on her own emotions and anger. The girl herself was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice anything around her, immersed in her own feelings and memories. Shortly before this, the young lady had spoken with her mentor, Linda, who said that her skill level was almost on par with Julia's, especially in mind control magic. In the woman's opinion, in all other aspects, the girl clearly surpassed Iva, and for this reason, the 11-year-old was better suited for the role of head girl. Trying to explain this to the student without offending her, the mentor chose gentle words and emphasized the girl's strengths without belittling Iva. The girl didn't like the curator's words and decided to prove that her rival was simply the teacher's favorite. As they watched the young lady leave the cafeteria, everyone present was at a loss as to what was happening and why she was acting so strangely. After seeing this, Lucas realized that she was very angry, and her anger could be felt even from a distance, causing everyone around her to be wary of her behavior. According to Julia, it was all because Iva wasn't eating properly, so on the way to the dorm, she would buy her some food to help her regain her strength. Mina was surprised when the conversation turned to the young lady, and she hadn't expected everyone to discuss her abilities so enthusiastically. In response, the 11-year-old girl said that they were roommates and that her mind control was simply unmatched and also quite rare. Hearing these words, Mina was very surprised and decided to press a button to test what the girl had said. A magical sphere formed around their table, shielding them from prying eyes and sounds, making the conversation completely private. This situation surprised Lucas, because he knew that this was a sound-dampening magic circle that contained any magical energy and prevented the leakage of harm. The girl also explained that it could benefit the mind by helping one focus and control magical abilities more effectively. Even though no one could hear her, Mina tried to say that wind magic was also very interesting and deserved attention for training and research. But unexpectedly, the girl froze in place because the protagonist had strangely addressed her, causing both surprise and excitement. In Lucas's opinion, the girl hadn't just come to chat, she must have had some important purpose or request for him. For the girl, the young man wouldn't be a problem as long as his sister respected her, even though he didn't trust her. Despite the fact that the young man was quite sharp-tongued, the vice president decided to get straight to the main issue and discuss it openly with him. Starting with the fact that the girl was sure Lucas knew that the mountains of magical beasts were quite dangerous, but lately there had been changes in the ecosystem, and the number of low-level beasts had significantly decreased. Continuing her story, Mina added that the cubs of the crested leopards had completely disappeared, and their population had significantly declined. She also reported that 3 days ago, the Imperial investigation team had discovered traces of a high-level beast. It was upsetting for Julia to hear this, as she believed they were talking about Yule and couldn't hide her anxiety and concern over the situation. At that moment, the protagonist decided to warn his sister not to say anything about the wolf and not to put herself in danger. Only after her brother's warning did the young lady realize she had said something she shouldn't have and immediately felt ashamed of her carelessness. With a smile on his face, Lucas decided to ask if he had understood correctly that Mina wanted them to complete this task and what its difficulty level was. As it turned out, the difficulty level was 100 points, and this immediately made Lucas think about how they would carry out the task. The brother and sister were shocked by what they heard, but at the same time, they understood that this task would be simple for them and that they would be able to complete it easily. Meanwhile, events were unfolding at the Miranda family estate, where tension was mounting and everyone was preparing for an important meeting. Seated at the table was Duke Cien, the head of the family, who watched those present closely, maintaining a stern expression. Although the head of the family's children were also seated at the table, they did not speak to one another for some time, maintaining a tense silence. When Cien had prepared a room for his sister, their father still forced her to stay in the guest room, thereby demonstrating his character. The next thing he noticed was that Catherine hadn't touched her food, and a terribly tense atmosphere hung over the table. The Duke broke the silence and addressed his daughter, starting a conversation after a long silence, and trying to hide the sternness in his voice. The first thing the man said was that he wanted to acknowledge Julia as his granddaughter, as he saw great potential in her as a mage. Thanking her father, the woman tried to explain that Lucas had also proven himself as a martial arts master and had earned high scores in competitions. But to the head of the family, people like her son were worthless. These words about one of her children were not just a surprise to Catherine, but a real shock, and they made her think about the family's future. In the Duke's opinion, his family needed someone with the potential to become a holy mage and secure the family's future. The thought of convincing her father about martial arts was not easy, but at that moment, the family assistant distracted her. Holding the envelope Catherine had given him, the assistant reported that the investigative team sent to the Mountains of Magical Beasts had sent new information. The first thing that came to mind for the two closest people to her was why the investigative team had begun the inquiry and what consequences this might have for them and those around them. When the envelope with the letter reached the Duke, he read it carefully and pondered the contents of the new information and what steps to take next. The next thing that worried the brother and sister was whether the children at Allen Academy were safe and what had happened to the mystical beasts. Trying to reassure his children, the man explained that as long as the teachers and his staff were at the school, the students were in no danger. Finally, the head of the family explained that they needed to wait until the situation was resolved before visiting the children. Despite the sad news, the woman tries to calm down because she misses her loved ones so much. Meanwhile, at the academy, Mina tried to arrange a mission to the Mountains of Magical Beasts, but according to the rules, 5 people and at least 1 member of the student council are required, and this information came as a surprise to her. The night before, she had seen that there were no restrictions on the number of participants, but as the student council president explained to her, he had changed the conditions because something could happen in the mountain cave. According to the vice president, Theo, on the contrary, changed the rules because he thought she wouldn't be able to find the necessary number of participants for the team. At that moment, the protagonist realized that Mina didn't like to socialize and would have a hard time finding 5 people, and at the same time understood why she had become so close to his sister during their admission to the academy. Even though the girl wanted to go, she decided to decline this task to avoid potential dangers. Julia and Lucas decided to help the vice president since everything was already clear and didn't require further explanation. At that moment, the girl thanked them for their help, but felt guilty, realizing she was using them as pawns. While waiting for all the mission members, Mina gathered her strength and prepared herself for the difficult journey to the Mountain of Magical Beasts. Wearing a protective suit, Kai approached the vice premier and spoke to her politely, choosing his words carefully. Despite the fact that his friend was going on a mission, Kai tried to contain his excitement and not show his true emotions. The most important thing for the young man was to help his classmates and to use the high-level armor his parents had given him. Maya joined the group. She was delighted to meet them, considered the water element her strength, and was confident she could help. It was important to Mina that their mission be successful, and with the newcomers, it would become much more difficult. The first thing Lucas asked his sister was why she had called Maya and not Iva. But in response, he heard that her neighbor didn't want to talk to her. At that moment, the vice president thought that some of the participants were just there to make up the numbers, and that she and Julia would be enough for the mission. Even though the girl didn't like the team's composition, she announced that they were setting off, since the journey would take half a day, even with the acceleration spell. After traveling for several hours, the students finally arrived at their destination, ready to begin their task. Next, the students from Allen Academy found a cave that could be the starting point of their mission. When the students saw a flag near the cave's entrance, they wondered if Imperial investigators were indeed conducting an investigation there. The banner clearly bore the Miranda family crest, and there were signs of a struggle nearby. Realizing that Mina and her friends hadn't found the lair, Yulia, Julia, and Lucas sighed with relief. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something strange that immediately caught his attention and made all his senses go on high alert. At that moment, the young man shouted that danger was closing in on them, and everyone would have to act quickly to survive. The vice president rushed to Lucas's aid, deciding that she could destroy the monster with magic. The girl directed her spell toward the creature and asked for it to become a signal for the attack. Despite the attack, Lucas managed to dodge and avoid the blow, which could have caused serious harm to him and his friends. While Mina was trying to say something to the students, the magical beast suddenly lunged at her, trying to attack her. At that moment, the girl noticed the danger, but couldn't turn away from the blow coming at her. Kai rushed to the girl's aid and, using his shield, managed to block the blow that was coming at her. With a smile on his face, the young man told the young lady that she could leave the close combat to them. While Kai was talking to Mina, the beast tried to pounce on him, but he didn't react quickly enough. Lucas rushed to his friend's aid and managed to stop the beast before it could do any harm. Believing it wasn't worth showing off his strength and coolness in front of others, the boy warned that they shouldn't draw unnecessary attention. At that moment, Maya joined the group and decided to use a water barrier against the threat. The threat loomed over the students from 2 creatures at once, and they had to act instantly to avoid an attack and serious injury. The coordinated effort seemed interesting to her because a lot of time had passed since the entrance exams, and this reawakened her interest. After explaining to Julia that the beast feared wind and storm magic, he instructed her to use that against it. The 11-year-old student's determination unexpectedly caught her attention and made her look more closely. Directing her thunder magic at the monsters, the young lady dealt a powerful blow to the threat. To protect herself from the dangerous creatures, Julia activated a magical barrier that blocked their path and stopped any attempt at an attack. Directing all her power at the beasts, she surprised everyone present with the power and precision of the strike, which forced the creatures to retreat. Hearing the blow, everyone present held their breath and watched in amazement as the beast retreated. A few minutes later, Julia's staff fell to the ground and, with a loud thud, caught everyone's attention, forcing them to turn around. She thought that the thunder magic performed by her friend's sister looked unbeatable and was impressive in its power. At that moment, she stood there, not understanding what was happening, when her favorite student interrupted her thoughts. Julia was curious about what the girl wanted to say to her, because during the attack on the beast she hadn't heard a thing and was now listening intently. After the battle, everyone set off, and she didn't answer the little girl's question. Having underestimated the abilities of the Academy students, Alan was surprised by their determination and confidence in their actions. After a while, the students decided to rest and help Kay heal her arm after the battle. Thanking Maya, he said she was a true sorceress and that he was incredibly impressed by her skill and determination in battle. Although the young man's words were an exaggeration, she dreamed that Lucas would call her that, and at the thought, the girl blushed. The student's shyness immediately caught the eye of everyone present, and her flustered behavior did not go unnoticed. Looking at Maya, the protagonist immediately became curious about what she was thinking and tried to read her facial expression. The events that followed unfolded in a cave that looked incredibly large and mysterious and held many secrets. Julia's staff illuminated the path through the cave and helped everyone find their way amid the darkness and stone walls. Everything that happened within these walls amazed everyone present and evoked both awe and anxiety at the same time. What surprised her most was that the further they went into the cave, the more spacious it became, and it seemed as though there was no end to it. Kai confirmed Julia's words, for there was enough space for even a small army to pass through. Lucas immediately noticed that the cave looked unnatural, giving the impression that it had been dug out and was teeming with magical beasts. After the students moved on, the vice president asked them to be careful and watchful along the way. After walking a little further, the group came under attack by monsters and had to defend themselves immediately. Julia immediately unleashed her thunder magic to destroy the creatures and protect her friends from the dangerous attack with a powerful strike. The magic proved unbearable for the monsters and forced them to retreat, leaving behind only chaos and fear. At that moment, Mina explained that the creatures had been in the cave for a long time. Their vision had deteriorated, and they hunted their prey solely by sound, which is why she had stunned them. Immediately, Kai explained that if they were to destroy the magical beasts one by one, it would take too long and become dangerous. At that moment, he proposed a plan that could help them deal with the attacking magical beasts. A few minutes later, a dust storm rose up in front of the girls, obscuring their vision and creating a sense of chaos. As it turned out, Kai had spotted several monsters running after him in response to his voice and was trying to lure them away from his friends. Preparing for battle, Julia carefully readied her wand to fend off the enemy's attack and protect her friends from danger. Mina also began to prepare to help the young lady so they could repel the attack together and protect everyone present. As Kai tried to quickly reach a safe place, his attention was drawn to one detail that seemed suspicious to him. At that moment, the girls were already ready to strike and were waiting for the signal to attack the enemies in unison. The magic the students unleashed instantly reached the enemies and struck them with its power and precision. After the attack, a powerful explosion engulfed everything around them and forced the enemies to retreat. When he saw that Kai's plan had worked, the protagonist was surprised because such tactics are common in video games, and he didn't understand how his friend had learned about them. Suddenly, a young man who had been among the slain beasts appeared and explained that he would lure the creatures while Mina and Julia defeated them. Following the plan devised by the protagonist's friend, their group easily defeated all the magical beasts that crossed their path. Deciding to rest a bit, the young man once again marveled at the magic the girls possessed and its incredible power. After a few minutes of rest, the group gradually approached the center of the nest and prepared for the next battle. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that the students were tired and realized they needed a short break to regain their strength. The next thing he noticed was Kai, who was pretending not to hear and continued searching for magical beasts despite the others' need for rest. A few minutes later, the young man returned and announced that he had brought more beasts, and the rest of the task fell on the shoulders of the other members of the party. Suddenly, he noticed his friends were gone and tried to figure out where they had gone while continuing to move forward. Despite their friendship, Lucas believed that the boy had summoned these animals himself, and even explanations didn't change his mind, since Julia's strength was at 0 due to exhaustion. Unexpectedly, Maya became determined that if Kai was still breathing, she would definitely save him. At that moment, the girls sensed something strange and saw that something incomprehensible and alarming was happening above them. Listening intently to every sound, no one understood what was happening and could only guess that the investigation team might have reached the center of the nest before them. Mina immediately decided to suggest going to see for herself what was happening ahead. Unexpectedly, the protagonist sensed a strong smell of blood, which instantly put him on guard and made him cautious. When Lucas realized that things would get more difficult ahead, he gave everyone a potion to restore their strength, which he had brought with him. Given the investigative team's skills, it wasn't certain the students would be needed, but just in case, they decided to check if everything was okay. When the academy students, Alan, stumbled upon the source of the smell, they were greatly surprised by what they saw. At that moment, Mina ordered everyone to leave the cave immediately because the group had been wiped out and something strange was happening in the area. Suddenly, Lucas heard those same strange sounds again that had echoed a few minutes earlier and instantly became alert. Seeing rocks falling from above, the students were shocked and couldn't understand what was happening. A giant monster appeared before the group, immediately threatening everyone present with its incredible strength. Mina was overcome with surprise and couldn't hide her reaction to what was happening. The mutant's grandeur was incredible and impressed everyone present, simultaneously evoking a sense of awe and a feeling of imminent danger. The magical beast's eyes glowed with intense hatred and radiated such power that everyone present was overcome by fear and a sense of danger. Even Mina, who had been studying at the academy for several years, was stunned and couldn't hide her surprise. A minotaur of enormous size and catastrophic power appeared before the students, filling everyone present with fear and anxiety. Lucas couldn't believe that such a powerful enemy would appear on an ordinary student mission, and this surprised him. At that moment, the young man tried to save the vice president, who was in danger, and act quickly. Trying to parry the Minotaur's blow, he caused a bright flash that illuminated everything around him and forced the enemy to retreat. Small shards instantly appeared around the protagonist, flying in all directions and heightening the sense of danger. Suddenly, Lucas noticed the creature becoming completely covered in ice, its movements growing stiff, and the air around them filling with cold and anxiety. Julia ran to the center of the action and immediately asked if her brother was okay and who had cast an ice shield over the magical beast. Seeing the cause of this situation, the protagonist immediately explained that Mina hadn't done it and tried to calm everyone down by explaining the situation. At that moment, everyone present noticed the person in the magical beast's hands who had managed to cast the ice shield upon it. The Minotaur's attention was fixed on the Imperial investigator who had prevented the monster from destroying everyone present. Despite his injuries, this heroic man managed to save the students from certain death and did not leave them at the mercy of danger. At that moment, the man ordered the group to move away from the danger as quickly as possible and seek help from the Imperial Army. The next thing the investigator reported was that the ancient seal had been broken, posing a serious threat. But in an instant, the mutant decided that he must destroy the one who stood in his way and hindered him, increasing the force of his blow and the threat to everyone around. Despite all the information provided, the man remained allied to the Minotaur, and he began threatening the students that he would destroy them as well. Julia was the first to refuse to let people die, and she immediately began looking for a way to protect everyone. A vial of potion that her brother had given them before they entered the place where they were now stood fell from her hands, and after that, the girl watched the Minotaur's reaction closely. A bright blue glow began to shine around the beast, illuminating the entire cave and filling the air with tension, fear, and a sense of imminent danger. Despite the danger, the man declared that the beast was babbling nonsense and sought only to destroy him, no matter what. Immediately using ice magic, the mage directed it at the creature, and it instantly turned into a solid block of ice. While the monster was encased in ice, the investigator tried to order the students to flee as quickly as possible and report the situation. Without hesitation, the girls agreed and began looking for a way to escape, trying to quickly come up with a plan of action. For the protagonist, it was important to save the man, but he understood that he couldn't help and had to fulfill his request first. Watching to see if the young people would manage to get out of the cave, the wizard realized that his end had come and there was almost no time left. With his last ounce of strength, the investigator did everything in his power to give the young people a chance to save themselves. Unexpectedly, the mage felt the beast trying to break free from the thick layer of ice, and cracks began to spread. When the mutant shattered the ice, he immediately screamed that the pathetic insects had dared to attack him and promised brutal revenge. The Imperial investigator was the first to feel the force of the vengeance and realized that the blow was aimed directly at him. But unexpectedly, someone behind him struck the beast with a thunderclap right in the back, causing it to shudder in pain. In agony, the Minotaur released the man from his grasp and began to scream furiously, filling the cave with a terrifying roar. Fearless Julia used her power and immediately declared that he was a human, not an insect, and that he was a true warrior. Meanwhile, using her magic, Mina carefully rescued the investigator and lowered him to the ground, saving him from danger. Next, using her magic, the girl launched a wind bomb at the enemy, intensifying the blow and increasing the danger to him. In the vice president's opinion, there was no point in fighting if they had already bought enough time to escape and save themselves from danger. Deciding to hold off the Minotaur, the protagonist ordered Mina to inform the outside world of the danger and the need for help. Discussing the disaster-class monster, the students concluded that a freshman wouldn't be able to handle it, and the girl rejected that decision. After pondering the young lady's words for a few seconds, the young man realized it wouldn't be easy and that he would have to give it his all. Unexpectedly, a powerful blast struck near the students, sending up a thick cloud of dust that blinded everyone present. Out of the dust emerged a Minotaur intent on destroying everything around it and anyone who crossed its path. Despite the danger, the boy continued to insist on his plan and asked that they leave the beast to him so that the others could retreat. Immediately shouting for the freshmen to step back, Mina explained that as the oldest and a member of the student council, she was responsible for them. When the protagonist saw how the girl was protecting them, he immediately realized that his thoughts about her selfishness were wrong and that she truly couldn't bring everything to life. The vice president's reaction was surprising, as she didn't know that Maya possessed the magic of communication, which allowed her to contact Kai and ask for help. The conversation was interrupted by the roar of a monster approaching them, filling the air with menace and fear. Realizing the beast's power, Mina explained that their teamwork wouldn't matter because defeating the mighty monster was impossible anyway. When Lucas got closer to the Minotaur, he asked the girl to believe in the power of their team and not to lose hope. At a brisk pace, the protagonist ran toward the beast, leaving the young lady alone in her place, filled with fear and tension due to the looming danger. The hope that the students would not lose to such a beast gave them confidence and compelled all participants to act decisively. Just as the protagonist approached the beast, a mighty weapon appeared in his hands, ready for battle. The Minotaur struck the ground with a mighty blow, but the boy managed to step back and avoid the danger. What surprised the beast most was that his opponent had managed to dodge the powerful attack. Continuing the fight, Lucas tried to repeat his attack with all his strength and precision to overcome his opponent and gain the upper hand in the battle. The most important thing for Mina was for the young man to keep distracting the beast so that, when the opportunity arose, she could land a decisive blow. To the beast, the students were nothing more than insects trying to stand up to its strength and power. While the young man tried to find a way to evade the monster's attack, he watched in amazement at what was happening around him. Hearing from Julia that everything was ready, the protagonist decided to give the girls a chance to show off their magic. When Lucas stepped back, the young lady ordered the beast not to touch her brother and immediately directed a thunderbolt at it. The Minotaur certainly didn't expect such a powerful blow, which struck him and knocked him off balance. Trying to find the weakest spots, the protagonist did everything he could to land a precise blow and weaken his opponent as much as possible. The moment the Minotaur felt the girl's power, Lucas immediately landed several blows on the opponent's vulnerable spots. In pain, the Minotaur screamed even louder, his cries echoing across the entire area and terrifying those nearby. After striking the beast's weak spots, the protagonist warned the girls that they could launch their attacks without hesitation. Julia was the first to aim her staff at the mutant, ready to deliver a powerful magical strike. Mina was next, preparing a powerful attack using air magic to increase the pressure on the enemy. Trying to direct their strikes at the enemy simultaneously, they acted in unison to amplify the attack's effect. From both sides, the magic of the two elements was directed at the Minotaur to inflict maximum damage on him. From the powerful attack, the beast flew to the side and crashed into the ground with a thud, unable to withstand the force of the blow. The monster hadn't expected such a turn of events and was momentarily disoriented, not understanding what was happening. In response to the Minotaur's words that once his leg healed, everyone would regret it, Maya declared that she would not let that happen. At that moment, the girl directed a powerful stream of water at her opponent, using the power of magic. In an instant, the water engulfed the beast completely, immobilizing it and preventing it from escaping the trap. After delivering this blow, the young lady watched the monster's movements, carefully assessing its next moves. The next thing Maya noticed was that a massive weapon, ready for use, was right in front of her. Seeing the beast rise, everyone thought its leg had healed, but they quickly realized that water meant nothing to it. At that very moment, the beast began to scream that it would destroy everyone and lunge forward, closing in on Maya. To protect her friend from the powerful blow, Julia directed her magic at the beast while it was still wet and vulnerable. The most important thing for the girl was for the Minotaur to pay for the destruction of innocent soldiers and feel the consequences of his actions. Despite the powerful blow, the monster roared again, as if the pain had only fueled its rage and forced it to attack even more viciously. Realizing the situation instantly, he understood that dousing the Minotaur with water had amplified the thunderclap and made it even more dangerous. Under the force of such a powerful attack, the beast began to lose its balance and fell heavily to the ground as if all strength were leaving its body. After the powerful blow, the monster remained lying on the ground, unconscious and powerless, unable to move. Realizing the effectiveness of the strategy, Lucas saw that it was perfect for the model student and allowed her to act safely and confidently. To put an end to the threat, the protagonist delivered a final blow to the monster, preventing it from harming anyone else. At that moment, Mina noticed a boy who had gotten too close to the beast and caught her attention. Something unusual was happening around the Minotaur and Lucas, something the students had never seen before, and which at the same time filled them with fear. At that moment, complete uncertainty reigned, and no one could understand what exactly was happening or how to react to it. Not understanding the nature of this mysterious phenomenon, the protagonist tried to destroy it as quickly as possible. Upon touching the phenomenon, the young man could not imagine what awaited him next or what consequences this contact would have. Uncertain of what to do next after what he had seen, Lucas hesitated and looked for a way out of the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a monster appeared before the main character, one even more terrifying than the students had seen before, and its appearance struck fear into everyone. The only one who didn't see what was happening was Kai. He heard strange sounds and tried to figure out how to act in this situation. After climbing out of the cave, the young man thought there was an earthquake and that everything around him was shaking from some unknown force. After the young man got out of the cave, he ran for help to deal with the situation as quickly as possible and save those who were in danger. The beast's roar was very powerful and piercing, terrifying everyone around and making hearts beat faster. When the beast began to scream, the protagonist was nearby and felt the full force and fury of its scream, which tore through the air and terrified everyone around. At that moment, the young man tried to keep his balance and not fall from the great height, feeling as if the ground were receding beneath his feet. A powerful jolt threw Lucas violently to the ground, and he felt the full force of the impact that had hurled him downward. Despite the circumstances, the young man tried to figure out what had happened and how to act to protect everyone who was with him at that moment. Suddenly, the young man felt that he had been wounded by the sound waves of his own voice, for the beast had become much stronger and more dangerous. The next thing the protagonist paid attention to was whether the rest of the students were okay and if anyone was in danger. During such a powerful scream, Mina cast a magic circle of silence to reduce the sound's intensity and protect those around her. In this situation, the magic circle didn't help, and the girl fell to the ground, wounded by the powerful force of the sound that had attacked her. Maya was also injured. She lay unconscious on the ground and couldn't regain consciousness from the force of the impact. It came as a real shock to him that his sister was in the same condition as the rest of the students. After assessing the situation, the protagonist realized he wouldn't let it go and was ready to take decisive action to rectify the situation. As his next move, Lucas decided to use his powerful aura to enhance his abilities and turn the tide of battle in his favor. The monster did not like the young man's actions and reacted to them with obvious displeasure and anger, ready to attack at any moment whoever dared to provoke him. With a mighty blow, the young man tried to strike the Minotaur, putting all his strength into breaking through its defenses and forcing the enemy to retreat. Despite the fact that the monster had grown stronger, the student tried to destroy it and save the rest of the people. For Lucas, it was crucial to defeat his opponent, for not only they, but the entire empire could suffer. The boy's words meant nothing to the beast and left it indifferent to any attempts at persuasion. Using his abilities, Mr. Shigart's student tried to strike again, but the creature dodged him and remained unharmed. Using various methods, the young man cautiously approached from the other side and patiently waited for the right moment to strike the enemy. At one point, the protagonist was able to harness his power and direct it against the enemy, trying to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Wounded, the beast tried to act in such a way that his opponent could no longer harm him. When the young man found himself on the ground, it immediately occurred to him that his opponent felt no pain and that any blows had almost no effect on him, leaving him invulnerable. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something strange happening to the Minotaur after it was wounded, which filled him with surprise and unease. Something strange was happening to the monster's arm, and the protagonist was witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, which filled him with intense astonishment and inner tension. Suddenly, the young man saw that the monster's arm had regenerated right before his eyes, which surprised him and forced him to rethink his actions. Unexpectedly, the mutant began to attack the boy fiercely, and every one of his movements was filled with rage and a threat to his opponent's life. With every burst of air, Lucas began to cough, and in doing so, he underestimated the extent of the damage caused by that roar. The Minotaur greatly enjoyed the protagonist's condition, as this moment greatly aroused him and sparked even greater fury and a desire to continue the fight. Despite his condition, the young man tried to use another technique that Brake had employed at the tournament to land a surprise blow on his opponent. The speed the student used did not please the monster and caused it irritation and even greater aggression. An idea occurred to the creature that could change the course of the battle and forced it to act quickly and cautiously to gain the upper hand. While Lucas tried to confuse the Minotaur, it raised its weapon and attempted to escape from a position that could become dangerous for it and was restricting its movements. From the magical beast's powerful blow, stones began falling to the ground, scattering in all directions and posing a danger to everyone present, forcing them to watch the beast's every move. Noticing this dangerous moment, Lucas realized that he could harm the girls who were already wounded. With great speed, the young man tried to ensure that the rocks did not hit his friends and to protect them from danger. One of the rocks was falling right where the injured students were lying, posing a serious threat to their lives. It was important to the protagonist that his sister remained safe, but as the debris fell, one piece struck the wall where the injured were lying and crashed directly onto them. As quickly as possible, the young man tried to lead the students out of danger and protect them from the falling debris and the threat posed by the beast. After completing this stage, Lucas felt relieved inside, realizing that he had managed to protect his friends from danger. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the beast was planning to use its roar again and sensed the growing danger to everyone present. This time, the Minotaur's roar was accompanied by a wall of fire directed at the students, posing a deadly threat to everyone present. After a while, the fire stopped, and only a powerful sound wave remained, continuing to threaten everyone around. Lucas tried to stop the force of this blast, doing everything he could to protect himself and the others from danger. At that moment, the young man realized that the monster's roar was amplified by the echo bouncing off the stone wall that had formed after the destruction. In addition to the creature's roar, a dust storm raged around them, and the protagonist struggled to maintain his balance and avoid falling. Suddenly, the young man lost his balance and flew sideways in an uncontrolled motion, trying to escape the storm and the beast's blows. Once on the ground, the boy saw the monster strike the surface, sending up a cloud of dust that engulfed everything around. The next blow was delivered by the monster's own weapon, and its force was capable of destroying everything in its path, threatening the opponent and everyone nearby. Despite these circumstances, the monster began to scream, and at the same time, something surprised him for a moment. Even though the protagonist was already wounded, the Minotaur couldn't calm down and continued to attack with relentless fury. To defend himself against further attacks, Lucas decided to use his aura to create a protective shield. After activating the shield, the monster addressed the young man and told him that it was pointless to resist, because he and his friends would die in this cave anyway. Continuing to use his aura shield, Lucas tried to hold his ground and prevent the monster from striking him and his friends. Even though he was wounded, the protagonist tried to hold his ground on the battlefield and save the lives of his friends and those around him. When the young man got closer to his enemy's weapon, he immediately made it clear that such words should only be spoken after victory. The young man's next move was a powerful explosion that distracted the creature and allowed him to continue his actions. While the monster's attention was fixed on the sight of the explosion, Lucas decided to use the enemy's weapon to gain the upper hand in the fight. After achieving his goal, the young man declared that as long as he was still standing, he would not allow anyone to insult Julia or the rest of the students. The young man's words enraged the Minotaur and provoked even greater fury and aggression in him, forcing him to prepare a new attack. At his own risk, the student aimed his weapon at the mutant, ready for any consequences of his actions. Lucas's plan worked, but it enraged the beast even more and forced it to act even more aggressively and dangerously. Despite his fear, the young man continued to attack, risking his own life to protect his friends and achieve victory. After another blow, the creature screamed even louder, and its roar engulfed everything around, causing chaos and fear among those present. The Minotaur did not like this turn of events and had no intention of tolerating his opponent's actions. He was ready to attack even harder and faster. With every passing minute, the young man launched more and more attacks, risking his own life to weaken the enemy and protect his friends. Despite the student's excitement, his gaze fell on the enemy, and he immediately realized how dangerous the situation was. Immediately, the young man landed several powerful blows on the monster, trying to weaken it and gain the upper hand in the fierce battle. After such an attack, a tooth flew out of the beast's mouth, which enraged it even more, forcing it to act more aggressively and deliver stronger blows to its opponent. Unexpectedly, the creature was furious and tried to do everything to take revenge on his rival. At that moment, while Lucas was trying to escape from the Minotaur, it grabbed him by the leg and tried to hold him back to prevent him from breaking free and continuing the attack. Next, the beast threw the young man toward the wall, and at that moment, dust swirled around him, obscuring everything and making it difficult to assess the situation. The monster itself stood enraged, radiating savage fury, ready at any moment to launch another attack on its opponent. Suddenly, Lucas found himself on the ground, clutching whatever he had managed to grab before the beast's throw, and this might be his only chance for survival. When the Minotaur saw the boy, he stood there preparing for his next powerful attack, ready to inflict maximum damage on his opponent. The beast's roar was even louder than before, and its power kicked up dust, terrifying those present and threatening everyone around. Despite all the circumstances, the protagonist continued to fight the powerful opponent, risking his own life to protect his friends. As they directed their attacks at each other, they collided in a powerful clash that caused an explosion of energy and dust. When the beast saw what Lucas was capable of, he immediately understood the level of his opponent's martial arts skill and the seriousness of the threat. But the monster didn't know what awaited him at that moment, and that Lucas's actions could radically change the course of the battle. For the young man, it was important to see it through to the end and prove his strength and determination despite the danger and fatigue. At the last moment, the student delivered a powerful blow with all his might, directing it straight at the opponent to gain the upper hand in the fight. The monster did not expect such a turn of events and immediately began screaming that it would surely destroy him, preparing to deliver an even stronger and more dangerous blow. Despite these threats, the young man continued to act, risking his own life to achieve his goal and protect his friends. Outside the cave, screams and various terrifying sounds could be heard, sounds that an ordinary person would interpret as danger. After everything was over, Julia came to her senses and tried, first of all, to check if she was okay and assess her condition after the battle. Fortunately, the girls were all right, but they immediately began searching for Mina and Lucas to make sure nothing had happened to them either. The protagonist himself continued to deliver the final blow to the Minotaur, trying to neutralize his opponent once and for all. After the battle ended, the young man tried to step back from the battlefield to catch his breath, assess the aftermath of the clash, and make sure his friends were safe. Despite the victory, the protagonist felt no joy because he understood the gravity of the battle and the danger that had threatened his friends. At that moment, through the red dust, Julia spotted her brother and felt relieved that he had survived the battle. Immediately, the girl began calling out to him loudly and insistently, trying to get her brother's attention to check if he was safe and unharmed. Despite the young lady calling out to him, he remained where he was and did not respond, as if assessing the situation or preparing for his next move. A powerful aura of strength emanated from the Minotaur's body, and even after his defeat, his presence could still be felt all around, terrifying everyone nearby. The power possessed by the beast, through certain tendrils, transferred to the protagonist, and he immediately began to scream from the new might and energy. A strange mark appeared on the boy's body, the same one the monster had, indicating the transferred power and the connection between them. The following events took place in the Hall of Wrath, where the tension and emotions of everyone present reached their peak, creating a sense of danger. Small, bright flashes of light began to emanate from the lava, shimmering with every color and illuminating the dark corners of the hall. Despite the fact that the small particles were scattered throughout the hall, the sense of danger did not subside and increasingly engulfed the entire building. A gigantic, powerful hand emerged from beneath the bench, rising into the air as a reminder of the danger and power hidden within the hall. In the center of the hall stood a magical beast that radiated power and menace, forcing everyone present to watch its every move with caution. The mighty monster began to roar that he had finally returned to this desecrated world and was ready to restore his power and dominion over everything around him. It was difficult for the demonic lord to endure the presence of the god of war, as his power and presence exerted pressure on mind and body, subduing even the strongest. At that moment, Valsava vowed to himself that he would do everything to destroy his rival and leave him no chance of victory. The beast's thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice, which informed him that his hopes were far too naive and reminded him of the true power of those present in the hall. Next, the demonic lord of envy, Verseda, told him that her acquaintance had awakened due to the brilliance of the key they had raised. The beast pondered the woman's words and stepped closer to her, gauging her intentions and the danger emanating from her presence in the hall. When the demon lord of wrath sat down in his seat, he immediately asked if the protagonist had enough potential to handle the trial and withstand the threat. At these words, Verseda smiled but said nothing, keeping her thoughts to herself and watching the reactions of those present. Watching the boy's actions on the screen, the woman explained that even at that moment, Lucas had managed to break free from his control and act on his own. The protagonist's shout was powerful and echoed throughout the hall, demonstrating his determination and willpower to his opponent. Despite his condition, the student tried to strike as quickly as possible to weaken his opponent and gain the upper hand in the fight. After the fight ended, Lucas stood watching to see if there would be any reaction from his opponent, ready to respond immediately to any threat. Suddenly, Julia ran to her brother and began begging him to come to his senses and feel alive again after the chaos they had just experienced. Maya came to the girl's aid, using water magic to try to calm the boy down and help him come to his senses. At that moment, the magic student explained that her friend should run away from her brother, as he was still enraged and dangerous after the fight. Maya's words proved true, and suddenly the young man tried to strike the Minotaur, seeking to take control of the situation. When Julia saw the state her dearest person was in, she immediately burst into tears because she was so worried about him. Suddenly, deep down, the boy sensed that something was wrong and decided to stop, listening to his inner voice to avoid danger. At that moment, Lucas remembered how his sister had run to him to hug him, and her voice floated up in his subconscious, reminding him of her care and support. Despite all the circumstances, the protagonist didn't understand what was happening to him, as his mind and body were overwhelmed by mixed emotions and a strange energy. A powerful explosion occurred where the young man had been standing, sending dust billowing up and enveloping everything around. Not understanding what was happening, Maya and Julia stared intently at the site of the blast, watching the dust and debris as they tried to figure out what had happened. Through the smoke, the girls tried to see if the young man was okay and tried to reach out to him to make sure he was safe. The young man's subconscious couldn't distinguish between reality and the battle with the beast, so the world seemed distorted and filled with fear and chaos. Julia approached her brother cautiously, deeply concerned about his condition and trying to make sure he was safe. Despite his condition, the student immediately apologized to his sister and asked her to give him a moment and step away from him for her own safety. At that moment, the young man took a deep breath to complete the return of his subconscious and regain full control over his thoughts and actions. The protagonist's aura radiated a powerful energy that reflected his determination and willpower, making his presence palpable to everyone around him. The energy the young man had harnessed was released, and he directed it upward in a powerful strike. On the protagonist's back, the symbol of his power gradually faded, leaving behind a faint sense of emptiness and anxiety. At that moment, Maya and Julia approached the young man, concerned about his condition and wanting to make sure he was feeling well. With tears in her eyes, the protagonist's sister said that his behavior had frightened her, but after a hug, he promised not to do it again. In the Hall of Wrath, the demons continued to watch the young people and learned that Kai had come to their aid. Versita approached Valsav and told him there was no need to rush, as this key had to pass several trials. The first thing that came to the woman's mind was that one of the trials might involve the loss of a family member. Julia was the first to appear on their screen, and everyone instantly recognized her face, causing a wave of surprise and anxiety. Lucas saw his parents and sister before his eyes, but the voice belonged to someone else who announced that he had opened his eyes. Not understanding what was happening or where he was, the protagonist still saw his family in front of him. A multitude of images flashed through the young man's subconscious, shifting one after another and preventing him from focusing. At that moment, the boy decided to strike at everyone standing before his eyes without thinking about the consequences. With every passing minute, Lucas understood less and less what was happening to him and was losing control of his own thoughts. The next thing the protagonist felt was that his body was moving on its own, not obeying his will. Unexpectedly, the young man heard his friend's voice asking what he was doing and trying to reach his consciousness. As it turned out, the student was in the infirmary of the Allen Academy of Magic, where he was gradually coming to his senses after what he had gone through. While Lucas was asleep, he unexpectedly struck his friend, but immediately apologized for his actions. After that, the young man decided to go to the doctor to get checked out and make sure he was okay after what he'd been through. When Kai left, the protagonist immediately began to wonder why he had dreamed this and whether the power he had fought against in the cave had manifested itself. In the boy's opinion, it seemed to him that he wouldn't be able to think clearly, just like the dead gangster who had turned into a monster. But this time he was conscious and only seemed to have lost his mind when Julia and Maya woke him up. The boy's consciousness was gradually being consumed by that power as he fought the monster and barely maintained control over his body. At that moment, Lucas realized he remembered nothing except for that deep anger pulsing inside him, giving him no peace. Suddenly, the young man realized that his consciousness might be consumed by rage, but could he possibly rein in his anger during the fight? The next thing the boy thought of was to ask someone to be by his side during the fight so they could stop him in time. At that moment, the protagonist pondered this idea, but wasn't sure if he should put it into practice. After thinking long and hard about the situation, Lucas couldn't make a decision and felt only confusion. With so much information coming at him lately, the young man's head was spinning and he couldn't focus on anything specific. Realizing that the only ones who could go on the mission with him were the local students, he knew it was too dangerous to ask them to stop him during a berserk fit. It was important for the protagonist to find a way out of this situation, but he didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, Lucas realized that in this situation, only he could help himself, and no one else could replace his determination. Teacher Shigert walked down the hallway of the Academy's hospital. His footsteps echoed through the empty room. As the man walked by, he heard two women talking about Mina's condition. She was already fine, but they couldn't figure out how she'd been injured. Listening intently to every word, the dean of the martial arts department pondered their words and tried to grasp the meaning. One of the nurses said there were rumors that the girl had been defending a freshman during the incident. Even at the hospital, people believed that martial arts students were weak and mages had to protect them, often getting injured in the process. Suddenly, the man sensed the presence of a powerful aura that enveloped the space around him and compelled him to listen. In Shigert's opinion, this was impossible, since the power belonged to a high-level martial arts master and was shocking. The nurses themselves didn't understand where this draft was coming from, since all the windows were tightly closed and there couldn't be any airflow. After that, the women realized it was all over and saw that only an empty bottle remained where the man had been standing. In the ward where Lucas was lying after being wounded, something unusual was happening that made him listen intently to every sound. Having finished what he had started with a smile on his face, he realized that everything had ended well, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. It was important for the young man to handle the situation on his own, so he decided to use the cloning technique. After finishing the clone, the protagonist realized that, according to the old books in the library, the clone's power was, at best, half that of his main body. If there are 3 copies, they are distributed evenly, and each one's strength is only 1/6 of Lucas's abilities. In the boy's opinion, this wouldn't be enough to stop him during a fit of rage, but at the very least, it might buy him time to escape. Suddenly, the protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise that echoed through the hall and made him listen. When Lucas turned around, he immediately noticed his teacher, who had come to check on him and was walking cautiously through the ward. This visit surprised the boy and at the same time caused a slight flutter of excitement, as he hadn't expected his teacher to drop by right now, and so unexpectedly. The first thing the man said was that ever since the entrance exams, the taming of magical beasts, and the student mission, strange events had constantly surrounded the young man. For Sigurd, the most important thing was to tell it like it is, without hiding the truth, even if it seemed uncomfortable to his student or might surprise him. At that moment, the mentor asked who the protagonist really was, and why even he had decided to come to this school to find out the truth about him. Upon hearing this question, Lucas immediately fell silent, not knowing what to say, and felt a slight surprise at his words. A moment of silence fell between the student and the teacher, as both tried to process what had been said and gather their thoughts. With a smile on his face, the young man said he didn't understand what was being discussed, since his goal in enrolling at the Iran Academy was to become stronger and master the art of weaponry. Unexpectedly, the head of the martial arts department attacked his student, leaving him no chance to react in time to the attack. Despite the student's desire to become stronger, the man asked him to demonstrate his true abilities so he could assess his skill level. At that moment, the protagonist didn't understand what exactly the instructor expected of him or why it was so important. As expected, the young man realized just how wise Mr. Sigurd was, and that earning his respect would make school life much easier. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected visit from a woman who immediately asked who was standing next to her son and why he was there. Having completely forgotten about the holiday, the man remembered that security lets everyone in without checking and that he could easily walk inside. The first thing Catherine said was for the teacher to step away from Lucas. But her daughter tried to explain that he was an academy employee. He explained to the mother that the man standing before her was Mr. Sigurd, the head of the martial arts department, and that he had come to check on his student. Suddenly, the man realized that the young man had sensed his mother's approach long before she entered the room. But the boy himself continued to explain that he had been taught who to stand with in battle and who not to. At that moment, Catherine suggested that since it was a holiday, why not go relax and put all their business aside, at least for the day, to recharge a bit. With a smile on her face, the woman decided to ask if she was telling the truth, but the man took her words as a request to leave the room. Sighing, the teacher realized that for now, the young man wouldn't cause any major problems, but as long as he was the homeroom teacher, he couldn't let that happen. In the boy's mother's opinion, he shouldn't upset his teacher, as this could lead to serious consequences and complicate his studies at the academy. Catherine immediately explained that after her children had risked their lives, she had stayed at the Miranda estate until everything was over because she wanted to see them as soon as possible. When Julia heard her mother's words, she immediately relaxed, as she had missed her terribly and could finally feel at peace next to her loved one. Even though Lucas had asked Catherine not to look at him, he still couldn't help but feel helpless, knowing that his sister missed her terribly. At that moment, the young man decided to ask if their father had come with their mother to the Miranda family to find out if the whole family was there. It seems that the situation at the front is far from ideal, which is why the man immediately headed to the front lines after bringing her to the estate. Hearing his mother's words, the protagonist immediately realized that the Duke's family had accepted only the woman and still did not recognize his father, and he believed that the magician's family was quite stubborn. Despite the sad circumstances, Catherine announced that she had brought a gift from the head of the family, Ryan, to celebrate her first-place ranking on the entrance exams. After the protagonist saw what his father had sent, he was very surprised, as he hadn't expected such a surprise and didn't know how to react properly. Inside the chest lay a precious sword that had been passed down from generation to generation in his father's family. Despite the damage sustained during a battle with beastmen several decades ago and the difficulty of repairing it, it was currently unsuitable for combat, yet it remained a family heirloom. Catherine immediately informed him that the head of the family had high hopes for him and hoped that he would live up to expectations and bring honor to their family. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with happiness. He felt joy and admiration that all his efforts had been appreciated and noticed by his loved ones. After receiving the gift, the young man immediately realized that he didn't want to let his father down and would do everything in his power to live up to his expectations. Despite this, Julia was happy to see her mother and still decided to say that her brother was lucky because he had received attention and support from the family. At that moment, Catherine couldn't understand what was happening with her daughter and why she was reacting that way to the situation unfolding before them. Pondering the situation that had occurred, the woman remained deep in thought, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, everyone started laughing at the girl, but she became curious as to why they were reacting that way and what had caused such behavior. Lucas immediately decided to explain that his sister had always been Mom's favorite, which explained her privileged treatment and special attention. Unexpectedly, the woman handed her daughter a gift that looked like animal medicine, and the girl immediately became curious about its purpose and the origin of the item. Julia's eyes sparkled with happiness. She couldn't hide the joy that filled her heart at that special moment. Upon receiving such a gift, the girl was moved and began to say that she loved her mother very much and appreciated her attention and care. Immediately, the young man and the lady decided to try the gifted treats at the same time, curious about their taste and quality. The next thing Catherine gave her daughter was an envelope and a box that needed to be delivered to Jeremy so he could receive an important message and a family heirloom in time. When Julia asked about the contents of the box, the woman replied that it was the same gift she had, and since Jessica couldn't come this time, the girl's mother decided to take it and give it to her son, the young man. Calmly explaining that the young lady didn't like the boy, she would still deliver the gift because her mother had asked her to. A short while later, the 11-year-old student came to the boys' dorm and asked them to call Jeremy. As the young people were talking, his classmates began to wonder if it was Julia who had taken first place in the special class. since they had been told she was his younger sister and didn't understand her intentions. The young men happily discussed the young lady and considered her a genius of magic, marveling at her abilities and achievements. One of the young men asked Jeremy to invite his sister on the next mission so she could participate and show off her abilities to everyone. Unexpectedly, the boy began acting aggressively, which surprised the other students and made them wary of his behavior. Plants appeared near the student's face, which frightened him and caused him to jump back from the unexpected phenomenon. No one understood what was happening to their classmate or why he was acting so strangely in front of everyone around him. What upset Jeremy the most was that his parents hadn't come to visit him, and because of this, he became aggressive. What upset the boy even more was that the family heirloom had been given to Lucas simply because he had ranked first on the entrance exams. To prevent similar situations from happening again, he decided to take everything his brother had and prove to everyone that he deserved attention and respect just as much as the other children in the family. After a while, Catherine was supposed to go to her father's estate to take care of some important business and spend time with her family until her next visit. For the woman's children, time flew by. They enjoyed their moments together and hardly noticed how quickly the hours passed. After telling her family she would be staying in the city of Daku for a while, she, even though they wouldn't be able to see each other every day, simply made Lucas and Julia happier just by being there. For Mina, who was seriously injured, the protagonist decided to create a new elixir, while his sister spent time with Yule. Because the potion was presented as a gift from the Miranda family, no one suspected anything, even though it was extremely effective. 2 weeks passed, and 100 students entered the Aaron Tower, which everyone admired because it was a symbol of the school. In Lucas's opinion, it was very tall, but they had already seen this building on orientation day, so he asked them not to pretend to be surprised. The conversation among friends was interrupted by the martial arts group leader, who unexpectedly addressed them and drew their attention to important information. Though surprised, they quickly gathered their thoughts and prepared to listen to the leader, who was standing opposite the curator. Meanwhile, Sigurd himself asked the boys to be quieter, since they hadn't come here to play games. The next thing the man asked was for his students to take their seats and prepare for the start of an important test at the academy. What the students from other departments disliked most was the large number of martial arts students, whom they considered losers. Although everyone heard the discussion, the protagonist and his friends realized that others believed true ability was inherent only to a few in their field, while the rest were trying to overestimate themselves. Kai disliked the mage students' words the most, and he immediately realized that they were continuing to mock him. The protagonist didn't care what others thought of him, and he tried to convey this to his friend and reassure him. As expected, the martial arts department didn't go unnoticed when they entered the tower, since the other students believed they had stumbled into the tournament by sheer luck. Some of the first-year magic teachers even dared to claim that the field Lucas was studying made no contribution to the Empire's development. It got to the point where the teachers argued with the academy director to deny these students admission. After the protagonist learned this information, he immediately felt outraged and considered them shameless, as he couldn't understand how anyone could behave that way. Despite these circumstances, the young man noticed that Mr. Sigurd remained calm and seemed unconcerned that their spots might be taken, as it was clear he had considerable trust in the school and the director. When the martial arts department took their places, he waited silently for further instructions from the instructors. When the supervisor addressed the students, he asked them to listen carefully because he wanted to emphasize that the third-year students would enter the tower first to set an example. At that moment, the organizers addressed the high school students and asked them to prepare to enter. Holding the magical instrument in his hands, Jeremy eagerly awaited the start of the trial. The young man had been waiting for this moment for 3 whole years, and finally, just now, the opportunity to enter the tower he had been waiting for so long had opened up before him. The boy's behavior surprised his classmates, as he believed that making it into the top 100 was quite difficult. Unexpectedly, Julia called out to her brother, who was a junior, to wish him good luck. Instead of her brother, his friends turned around and immediately noticed that she had also come to the exam. They were surprised that she was among the top 100 as well. With a smile on her face, the young lady wished her brother good luck and watched as he prepared for the exam. Jeremy's classmates also teased him, joking that his sister was rooting for him and he shouldn't let her down. The boy's reaction surprised the girl, since she was only worried about him out of respect for her own mother. At that moment, the students began preparing to enter, and one of them hoped they would be placed in the right location. Despite his sister's support, Jeremy asked her not to worry because he's been lucky lately and he'll outdo Lucas. The three students headed toward the building's entrance, hoping to pass the test successfully and demonstrate their abilities. When the boys found themselves in the hallway, they were instructed to place their sticks in front of them and close their eyes to prepare for the test. At that moment, Jeremy heard a voice that seemed familiar to him and felt a thrill run through his entire body. On the big screen, Director Austin watched the students inside the tower and monitored their actions. With a smile on his face, the man realized that they were finally beginning the test and were ready to demonstrate their abilities. In the principal's office stood a large magic orb that could disperse magic and control its flow within the room. The man's entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura that radiated strength and made those around him feel his greatness. In an instant, the power Austin possessed spread throughout the entire office, causing everything around him to tremble at its might. The energy went beyond the tower and spread to everyone present, making them feel its incredible might, captivating everyone and subduing the space around them. Seeing how strong the combat aura was, the protagonist immediately realized that there was someone stronger than Mr. Shigard at this academy. With a smile on his face, the young man understood why his teacher was confident that their group would enter the Iron Tower. The main reason was that the person capable of opening the doors to the building was the strongest martial arts master. On the academy grounds, the academy director, Alan, and others were sitting and discussing an important matter among themselves. One of them mentioned that recently, the calls to ban admission to the martial arts department had grown louder and asked what this anomaly was all about. Pondering his interlocutor's words, Austin fell silent for a moment and began to analyze what he had heard. A few minutes later, the man replied that there had been no anomalies recently and no losses had been recorded either. The only thing the professor asked was that everything remained status quo, and only if his colleague adhered to this would he open the tower. After Director Austin left, his colleague wondered whether to give the martial arts department a chance, and whether that meant no one should be allowed inside. It was a difficult task for the man to keep everything a secret and not reveal his thoughts to those around him. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the first students had already arrived for the test and were cautiously getting to their feet after the teleportation. When Jeremy arrived at the test site, he realized that his consciousness had entered the building, but nothing was different from reality. Even the magic wand was the same. Suddenly, the young man heard his classmates say that this was their first time. Everything looked realistic, but they needed to hurry up and join the rest. In the boy's opinion, his friends were acting like show-offs, flaunting every move they made and trying to stand out from the crowd. At that moment, Jeremy didn't know that someone was watching him, so he felt quite confident as he moved forward. Using magic, someone was trying to penetrate his consciousness to find out what was happening inside the building and how the students were doing. It was interesting for Lucas to observe the students, but he couldn't imagine that there were those here who could sense fluctuations in spiritual energy. At that moment, the protagonist was being watched by his mentor because it was important for him to find out the real reasons for enrolling in the academy. Suddenly, Cigarette addressed those who possessed certain abilities and could perceive spiritual energy, but first he would explain a few things. As soon as the test begins, the students will be transported to a random location within the space, and they must decide whether to act independently or join forces. If a team is formed, it can have a maximum of 3 people, and when ascending to the upper floors, they must stay together. When Kai heard that they could form a team, he invited Lucas to join and chose the third person from among Alto and Decio. In a calm voice, the protagonist explained that based on their magical beast training rankings, he believed they would end up on different teams. Seeing the look on Lucas's face, Cigarette realized that he had sensed the spiritual energy inside the tower, and Linda had said there were only 5 such individuals in her class. Thoughts of the protagonist wouldn't leave the man alone, for he sensed something unusual about him. Suddenly, the students noticed someone coming out of the building and froze, watching him. Seeing that 3 students had already come out, Kai grew wary, because for their level, that was a very quick completion of the test. At that moment, Lucas decided to check on what Jeremy was doing, while his brother was already in the central part of the tower and climbing to the 2nd floor with his team. The young man's thoughts were mixed, so he decided to continue watching the students. A few minutes later, the group of students finished climbing to a certain level of the building and cautiously surveyed the area around them, preparing for the next stage of the test. Although the group was on the 2nd floor, they didn't know what awaited them next and were bracing themselves for the unknown. No sooner had they entered than Jeremy sensed something strange that made him wary and more alert. Suddenly, the young man noticed a magical beast attacking him. His heart began to race, and he instantly went on high alert, preparing to fend off the attack. Using plant magic, the boy directed it at the creature. Vines and roots sprang to life, wrapping around the enemy and holding